All right. All right. I said, all right. Well, welcome. Uh, I am going to be skipping around a little bit here, and also I had to run around here, uh, just for a couple minutes. I'm just waiting on some food to get done. So, um, but in the meantime, well, good evening. Let's see. Let's see what Rico Rico has to say about real or fake price action. I'm going to put this on and hop over to the kitchen real quick, but never fear, I'll be back shortly. Let's see. Let's see what he's got. All right.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Happy Saturday. I hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. We're just going to be looking at AMC today and just going to be going over what happened last week, the entire week. Very simple.
One thing about this
show
guy,
you based off technical analysis and what I would hope to see heading into
setup.
next weekend and beyond.
Nice microphone stand, all this insulation, all this acoustic treatment here. Not really sure why. Some kind of, it's like an Akai MIDI controller here, back here, like a MPC style controller. I wonder what he uses that for. Oh, I bet he makes beats. I bet he's a beat maker. What do you want to bet? He's a music producer. He's a beat maker. But one thing about this guy is decent audio, very strong audio. Normally I have to, well, I do it on everything. I help out the audio. But yeah, with my dynamics processing that I have on here, it's like pegging the meter. Okay, anyway.
We're going to be looking at volume profile to price analysis and just going to do a quick little rundown. Nothing too major. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Remember, everything I say here is educational. If you learn a thing or two and you manage to incorporate it into your own trades, fantastic. If you enjoy it, you can subscribe to the channel. If you don't, it's fine. All right, here we go. Where did my face cam go? Hello. So let's go into it right now. The green and the red, I guess background things I have right now, it's just super trend, right? It's telling you whether you're an uptrend, downtrend. Right now, AMC technically still green super trend, so technically still in an uptrend, creating higher lows, higher highs for now. My pattern, I still have it as a wedge, a very big one. This whole trading range, this region here is very difficult to determine, especially after this test, right, where you drop down and immediately recover. However, I do want to go into the closer time frames. Let's go into the hourly and mention what we had last week. This is VRVP, volume range visible profile. Just shows you the highest amount of people at different prices, right, holding this stock. Or I guess volume. Okay, so the whole thing, this since really Friday into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, just a downtrend, right? Just a nice horizontal, or not horizontal, a nice bearish channel all the way down. You hit the top, hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the bottom. You double bottom on what I think again is that macro trend line, possibly, where it has several different touch points. And to be honest, it was off pretty low volume the whole week. If you're looking at the daily chart, we can just do it right now. Going back and forth between the daily and the 1 hour, you can notice again that the spread of the candle is relatively the same, actually a little bit narrower on this candle here. If I take everything away, you'll see that you had two hammer candles in a row. Not the most beautiful hammer candles, but they do have a longer lower wick than the top, and the body's not super long. This is a much better one. You have a much longer wick to the bottom, and it closes closer to the open on this candle, you know, that's a little bit better. Almost a dragonfly doji here, where you would close on the open of the previous candle.
So creative with
But
these names.
one of Anna Cooling's
guess what? It doesn't fucking matter.
Is you're always trying to look for a 3-candle trend. For example, like having 3 hammer candles off lower volume when you're going to go test a certain level of support. That's a good sign that there's some absorption going on in the stock, that buyers are stepping in, right? You got to do some nice volume analysis. You see that the volume overall relatively the same, but slightly dropping, and the candles are all very similar, right? So this could be forming a reversal pattern, right? This is a hammer candle. No,
silliest shit I've heard.
Starting next week, you are testing support level, and if you go back into the hourly, you will see that you finished off a relatively good candle to end the day. You were here at 510, you closed here at 521. We were following this on Bookmap. I don't have it open right now. I will have it open the rest of the week. I'll be making tons of video on it. But if you look,
couldn't you just, you know, open it? Oh, I don't have Bookmap open right now. Why not? Open it. Okay, bizarre.
Bookmap for this daily trend.
Bizarre.
You can go into your trading view settings, and you can go to anchored VWAP. You start it at the very beginning of the day, so it'd be right around here. It would anchor to, you can change whatever you want it to. I have it usually at the open. I think it's more accurate level, and you'll see that VWAP, you got rejected off of it a couple times. Bookmap showed it a lot better. And finally, at the end of the day, you actually managed to break above, right? So if I take super trend out, you can see that VWAP, this pink line right here. I can get this channel out of the way as well. Let's hide it. All right, so you did break above it slightly. You also broke above this 519 point of control. So it was a very significant push at the end of the day. You did push up off higher volume, so it is harmonic off the retest of the macro. So it was good to see. It was good to see a test, a secondary test, and then a push up and closed above 520, right? Or we closed at 520. So yeah, I mean, the outlook on it, you are breaking out of this downtrend that you went just lower and lower throughout the whole week. But for me, technically, that is a break. That's a break off higher volume. You need to see a high volume break for a breakout. Every other time, the volume was relatively low on these tests of the top, so which meant more and more distribution, right? You had higher or lower highs and lower lows throughout. Even here, this is still a lower low, but is this starting now to create a higher high? And the answer to that for me is yes. Right? You did finish right here on that 521, right? I don't know why it says 520 when the candlestick shows 521, but whatever. So what you want to see into next week would be further upside. Maybe you come down, test real quick, and then start pushing up. That's what I would like to see. But again, it's going to depend on a lot of market dynamics. I know the debt ceiling decision is a big thing. There's been a lot of fear being spread about that, right? With Biden saying, "Oh,
Manuel,
Republicans and we can't come to a decision." Republicans are blocking this and that, whatever. And then today, during the weekend, obviously, you know, it's risk on. He tweeted about, the talks are starting to build, right? We're starting to talk, starting to come to a decision, whatever. In my opinion, they're going to come up with something, and it's just going to, the show goes on, right? Inflation over the next several months, likely to slowly come down, bearing as there's no other catastrophes, and China actually does continue being a peacemaker or whatever. I think things will shape out to, you know, slowly get better. Market-wide conditions, right? Take it with a grain of salt. There's still a lot of stocks that look like poop, so I don't know why. If they come to a debt ceiling
decision,
he
believes in a soft landing?
Temporarily give a really big boost to stocks.
God fucking damn it, these people are retarded.
Some of these companies, I mean, like Disney, does not look good. There's other companies following kind of a woke agenda they just don't really look good. I don't know what to tell you.
A woke agenda. A woke agenda. Wow. God, these people are fucking brain dead, man.
So, some stocks are going to go up, some stocks are going to go down.
A woke agenda.
The independent news
fucking break
regarding each equity. I don't know. But I'm really just talking about AMC today. And yeah, it's a low volume test of possibly a macro pattern, right? So if you're following Wyckoff theory, my company, and you're learning a thing or two, if you're in the Discord, go ahead and join if you want. If not, again, I recommend Wyckoff methodology in depth and Anna Cooling's volume to price analysis book, right? Two things you can use by yourself to learn. And if you want to learn more about market cycles of accumulation and distribution, all those phases, then go ahead and join and check it out, even if it's for a month. And if you enjoy it, awesome. And if it's not for you, then at least you tried to invest in yourself. But right now, with the different phases, I do think the volume is relatively, well, not relatively, it's pretty low. It's pretty diminished towards this right side of what I think is an accumulation long-term on AMC. Okay? So from that downtrend in November, it's taken
absolutely nothing, Model 3, dude.
They can take years. Right? They can take a very, very long time. There's examples of these accumulations.
These right-wing retards have to throw, they have to take any opportunity they can to throw in any digs at the left or progressives or whatever you want to call it. It's so stupid.
Everywhere. I'll give you a quick example of BLNK, blink, charging. You go down here, right, and I just have a schematic for you, and you will see a change in behavior down here in May 2018, where after the downtrend, you had
what in the fuck is this bullshit?
Very narrow range between the sell climax and the automatic rally, and then it creates this trading range. So if I were to
see, this is the problem. He's trying to fit everything into a Wyckoff pattern, and I'm sorry, it just, things don't always fit into fucking patterns. I don't know if they know that. I'm not sure if they know that. But at the same time, they're also saying that countries are ditching the US dollar like China. So, I mean, they don't know shit. I'm just going to go with that conclusion. But we'll get through this video, and then I got some other stuff here.
Take away all of this noise and all of these patterns, even though patterns are important. Let's keep those in this range. Let's just do this lower demand zone, right? We'll make it a thick one. And this upper supply zone, I guess we have two. This upper one, this would be the take profit level, first or second one. And the first one would be somewhere around here, right? This supply zone up here.
Take profit level. Tell you what, I like BAM's term, pay me later level. I like that better than take profit level.
Actually, I'm just giving you a quick example.
Pay me later.
Learn in the company Discord, right? So demand, supply, and then draw your patterns. This is a downtrend. This is a
get to the real or fake part. Where's the real or fake part? That's what I came for.
And then boom, explosion.
Otherwise, I want my money back.
This accumulative zone, all of this is an accumulation, right? You go down first, markdown phase.
That'll be $10 million.
Rally, and then you have your sell test. You have a test of supply.
$1 million a minute.
Another sell test, test of supply. Possibly a spring action because it's a very sharp reversal, a last point of support, and then boom, markup phase, reaccumulation, continue on the markup phase. Beautiful. And this takes 3 years.
Yes, it takes 3 years in 2020 and 2020 fucking one. I mean, excuse me for noticing that this happened when literally every fucking worthless stock was going to the moon. God damn. I mean,
from 2018.
Let's compare 2011 to this year. Okay, great. What the hell?
3 years of accumulation. So when I mention that.
No, it didn't take 3 years of accumulation. It took 6 months of fucking stimulus. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I'm accumulating. Say the market conditions are terrible.
You know what? I am not accumulating brain cells. Listen to this.
Everything looks like poop. Stocks are all-time lows, 52-week lows, like right here, right? They created a new low. And I'm saying I'm accumulating. It's because of what I've learned from reading all these books and from really successful investors that I read about and I learned from. They're buying when the fear is at all-time highs. So yes, I could be saying that I'm accumulating.
But they're not buying fucking shit companies like Blink Charging and AMC. That is not what is meant by that.
A year before any sort of market phase. And I'm fine with that, right? Stuff takes time. If you're looking for a get-rich-quick thing, you got to get extremely lucky, right? Like, you got to get in here and boom, oh, congrats, you managed to get into an LPS. But that almost never happens, right? Cool. It's just one of the things we're able to teach based off what? Volume analysis.
But it happened with everything.
Behavior, right?
That's the thing. Everything looked like that.
And over here, volume increase.
I don't
And yeah,
know what the
volume
point
price
is,
analysis,
actually.
that's really the main
Can we
thing
get to the
that I
point?
like to talk about and teach.
Let's
So if
get
you're
to the
interested,
point.
description down below.
Oh,
But again,
he
AMC,
listen to him. Professor Rico here, another fucking professor who's read a couple. Another guy who's read a couple books and is now a professor. I mean, teacher. Yeah,
which I've
right.
been following forever. I've gotten things right. I've gotten things wrong.
Those who do, do. Those who can't, teach. And I don't really like that phrase saying because I've been a teacher my life. But in this case, this is a case of those who do, do. Those who can't, teach. If you
Wrong.
ask
Everyone
me.
likes to say I'm always wrong, except I caught the selling climax to AR. I've caught earnings play. I've caught several other times. And sometimes I gotten wrong, and that's fine. Long term, I'm bullish on the stock. I think everybody is wrong about all the conspiracies with Adam Aaron being a paid shill or whatever. I'm like taking myself away from all of that stuff. I'm barely on Twitter anymore. Like, I disagree with those people completely. Those are the type of people that can't read a chart, that don't look at the volume and see discrepancies between harmonic buying or fake rallies. If there's no volume and the price is going up, it's likely a fake rally and it's going to be distributive. It's a liquidity pull, right? It's getting people excited only to distribute on them further. So if you're able to analyze the volume to price and have patience in the market, I'm not saying you will be successful, but you probably have a better chance, right? Again, it's all market psychology. Those that are not patient, those that don't believe in a play based on the volume profile, it will tell you if it's bullish or not. If it's bearish, it'll tell you if it's bearish or not. And if you think something's bullish and you're wrong, that's where stop losses occur. And if you're bearish and it goes the other way, well, you have stop loss.
Stop loss. What is the meaning of this stop loss? What mean you by stop loss?
For me, my own opinion, I like this stock. I think it looks good. I think the volume profile,
Come on,
is expanding and
does not look good.
Constricting. So I do think my long-term target is higher. I do think we will revisit the 2030 range.
Wow.
I don't know about the whole reverse split thing. I don't know what's going to happen with all that stuff. But I am bullish on this. I like it. All right, just my own opinion. Pennant, triangle, another triangle, wedge. Those are the four patterns I can clearly see on AMC, in my own opinion. But yeah, you need to see supply diminishing on a retest of a very important support level before you can claim that as an LPS, a last point of support. Again, you guys can do your own research on Wyckoff method, and like, instead of talking out of your bums and being aggressive and rude to people that are trying to teach things, even if they're right or wrong on the micro, it would be helpful. So take this weekend, read some of the books I've been recommending to you to learn. The mental game book is also very important to be strict with take profit and stop losses and all that stuff. But overall, I think you'll learn a thing or two on how things like this occur, why they occur. And again, if you're looking at BLNK, as you can see here, if we take like a replay tool, get the big volume spikes out of the way, it's going to show you the volume profile a little bit better, right?
Oh, look, it looks almost exactly the same as AMC.
During the right side of this accumulation, you'll see
pump
on this
and a dump
region here, there's very little volume, right? Supply volume is diminishing. It's going down, right? And you're creating higher lows. So when you're starting to see volume picking up, what does one of my good buddies say? Don't piss against the stream, right? So if the volume is there, if it's harmonic, if the price is pushing up with good volume and you're going short, you're probably going to get wrecked. I mean,
yeah, but just wait. Literally, just fucking wait a few days.
Yeah, help, right? Just an example. And the other way is the same. If the price, oh my god, if the price
looking at
is
2020,
and you're going long,
how is that relevant?
Distributed on, right? Just wait for the boom. Jeez, look at the volume coming in. Whee. Yeah. So just examples of what I teach. But that's all I got to say. AMC was in a downtrend for the last week, and some volume starting to come in. You're starting to see a breakout, possibly. Bull scenario would be not tomorrow, Monday or next week. You see some bullish momentum, and you start testing $6. Bearish would be you break back into the wedge, and then you'd probably go fill the gap at $4, maybe even lower. So bullish and bearish scenarios. I'm going to keep my eye on the volume. Look at the price, then look at the volume. If it's going down off low volume, it's probably not a real move to the downside. It's probably just a liquidity pull to grab more shares cheaper, in my opinion. Okay, hope you guys enjoy that. Hope you are learning a little bit on how to analyze volume.
Yeah, we learned so much. Okay, let me get this. Let me bring this other thing in here. So I want to talk about groupthink. real quick. Um, I do have a somewhere. Ha ha, there it is. So I think a lot of people are familiar with this concept, but maybe not everybody. And you know, so Mm. And I also realized that like pretty much literally everything that's going on is also pretty prominent theme in most of George Orwell's writings, particularly 1984. But anyway, um, I just thought, we were talking about this earlier over in finance chat, and you know, I thought it was interesting, so I started looking into it and just threw this together. So, but we're talking about a thought pattern that is characterized by things like self-deception, manufactured consent, conformity to group values, conformity to group ethics. This is from a Merriam-Webster definition. And then Irving Janis, who wrote the seminal work on groupthink, I think he actually coined the term. I believe that was in 1972, and then there was another writing or book or paper that came out in 82. But Irving Janis is, I suppose, the father of groupthink. And his definition was a mode of thinking that people engage in when they're deeply involved in a cohesive in-group, when the members striving for unanimity, I always have to make sure I'm pronouncing that right, unanimity, override their motivation to realistically praise alternative courses of action. In other words, they do ape. It's ape, the ape retail investor, basically. That's what I'm kind of arguing here. Um, so yeah, they have a cohesive in group. Members are striving for unanimity, so they want this unanimous, nobody's selling, everybody's buying and holding, etc. This overrides of any motivation to realistically appraise anything, really, not even just alternative courses of action, but realistically appraise anything. So it's really kind of interesting. Um, so then Janus goes through some symptoms, what he calls symptoms of groupthink. What's the picture of rants? Okay, let me see if I can find it. Oh, you know what? I know I can find it. Duh. I'll find it. I gotta find it, but let me see if I can. Let me find it, and then I'll find it. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Okay. One screen again today, so here it is, though. That's the picture of Morant's rants that's been going around the internet. My question is, why in the hell? Who in the hell uses a broom and dustpan anymore these days? Let me sell you a ride-on floor sweeper, Rants, and hit me up. If you have 12 grand lying around, or your company does, Costco, why are you doing this by hand? I don't know, whatever. Maybe that's how they keep the prices so low. They pay somebody to do things by hand. I don't know. So this is what got him all hot and bothered, I guess. It says I love how it says Marantz. That's his name. His name tag says Marantz. Marantz. Is that his first name, or is it like Jose? Or oh, I better not say that. I might get accused of being racist. Okay, that's the picture. I don't give a fuck tonight. So, and it's Ron's fault. Um, and I will tie in the voice chat in a little bit here, so you all can take over. um, but some of these, so all of these, pretty much all of them actually, these symptoms of groupthink, they're so applicable to this phenomenon of meme stocks, AMC, GameStop, whatever. So he breaks it down to three types. So type one is overestimation of the group. And we've seen this over and over and over. The illusion of invulnerability, excessive optimism, and extreme risk taking being encouraged. I mean, hello, apes. Belief in the group's inherent morality, inclining the members to ignore the ethical or moral consequences of their decisions. I mean, how many times have we heard that? Short sellers are evil. We're saving the market, basically. So, overestimation of the group's abilities. And then type two being closed mindedness. I mean, and you can see how these three things combined are just absolutely destructive to anything productive. It's a destructive productiveness, closed mindedness, collective rationalization. I mean, all you have to do is go on Reddit. You see all these things happening every day. Collective rationalization in order to discount warnings or other information that might lead the members to reconsider their assumptions. I mean, wow. Stereotyped views of enemy leaders as too evil to warrant genuine attempts to negotiate or as too weak or stupid to counter whatever risky attempts are made to defeat their purposes. Stereotyped views of enemy leaders like, oh, Ken Griffin, uh, Doug Sifu, Jim Cramer, etc. And then the third type, pressure toward uniformity, self-censorship of deviations from the apparent group consensus, minimizing each member's, uh, well, reflecting each member's inclination to minimize to himself the importance of his doubts and counter arguments. So people have doubts, they have counter arguments internally, conflict, but they are self censoring themselves and not bringing them up. And I can remember back in 2021 in April, May, when I was hanging out on Reddit and I would see some of the garbage that was posted and I would reply and say, hey, this is garbage. I mean, in the nicest, most professional, Scotty way that I could. And you just get completely destroyed. You get completely destroyed. Nobody wanted to hear counter arguments. Are you kidding me? No. So what happened? What did I do? I stopped bringing things up. I stopped commenting. I censored myself. Shared illusion of unanimity. I love this illusion of unanimity. It's an illusion. It's not unanimous. It's an illusion of unanimity concerning judgments conforming to the majority view, partly resulting from self censorship of deviations, augmented by the false assumption that silence means consent. Donald Trump. Silence is not consent. Direct pressure on dissenters. That actually is not supposed to be right there. Direct pressure on any member who expresses strong arguments against any of the group's stereotypes. Yes. Illusions or commitments, making clear that this type of dissent is contrary to what is expected of all loyal members. This also very much overlaps a lot of the cult characteristics we've looked at over the couple years that we've been doing this. And then finally, the emergence of self-appointed members who protect the group from adverse information, Tony Franzetti, that might shatter their shared complacency about the effectiveness and morality of their decisions. I mean, yeah, wow. I feel like all of these things hit right on, right on. It is a zero fucks night. Let's see. Yeah, easy on Kenny. He'll kill the stream again. That's true. The mob mentality. Yep. Um, Charlotte's here. Hi. Thinking about getting back into ape. Why? Why? Okay. So here's 7 symptoms of defective decision making. I love this too. You you know what your problem is, Rico? You have defective decision making. Yeah, you're screwed up. You got a defect. Can we send you back for a different one? Incomplete survey of alternatives. Yeah, it must be, the only reason price goes down is naked shorting. We know that. No, because nobody's selling. How about an incomplete survey of objectives? What are we even here to do? Is it to make money? Is it to change the world? Somewhere in between. I mean, I don't know. First they say you're crazy, then they try to fight you, and all of a sudden you wake up in prison. Failure to examine risks. Failure to examine risks. It can't go down. Meme stonks only go up. Failure to reappraise rejected alternatives, which is interesting because we're starting to see some of this retroactive DD. I saw a video on the list there from CSI saying, what exactly is APE? We know what APE is. I mean, hello, poor information search. Need I even say more there? Or selective bias in processing information and failure to work out a contingency plan. Contingency plan. I mean, for my money, this is kind of pretty much what's going on here, at least, in terms of this aspect. So, symptoms of defective decision making. And we've looked at critical thinking and stuff before too. A lot of overlap. So then this is all from Janice here. Janice has 9 recommendations to avoid groupthink. I mean, we can pretty much guess what these are going to be. Stuff like each member, everybody being critical and evaluating what's going on. Now, at the end of the day, investing is not a team sport. Trading is not a team sport. So when they say group here, they're talking about an organization. It's organizational leadership. But the group being retail investors, I suppose. Um, in an open climate of giving and accepting criticism should be encouraged. So not only should you accept criticism and give criticism, it should be encouraged by leadership. How backwards is that compared to what's happening now? What's happened the last 2 years? Being impartial and refrain from stating personal preferences at the outset of discussions. I mean, sometimes I say, I don't want to give my opinion on something because I don't want to influence anyone in either direction. When at the end of the day, I know all I've got is an opinion. So it's my opinion. Why should it, your first impressions matter. So if I come on here and say, yeah, XYZ is a great stock, people might be more inclined to remember that I initially said, hey, it's a great stock, even if I go on to talk about downside risks. Um, Multiple groups with different leaders to work things out in parallel. And we kind of have that too. But the problem is all the leaders descended from the Kansas Five, and then so it's a long family tree of fuckery. Um, Split groups into subgroups. Okay, members of the group should privately discuss issues, bringing in outside experts, to challenge the views of the core members. I mean, this is something that I always thought like at some point, somebody might approach me or us here and say, you know, well, we don't agree with what you're saying, but we want to talk to you anyway. And will you come on our show or channel or whatever so we can have a discussion about this? And it never happened. Of course, it never happened. But I mean, we've encouraged the apes to come here. We will engage with them, let them on the live stream. They don't do that either. So what does that tell you? Not only do they not talk to outsiders from their group, they're not interested in having, they're not even interested in coming to an outside group. There should be one or more devil's advocates during every group meeting. One or more devil's advocates always. Um, Reconsidering things. Who reconsiders things in second chance meetings? I mean, what do they think? People actually care? Okay. So let's pause there with this and just kind of let that digest, I suppose, this idea of groupthink. and see if we can spot this in any of the media that we are looking at. So let's pop back over to the media browser. There we go, media browser. Hi, Lynn. Now, Lynn, don't you're 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 missing the point, I think. Okay, I'm not even sure what you're talking about, but um, second chance is reconsideration. Um, I don't know what is meant by that. Second chance meetings. So this is in an organizational context. Decision is made. We're going to have another meeting where we're going to reconsider it before taking the decision public. That's what's meant. I don't know if you have a criticism with that or what, but um, anyway, there it is on there. But so the point is reconsidering things. And I didn't write this. I copied this and I pasted it. So I am immune to criticism on this because I didn't do it. But point is, think about things, look at other alternatives. Don't fall victim to groupthink. Okay. So what exactly is an ape share? I don't know, but Scavenger can tell us why ape was created. So let's see what we got.
What is going on? Just wanted to make this quick video and talk about why ape was originally created, okay? Something that a lot of people forget is why we needed ape, okay? If it wasn't for ape, AMC would probably not be here today unless somebody would have loaned them more money and created more debt. But a lot of, people are coming out of the woodworks, talking.
Lynn, did you come in during the middle of what we were talking about by any chance? I'm not quite sure that you're on the same page here. But anyway, uh, I'm I don't think that we are. I think well, anyway. Yeah, I don't think so either. We were talking about groupthink. Talking about groupthink. Anyway, I'm gonna let Scavenger continue here.
A lot of, people are coming out of the woodworks, talking about how Adam Aaron screwed everybody and ape destroyed shareholder value. Guys, I understand because I'm a shareholder of AMC too and ape of how frustrating it is. When this whole debacle even started, if you guys remember, it was a 1-for-1 ape through a form of dividend, right? So if you had a share of AMC, you got a share of ape. And I don't know if you guys remember that day when that happened. I have videos all the way back of talking about what happened. But you guys remember like how difficult it was for brokers to even get retail investors the ape? AMC released the same amount of ape as they had legal shares issued, right? They distributed 516 million or whatever it was ape units, and it was supposed to hit our accounts, within a day, but some brokers took weeks to deliver ape to people. And we need to remember that AMC, the ape go through the DTCC. Like there's a big thing that happens in between AMC and getting into our accounts, right? There was a big debacle. It should have been as simple as a 1-for-1, but brokerage firms, we didn't get our ape yet. Well, what do you mean you didn't get it yet? This was a big deal. And like I said, a lot of people have come out of the woodworks. Adam Aaron screwed us with ape, blah, blah, blah. Like, guys, we have to remember that, myself included, we didn't allow AMC to raise cash in 2021 because we thought the short, it was going to destroy the short squeeze back then. So they didn't raise cash, and shorts doubled, tripled down
Oops.
on their position, because the
Whoopsie.
reality is we're a company that's losing money, and shorts know that. Um, you know, the one thing we have going for us is that retail
He's a grifter,
investors own
Charlotte.
the float.
That's
I
all
mean,
there is
that
to
hasn't
know.
changed, and that's
That's all you need to
really good.
know. He's a grifter. I mean, this is my kind of one of my tests. What, do I sense any conviction? Do I sense any real honest conviction and not even belief or faith, but conviction? No, I feel absolutely nothing from this guy except the need to go take a shower after watching him and listening to him. But um yeah, I just I'm not getting any passion. Not getting it. I'm not getting any passion from this guy. Um Go over some of his comments. No, voters aren't very happy with him. Okay.
But we need to remember that, again, if AMC wouldn't have released ape, we probably wouldn't be here today. That's just the reality. And the reason ape was our only option is because, again, we wouldn't allow AMC to raise capital in any other way. And them putting out a preferred unit like they did with ape was voted on a long time ago, way before we even got into this play, okay? So looking at it now, obviously the whole situation with ape was really upsetting, because we got it, and what happened immediately? Well, Wall Street shorted and manipulated the hell out of ape and drove it down. As soon as we got the dividend, which, you know, forced AMC to have to dilute more to
Disingenuous
raise
is
less
perfect.
cash. Like, that sucks. But we all know why they did it. You know, we all know why
Hey,
Wall Street did what they did.
if we could create a parallel fork of the universe back in August and run some test comparisons, compare and contrast, what and I haven't really thought of this, and this is a hypothetical, rhetorical question. What would have happened to AMC if we could fork reality back then and not have ape? The price of AMC was like $20 or something, right? Well, I can just look. I have something I can look on. Um, oh God, yeah, it was. Well, 15, 16. It was 20 back in March of last year. Um, so there's that. That's the ape. Then here's where the ape came out, right? Somewhere here. Wasn't it the 22nd? So I guess my question is, or my thought experiment is, what would have happened? Would AMC have gone down by the same amount? Like here's the combined ape and AMC chart. So could we assume that AMC would have followed this same pattern? Because at the end of the day, AMC and ape, I mean, yeah, oh yeah, the arbitrage play. How's that working out, Chanos? Um, what are we on? AMC. Okay, so we need to compare with ape. Because at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, there are some times when they do go opposite ways, but really they were both going down. So, which means that the stock would have gone down anyway. If both AMC and ape are going down, that means that AMC equity in general is going down. So I say it doesn't really matter what happened with ape. They would have done the same thing, in my opinion. Kind of put him up there with Trey. Well, based on some of the recent photos I've seen of Trey, holy shit. I don't, I'll never understand that guy. That's the face of someone that needs a friend and not someone to take any advice from. Yeah. I mean, that's true. That is true. Why do you think I don't show my face on here? They'd only be bitching about lack of popcorn in Walmarts. Hey, at least it's on sale at my Walmart. It's already marked down. I can't believe that. It's already marked down. More dilution means lower prices, which means more shares to buy, which means the shorts are screwed. Oh, or something.
Did, and it's because they're short against AMC. They're already manipulating AMC, so why wouldn't they manipulate the only way AMC could raise cash too, and manipulate the equity that AMC needed to use? So, AMC has gotten themselves into a, better financial situation now. But again, we need to remember that if it wasn't for Ape, you guys, we wouldn't be here. We would have been out of cash, right? Or in a very, very, very scary financial situation.
I'm not really sure I agree with that either. I don't think I do. I mean, how much debt did AMC eliminate with Ape? How much operating capital did they raise with Ape? I don't know off the top of my head. Somebody here might. I don't think Ape changed anything. Personally, I don't think it changed a goddamn thing. It's a smoke and mirrors move. And, well, anyway, okay, let's keep going.
Remember that when, you have YouTubers like the Marine AMC who comes out here and, lives a fantasy thinking we could survive forever off the cash we have, and, thinking AA was to help, or, Ape was to help the shorts, guys. Like, no, you need cash to survive. And the reality is, we're in a cash problem right now. And again, for the short squeeze to happen, I want to keep repeating this on the videos so people don't get bent out of shape, but we don't need to be out of debt for a short squeeze to happen. We don't need to have a profitable.
Well, that's good
for a short
because you won't be out of debt, nor will you have a short squeeze. So
happen. In my opinion, I just believe we need to have a secured future to solidify that we're not going bankrupt, because we can't stand here right now and say AMC's not going bankrupt, because it's completely possible.
Ooh, that's change. That's different.
The right steps that it could go bankrupt. Okay, so
he's taking the stance that, hey, wait a minute, we can't say that AMC's in the clear yet. I mean, isn't this the same guy that was saying the short thesis was dead just a few short months ago? Mm.
and I'm not trying to say they're going to go bankrupt or anything like that.
He's trying to set himself up for his next move. He's planning for the future. He wants to stay on YouTube. He wants to retain his 10,000 subscribers. I mean, I would too if I had 10,000 subscribers. I would want to retain them. I think he's setting up for a pivot.
But I'm trying to be as real and raw and as possible. Again, I am bullish on this play, or I wouldn't be in it. I do believe a Moass can happen with this play, but it's very strange to me that we've been in this descending wedge for over 2 years now, since AMC ran to $72.
That's because it's not a descending wedge.
It's about to break. What we have shills coming out of the woodworks, trying to scare people into selling. I just find that very ironic, and it doesn't surprise me that AMC's in a rush.
There's an example of that is 100% groupthink right there. 100%. They say, oh, the shills are coming out of the woodwork trying to get people to sell. No, they're not. No, they're not. Nobody cares. Especially somebody like me. What the fuck would I care if somebody sells their shares or not? I don't give a fuck. Go buy 1,000,000 fucking shares of Ape tomorrow. I don't care. Sell all of your Ape tomorrow. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. And also, just doesn't matter in general. And I mean, if you want to be real about it, it probably is a good idea to do, just because it's not at zero yet. But I mean, come on. Letting himself go. His eyebrows and mustache used to be perfect. Yeah, I noticed that his hair is really um, scraggy, long here around his ears and stuff. He was wearing a different hat on the last video, and it's all. But yeah, he looks much more unkempt. He also looks like he gained some weight. Maybe he's actually, maybe he went and got a job. Now he's eating. I don't know, but he's not a werewolf of London.
Rush to be able to have the capabilities to raise cash because they have retail investors that a majority care about AMC as a company, you know, even though we're in this for a short squeeze. So obviously for AMC, they want the retail investors that care about the company to get this vote through. So that way there, when AMC does run and the squeeze is over, they can still dilute their shares, because if institutions get a hold of the shares and continue shorting it, they're never going to get a vote again to allow AMC to raise capital for their future. So I know it's easy to be selfish and, you know, just say I'm in this for a squeeze and not care. But, you know, AMC employs a lot of people, and, you know, just being a good human.
Who fucking cares? I mean, seriously, who fucking cares? I mean, I know he doesn't care. I know I don't fucking care. That is not, that is the furthest thing in my mind when I'm thinking about, I'm going to go into the stock market so I can personally make money. Well, that company employs a lot of people. No, nobody fucking cares. You know what? They do employ a lot of people at $10 fucking an hour. That was in 2021. Maybe it's more now. I remember. We looked it up. I looked it up, showed it. AMC was hiring in my area, $10 an hour. Great. Awesome. That's a shit job with a shit wage. It's a shitty job at a shitty company with a shitty wage. So in that sense, I say they should go bankrupt. If you can't afford to employ people at a living wage, fuck you. Okay? Basically, fuck off. You don't deserve to be in business. And that's not for just AMC. That's for anything, anybody. You can't afford to pay people living wages, and you engage in all these bullshit. Oh, we're going to give you 28 hours, so you're not technically full time. No bennies. Fuck you. Right up the ass. No, that's bullshit. Meanwhile, the CEO gave himself a raise, all these bonuses. No. So that's why I say it doesn't matter. I don't care. I do not care about the jobs. People would be better off getting fired from AMC, going to a real place of employment, quite frankly. But in terms of trading and investing, if you sit there and worry about people's jobs, you will never be successful. I mean, I cannot believe this is like whoever bemoaning, oh, the pension funds, oh, they're ruining the pension funds. Fuck the pension funds. What do I fucking care about the pension funds? Would Adam Smith have said, oh, worry about the pension funds when you are, going about your market activities? No, absolutely not. He would have said, fuck the pension funds and fuck the jobs. I guarantee it. We're going to look at that here in a minute. Almost done.
I think it's important to, make the good decisions for AMC's future, aside from just being so selfish and thinking about us for the now, right? So just my thoughts on it. Hopefully that makes sense. I'll see you on the next video.
Oh, that came up faster than I thought. Mouthful of food, of course. God, this guy right here, I cannot wait until this guy gets squeezed out like the zit that he is on this fucking social media site. Data fucking zero. But I want Uncle Frank. Welcome to Uncle Frank Finance, to my channel. I'm not a financial advisor.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to Trading and Market Updates. This is Uncle Frank, and I'm not a financial advisor, nor is any of the content to be construed as financial advice. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. Please remember to hit the like button if you enjoyed the presentation, and be sure to subscribe to the channel so you're alerted when I have new information to share. So now let's get into the latest updates. Hey, welcome back everyone. For those new to my channel, it would be helpful to explain my theory on the AMC and ape trade. This is not financial advice, and I am not a financial advisor. I will never tell you to buy, sell, or hold any security or cryptocurrency. However, I assert that the predatory short hedge funds have not covered yet and will remain short and persist in all their activities until they're forced to cover. I believe covering for many of them would be a catastrophic event, and that certain agencies will actually assist them using tactics as extreme as removing the buy button and or misusing halts to protect them from spikes in stock price or a short covering event. I have no confidence.
I mean, I'm confident that Uncle Frank has proof of this. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So where's the proof? Now, the reality is we don't know who is short on anything. We don't have a fucking clue unless they tell us. And they don't have to tell us. So that's number one. Number two, predatory short sellers. What does that even mean? What does that mean to be a predatory short seller? Is that like being a sexual predator where you're lurking behind the trees by schools, which at least I'd say 3 to half a dozen of these AMC influencers are not legally allowed to do? Um, like good old scav, predatory short seller. I don't know. Covering would be catastrophic. Yes, because it would be absolutely devastating to have to cover a stock at $5 that you shorted at 8. I mean, that's pretty much all of my thoughts up to this point. All right.
Any regulator or agency is coming to help us in the face of all the manipulation, not the SEC, FINRA, DTCC, LULD committee, the DOJ, the Treasury, or the Fed. I would only add, the financial media will continue to pretend nothing nefarious is going on at its best and will actually persist in planting hit pieces against the company at its worst. I also discount any theory that just returning.
Well, if you're biased, then you may interpret an article that brings up something not so flattering as being a hit piece. But out here in the real world, we're able to evaluate evidence, think critically about it, and say, oh, does this article state facts? Can I verify these facts in other sources? Yes? Well, then it's not a fucking hit piece. I'm so sick of that. I am so sick of that. So if somebody writes a news article about a shooting in my town, is that a hit piece? No, it's a statement of fact. This happened. Now, you can not like that it happened, but nonetheless, it happened. Oh,
To profitability or pre-pandemic
hit
levels
piece.
of performance for AMC will force the shorts to cover, and I would point to GameStop as a prime example to support this claim. I also believe as long as Morgan Stanley is the worst. I also discount any theory that just returning to profitability or pre-pandemic levels of performance for AMC will force the shorts to cover, and I would point to GameStop as a prime example to support this claim. I also believe.
I mean, the reality is this stock got way overvalued. It ballooned out. It took off. It exploded. And some people who bought in and contributed to that price pressure upward have not taken a profit on it. I mean, many didn't. So what does a savvy trader do when they see a wildly overvalued stock? What does conventional trading wisdom tell you to do? It tells you to go short. Period. End of sentence. Conventional trading wisdom tells you that is an overvalued stock. I'm going to borrow some overvalued shares and profit as it goes down because the market will not allow something to be overvalued for that long. And this happens all the time. These stocks get inflated. And they end up coming back down. So, I mean, this is not hard stuff.
As long as Morgan Stanley not only sits on our board of directors, but leads it, there is zero chance Adam Aron or the AMC management team will do anything deliberately to hurt Wall Street's interests. I would add that Adam and our board have absolutely zero interest in a short covering event or Moass, and that they deliberately downplay or ignore positive events that could spike the stock simply because even a small spike in the stock price could morph into a short covering event with cost to borrow at elevated levels, and they know a significant unknown number of shareholders will exit the stock and stop supporting the company to the degree which they are presently if there's a squeeze. And while I'm quick to praise Adam Aron and his management team for modernizing and diversifying AMC's business model, it is clear that this same team may be engaged in a scheme to bleed the company dry by paying themselves outrageous cash and stock bonuses that exceed their base salaries, all while the company has amassed $5 billion in debt, had to struggle with a crippling...
These videos are weird tonight. They're so weird. This yes-no vote thing has really, I mean, well, this is what happens. You know, these types of things, they get destroyed largely from the inside out. The internal structures break down in the cult. It's because it's not sustainable. It isn't sustainable. But this is just so weird. I mean, like, oh man, that's all I can say is weird.
And are handicapped by a severe reduction in films to display, a problem that persists to this very moment. This team sells massive amounts of our stock, and I cannot name one company insider that has actually purchased the stock over the past 5 years, with the exception of Antara.
I feel like he's talking about every corporation, basically. He's talking about the way American corporations work. Who on the board buys a fucking share? I mean,
relationship that
why
has
would
been
you?
nothing short of a disaster, with Antara even joining the list of entities shorting the stock. It is for these reasons I voted no, because I believe diluting in the manner which Adam plans to,
Here it is,
coupled with a reverse split,
no voting,
will severely punish the stockholders yet again. In contrast to the other YouTubers and Twitter personalities out there, I have actually offered a third path of direction other than the yes or no crowd's binary options of massive dilution and split or suffer an immediate bankruptcy. No, I contend that the company should devise a schedule to pay down debt tied to our performance at the box office over a specific time window. Furthermore, the goal of the plan would be to achieve...
They don't make most of their money at the box office.
That the company...
How does that make any sense?
I would also suspend cash bonuses that exceed...
That ain't never going to happen.
And suspend stock award bonuses until the company...
Yeah, watch the board. Exit stage left then. Well, that's good. Then they can appoint a bunch of apes to the board. Yeah, maybe they should have an ape on the board. Whatever happened to that idea, Al? Or whoever the hell it was.
Out of harm's way, or at minimum, until the end of 2023. For those of you that think
Look at this. SECform4.com. Wow.
Or I'm wrongly criticizing Adam Aron and the management team, I would only reply that if you visit SECform4.com, you will learn that over the past 5 years, this same team has sold over $1 billion of our stock, and that the sole purchase was executed by Antara Capital, a deal which not one ape, yes or no camp, can possibly claim was good for anyone with the exception of Himanshu Gulati.
I mean, okay, but corporations don't make decisions. Traders, investors, and market participants, institutions, they don't make decisions because it's what's best for you. They make decisions because it's what's best for them. And we're going to talk about that here in a second with the invisible hand and Adam Smith and rational choice. But I mean, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Albert Einstein famously said, if you
This guy
can't
sounds like he's old enough to be my father, quite frankly. And okay, do you actually believe this stuff? I don't know.
explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. Let's see if we
I like
can
that
meet
quote.
that standard together. Now we are going to start at micro trends, and I want to show you that we began amassing debt far
Macro trends, you mean? Macro trends?
before the
Whatever.
pandemic. This chart depicts long-term debt, shareholders' equity, and debt to equity ratio going back 10 years to 2013. Adam Aaron joined the firm in late 2015.
We've talked about
That
all of
first
this.
arrow on the top chart. You can see the following
But now
year,
Uncle Frank is
long-term
watching,
debt
creeping on our
rose
videos?
to 4.36 billion.
I
Now,
don't think so.
the WHO
I have
declared
no
a
clue, though.
pandemic on March 11th, 2020. That's the smaller arrow on the middle chart titled shareholders equity. So our debt issues began far before the pandemic arrived. According to Investopedia, the debt to equity ratio is a ratio that is used to evaluate a company's financial leverage and is calculated by dividing a company's total liabilities by its shareholder equity. Now, to be fair to Adam, during that time with that debt, we went from being the second largest theater chain in the United States and in the world to the first. And you could see in March 31st of 2018, we had a debt to equity ratio of 2.077.
Well, that's good, right?
Considered
Now you're
healthy.
number
And
one.
now it's negative 1.885, but is heading in the right
Yeah, I'm going to get to that stuff right after this video. And pop over to
My
Telegram
main
and pick up
problem,
those
guys,
things.
is in
Yes.
2020, the year of the pandemic, we were already $5 billion in debt. Hollywood would begin starving us for product, but we continued to pay outrageous bonuses to our executives. Take our CFO, for example, Sean Goodman.
Yeah,
His
we know
base
that.
pay in 2020 was $622,000, but his non-stock cash bonus exceeded that, $700,000.
We went through all this stuff. We looked and we saw that basically Cinemark's executives are not that far off. They're not. They're not that far off at all.
And $61,000. Then he was awarded $2,800,000.
This is, I mean, again, this is all groupthink.
$161,000 worth of our stock.
Wow.
Now, over the past 5 years, this same executive has sold $17,752,000 worth of stock.
You
and
would
has
have
never
too.
purchased a single share during
You
this time
also
period.
would have.
Many of our other executives have exactly the same template. Now let's revisit that same year. Our debt to equity ratio, March 31st, 2020, dropped to a negative 4.75. Now let's see if we could make this so easy a 6-year-old could understand it. Let's say you own a gas station named Boss Blunt's Gas Station, and it's worth $1 million, but you owe your creditors $4,750,000. That's a debt to equity ratio of negative 4.75. Now, this is during a pandemic, so far fewer customers are coming in. Your gas supplier has informed you your station will be receiving at least 50% less gas to sell. You've laid off everyone except the manager, who you're paying $1,000 per week or $52,000 a year. Now, under these conditions, would you pay him a cash bonus 22% higher than his entire base salary, or an additional $63,000
retroactive DD? I mean, dude, we talked about this in 2021. 2 years ago, we talked about this, about how ridiculous it was. All these bonuses, all this bullshit during 2020. In 2021, we talked about this. Retroactive DD is catching up to
pay
us.
him a stock bonus 4.5 times his base salary or an additional $234,000. Well, that's exactly what we did for many of our senior executives. Now let's add that we're in a rising interest rate environment, so the debt service payments on your gas station are only going to go up. How long could we afford to do this? Keeping in mind, we're still not getting the same amount of gas to sell that we were prior to the pandemic. Do you understand now? And in case you were wondering, our board of directors is really no different. Of course, they're earning fees and stock awards in 2020, and yet not a single buy in the past 5 years, only sells. In fact, if you add all of our AMC executives together and the board of directors, they own less than 0.5% of our stock. I guess it's safe to say they are committed sellers. And maybe that's the reason why, for the first time, we're starting to see significant drops in AMC held by all institutions. The bottom line for me is...
Hold on now. You're moving too fast here. You're showing shit and not explaining it. History of AMC Entertainment Holdings held by all institutions. Okay. And then the top blue, we have stock shares. And the number of so the number of holders is in green, and that corresponds with this y-axis, and then quantity is for shares and options, and that corresponds to the left y-axis. Okay, just had to get my bearings here. I gotta see what I'm looking at. Okay, so number of holders is in green. So we see that currently it's what? I don't know what this is. Why is there a line there? Oh, it's for this. What a weird chart. Let's just say 600 million, or I'm sorry, 600, which is about what it was before the pandemic. It's not that really that far off. Not that far off at all. So during this period, the number of institutional holders went up by 200. Okay. And then it bounced around and now it's coming back down. All right. And number of shares is mirroring that basically. And you see more put options, and you see here's 2021 is right in the middle here between 20 and 22, and then halfway in between that midpoint here is June of 2021, and what do we see? A spike in put options. Interesting. Now, if he was really good, he would have put on here the short interest, and we could compare the short interest too. I guess, you can please some of the people some of the time, right? But we told the apes that their executive selling shares was bearish. Apes ignored it. The only thing that you need to know about stock lending, Charlotte, is that you have to do your part against the apes. So turn on share lending, establish margin accounts, populate those accounts with shares, lend them out. Let's do our part to help the short sellers. I'm doing my part. All right. Enough clowning around.
The bottom line for me is we should avoid over-diluting and a reverse split and instead opt for a realistic debt reduction plan tied to top-line revenue to return the company to a healthy pre-pandemic debt-to-equity ratio.
Well, Scavenger said that won't help. Scavenger said that will not, in and of itself, trigger a short squeeze. And for once in my life, I do agree with him on that. And we've been saying that for a while too. And it's not going to erase the short thesis. I don't know why you would want it to be tied to your box office performance, because that is literally the worst metric to use, in my opinion. It's not specific to AMC. It's not most profitable arm of the business. I mean, it makes no sense.
Achieve that by halting bonuses that exceed base salaries and ending stock awards until at least the close of 2023. Also, if the current trend continues, we could catch 2019 ending the short narrative that the theaters are dead once and for all. By the end of the first quarter,
who's saying that narrative?
We had
I don't know who's saying that.
302 releases. By the end of the first quarter in 2023, we only had 185. So as we increase the number of releases, we increase our chances of catching 2019. Our average per film is up from 7.9 million to 9.3 million.
But
so
2019 was that great.
With less. And we've got a lot to look forward to. We've got The Little Mermaid, Fast X,
The Little Mermaid. Oh my
another
God.
Spider-Man. We just need management to treat us as well as they treat Antara for a change. We just need management to tighten their belt a little bit so that we could reduce our debt load. Hey, I want to thank you for watching, and please remember to hit the like button after this slide if you enjoyed the presentation.
All right. There is no point, Model 3 dude. I mean, and we're always saying that. What's the point? What's the point? There is no point, I don't think. The point is they don't have anything to say. They're desperate. I'm talking about the YouTubers. They, you know, I mean, this is some of the most pathetic shit I've seen. Let's pop over to Telegram here and look at, okay, we're going to look at, where is it? We're going to look at something. Boy, this is a complicated thing here, but I'm just going to open it. All right, so, oh, no. Why in the world did I open that? I opened the link to this stream. That was weird. Okay. Okay, so this is Syntax, Queen of the Metaverse.
I know, because.
Okay, so backstory here. I called the National Association of Social Workers. Okay, National Association of Social Workers, and was told that if I joined as a paid member, I could have access to resources to help me advocate for fair markets. I paid them the $230, and this is what happened after I explained the MMTLP story. This is not to stir up a conversation on race or the trans population. I do not stand for discrimination. This is more about my frustration of if you are not the shinny cause for social justice, you will not receive help. Shame on you, NASW. Access to financial resources is so important. This is about economic justice. Okay. I did not listen to this yet. I was waiting for this stream. And I'm just really curious now. So, Syntax talked to the National Association of Social Workers. Let's see what we got.
The NASW, if there's any, I know we have lobbying efforts. I know we've got a legal team. I just don't know if there's any support.
Well, from what I don't see how. Well, first of all, we can't give you specific legal advice, so our legal team would not be able to help.
Yeah.
But I guess I don't see how social workers, and maybe I'm missing something, how the social work practice would be involved in this, how it's affecting. I mean, yes, the people are being ripped off, but I don't see a social work issue.
The macro level. So I'm needing macro level help, not like clinician, like not micro level, but I'm talking about policies. If we're talking about corrupt politicians that are getting.
We don't really, from what I've seen here, we don't get involved in, like, unfortunately or corrupt politicians. If there was corruption and it affected the social work industry or the social workers' ability to do their job, then yes, maybe we would do it.
Well, I can't do my job because that's the thing is, so we've got Retail United. It's an activism group, and how do we send or give information or fight for fair markets or for politicians to do their job or the SEC to do their job because they're actively not. It's economic justice.
Right, I understand, but those aren't, from what I've gathered from here, is not the type of thing that we are necessarily involved in. We're more on with transgender issues, the laws changing for transgender rights, anti-racism, those type of issues that have effect on the social workers' ability to do their job, to treat their clients, because it's saying certain things that, confidentiality may not be what it was supposed to be before. Those things, nothing that we've done in the past, I believe, has focused on any of that.
Yeah, but think about it this way. We talk about vulnerable populations, right? People who have lack of access to resources.
So cringy.
If we're talking about the 1% or the half of 1%
oh my God.
that are bottlenecking the resources, that are depriving your average day person of, having access to capital through the markets. We're talking about retirement. I mean, we're talking about something that affects trans or people, minority populations or vulnerable populations. Like, I'm a military family, right? My husband's TSP. This
military
is
family
directly tied to elderly.
What is that?
The geriatric, the
military family. Yes, you're a marginalized population because you're a military family.
Yeah, and I understand that, but not from. I mean, if you want, you can write up a proposal. I can hand it over to someone, but I don't know.
I guess
write the proposal.
That, like, if it was a trans issue or a race issue, that you guys would be all over it. But it sounds like you're not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I totally understand that. Like, we have certain issues that we focus on and that we lobby about, because otherwise, if we were lobbying about too many things, we wouldn't have any effect.
Wow. So, I think Lynn's right on here. She doesn't really know what social workers do. She is a social worker? What? She's a social worker? Wow. Okay. Hang on a second here. Oh my God. Boy. Wow, she's a social worker. Okay, here is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Oops. Occupational Outlook Handbook. Social workers. Okay. What social workers do. Social workers help people prevent and cope with problems in their everyday lives. Work environment. Social workers are employed in a variety of settings, including child welfare and human service agencies, healthcare providers, and schools. Need a bachelor's or master's degree. Job outlook, yada, yada, yada. And that's very general. Help people prevent and cope with problems in their everyday lives. But they don't mean investing and finance. And, this is a very basic definition, very basic way to look it up. But shouldn't somebody who's actually in this field know that and more? Wow, that's shocking. Let's see. And we do have some other things from her here. Let's see what this is. I've been asked to lay off Pete Sessions, that he may be doing things in the background to help us. Oh yeah, I saw this earlier. Yes, he's definitely working behind the scenes to help you. There's an important saying, trust but verify. All I have to go off of right now are my experiences in Washington, D.C. The gaslighting and learning that you are the ones that brought in GU finance professor. I am trying to navigate this the best I can. Maybe you need a social worker to help you. It would go a long way if we could get a public endorsement from these politicians, particularly Pete Sessions, stating that they believe we have been defrauded and publicly calling out FINRA, SEC, brokers, and hedge funds. I mean, okay. Actions speak louder than words, but damn, your words would send a powerful message. Okay, here she is.
But I cannot trust it. And I know that sounds maybe jaded, but those are my experiences. And if I'm wrong, Pete, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. And I will apologize. I will eat crow. But this is so important. This is too important.
Borrowing the old AA saying, I see.
For me to just trust that you're doing something to help us. I need to see it. It's been almost 6 months. So please. And I apologize in advance if I need to, but please.
Please. What did you? Sounds like you overinvested, potentially by a lot, and need the stock to go up. And then there is another one here that Manny just posted in there, but we'll go here. As a social worker, I feel like I am living in a society filled with people thrown into the deep end of the pool. They lack the skills to thrive. They are injured, maybe physically, or maybe invisible mental health issues. People on the outside of the pool are fighting with one another. Ban the pool. Pools kill people or have the right to have pool. Pools kill people or people have the right to have pools. I am just over here begging them to throw the people a life preserver. People need help. That's not really Citadel. No. Hmm. That's the video the Taliban makes. You do before they behead you in a field and record it to send to CNN. Yeah. Yeah, and Model 3 dude, 100%. Who threw them into the pool? Who threw them into the pool when there was no lifeguard on duty? You know there's no lifeguard on duty. There never is. It's the ocean. Space recording. Okay, is this the one that was in Telegram too? Or is this the one that 1 hour 19 minutes rant? I hope that's what we're looking at here. One hour and 19 minutes.
That I think anyone can take away, whether they're very familiar with market mechanics.
Let's go with 118.
Financial Services Committee. I had a very disheartening experience when I went there.
Syntax. This is her.
Well, I met with Pete Sessions. At first, I thought it was a great experience. It was what I believe was more of a PR stunt. I guess the jury's still kind of out.
Really, you think it was a PR stunt, huh?
But he brought me in. It was basically a photo shoot, but I thought that we took a picture because he's got this great view of the Capitol, and I thought, okay, this could commemorate the beginnings of our collaboration.
I mean, how? All right.
And working to clean up the corruption in the market. But then it became clear that he was not.
How could people be this naive?
Going to be speaking to me. So I was kind of shuttled off to Tucker. I don't know if it's his lead staffer, but he's the person that works with the financial services portion. And it became very clear to me almost immediately when I began talking to Tucker. We spoke for about 45 minutes. And I was trying to tell him our story and our timeline, and he was getting very confused. It was hard for him to understand the concept of counterfeit shares, but he kept.
Oh, he was confused. Well, that's either because he's a moron or you're a moron. And the shit that you're talking about makes no sense. Now, I'm willing to concede it's probably both. Probably both. I mean, politicians are not the sharpest bulbs in the pack. But, yeah. And 100%, he was definitely trying to fuck her. No question about that. Probably. All right. Continuing.
Going back to talking points that were strangely familiar to me, these are the talking points that we hear from what seem to be paid shills on social media, or maybe people who had short positions.
Here's the paid shill thing. Like, these people need to get over the fact that we're not paid shills. I mean, maybe there are some paid shills out there. I'd be willing to bet that if there are paid shills, overwhelmingly, they are pumping the other narrative, the actual narrative. They are pumping the narrative. If there are, I'd say more are pumping the narrative. So, you know,
positions, I'm not sure, telling us that it's okay that the shorts didn't close their positions, that maybe I'm mistaken.
How do you know that?
And basically making me feel like maybe I'm wrong or gaslighting me. And so I went away.
But maybe you are wrong. It's not even a possibility that they're wrong. This is so delusional. Gaslighting me, making me think that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are fucking wrong. Maybe you are fucking wrong. Holy fucking hell. And if you had a fucking head on your shoulders, you would operate under the assumption that you are wrong. Go straight up evidence-based with it and say, no, I'm not going to assume that I'm right. I'm going to require the evidence to prove that I am. Otherwise, what do I have? I have an assumption. Jesus Christ, this person's a social worker?
I was like, I'm so confused because
oh my God,
they had this expert that came in and told them that we're all wrong and that everything is okay and there are no counterfeit.
Bingo.
Well, it turned out, as Anna told you,
bingo.
Professor Angel, she already kind of covered some of the conflicts of interest, but unfortunately, then that meant that when he had, and Pete Sessions is the person who brought him in, he brought this individual in who actually works with FINRA, and briefed 18 members of the House and Senate committee with a 57-page slide that was calling retail investors conspiracy theorists, that there are no counterfeit shares, and that it was okay that they didn't close their positions. And the aim is to try and get NextBridge Hydrocarbons to trade publicly, not just to trade MMTLP again for reconciliation, but force this company to trade, which the main reason this company went the way it did was to basically protect these gas and oil assets. What company wants to go to the NASDAQ when you look at what happens to small cap companies and the predatory shorting that occurs? So I've got
predatory shorting
that we can discuss offline. I don't want to waste anyone's time, but this is pervasive. It's been really disheartening to find that, there's not just corruption in our markets. And we knew there was corruption in politics, but it's all intertwined and we've got a lot of work to do. But this community is willing to do the work and we're not going to stop until it's done.
Thank you, Sen. That was awesome.
That it? Oh.
Aaron, just wanted to do a time check. It's 4:50.
That was not awesome. Not awesome. Still not awesome. Trading secrets. Trader, investor, and poet. Well, the truth is like poetry. Okay, now, let's see what else we got over here. Okay, so yeah, so one of the takeaways there is that they had a professor that works as a consultant. They said there isn't anything wrong, that they're delusional, etc. So, now what is this from Ron here? Who said he just tried to fuck her? Well, that's true. That is true. That's a touche. The Five of Us Project podcast. ENZC. ENZC. Okay, we'll come back to, CEO block. Oh boy, Roger. Roger. Come on, Roger. All right.
How are you? We spoke about back at the beginning of the year. I don't know if you recall regarding your shares with ENZC. You know, I don't like to bust anybody's chops. You know, it was to my knowledge that you had not deposited your shares. That's why I reached out to you, because we're able to help those people who haven't deposited their shares, since, you know, that amendment of the SEC makes it extremely, extremely difficult for that to happen, since retail brokers won't take deposits any longer. So just let me know if you were able to deposit it, because if you did, then you definitely don't need us. But if you didn't, then you're stuck with a piece of paper that you can't liquidate. And in that case, we can make you a serious cash offer better than last time. 646-403-4195. Take care.
Ooh, I should have censored that out. Oh well. Don't call that number. That's an odd one. We're gonna have to look into that. We'll have to look into that. Okay, stocks and crypto plays. What do you got for us, Chester?
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. I'm talking about AMC stock. I have some more news. So basically, as of right now, Yahoo Finance and Chart Exchange are reporting that AMC has shares outstanding of 781 million. And they're showing a market cap of over $4 billion on Chart Exchange. And then on Yahoo Finance, they're also showing a...
Now, I'm sorry to be specific here. I'm sorry to actually use my glasses to do that one. What's that one thing? Oh, read. Sorry to be using my glasses to actually read here, but it says implied shares outstanding, 781.75 million. Float, 516.35. Shares outstanding, 519.19. But the key word here, and it is a word, implied. Implied. Well, it must not matter. Otherwise, he would have mentioned it, because he's wearing glasses too. So, all right, he's gonna explain.
$4.6 billion. Why would the market cap be so high? So if the shares outstanding were like,
because the apes are always high,
16 million in that range, the market cap should be approximately 2.7 billion with the price that it is, $5 and...
Look, this is a bank error in your favor, okay? Don't question it. The market cap is way high. Don't question it. You're saying you want it to be 5 billion lower. You're foolish. Okay? Bank error in your favor. Keep it. Keep the market cap.
But they're showing a market cap at 4.6 billion. How is that possible? I'll tell you right now how it's possible.
Prime.
There are 781 million shares outstanding. That's how you come up with a 4.61 billion market cap. That's what Yahoo Finance is saying. That's not me personally. That's what Yahoo Finance is saying.
But what do you say personally? What is your personal take on this? We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. And by the way, it does not look like it is coveralls with no shirt on underneath, Lynn. I think it's just a line here, or some kind of epaulette, maybe. Some type of stylized epaulette here, if you will. Or maybe it's just a line. One on this side too. But I think it's just a tank top. I think he's just sporting a wife beater. But that is a good observation, though. I mean, and I could be wrong. I would love to meet him in person, but in a public place. Yes, and it would, by law, it would have to be at least 1,000 yards from the nearest school.
There is a third-party data analytics company called Chart Exchange, which will give you the cost to borrow. By the way, the cost to borrow was up near 1,000%.
I'm really sensing some sass here. There's some sass that's coming through.
And now, as of today, it's down under 100%. How did they do that? And where did these shares come from? Shares outstanding, 781,747,000.
Well,
that's the data on Chart Exchange. And you ask
that's the data on Yahoo.
What about on Yahoo Yahoo Finance? What are they saying? How many shares do they say they have? Well, let me take a quick look. And yes, indeed, it is the same as Chart Exchange. The same number. Same number as Chart Exchange. 781 million. Yahoo Finance reporting it. 781 million. But Yahoo Finance is calling it implied.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
What they mean by that.
I don't know what they mean by that. There's this funny little 6 next to outstanding, though. I mean, I don't know what that means either. I don't know. I guess I just never know.
The word
You got to be kidding me.
Or not implied.
You've got to be kidding me. What a lazy fuck.
If you look at the market cap listed here,
They must be out there.
4.61 billion.
I don't know what that funny little 6 is.
That equates to
Oh my God.
shares
Give
outstanding.
me a fucking break.
Chart Exchange is showing the same thing.
This is a joke, isn't it? Oh my God. This has to be a joke.
Totally breaking down.
Oh my
on
God.
AMC.
The Matrix is breaking
It's a big
down?
Scam.
Fuck.
Can't hide the truth any longer. I've been saying this.
They can't hide it.
Also, like I said,
Oh
earlier, how did they get
my
the borrow down? It was 1,000%
God.
AMC shares. Now
Wow.
it's under 100%. How? Is it because they put
Crime.
more shares out? But
Because they
they're
put
not
crime out there.
reporting it?
That's what it is.
What is the deal?
What is the deal?
Comment below. What do you guys think about it? What do your sources say? What does your information say? Hit like.
Well,
subscribe, and
never mind my fucking information. Let's see what the information that you're looking at actually fucking says, okay? God damn it. Oh my fucking God. Here it is. Implied shares outstanding with that funny little 6 next to it. Well, guess what? Here's the footnotes. Oh my God. Like, this is 3rd grade fucking bullshit. Implied shares outstanding. Funny little 6. 781. Okay. 6. Implied shares outstanding of common equity, assuming the conversion of all convertible subsidiary equity into common. There it is, right there. Assuming the conversion of all convertible subsidiary equity into common. There it is, right there. There's a matching funny little 6. In fact, I can even do this. Look at this, color coding. I'm going to color code it. Let's go to, we can redact it. Oh, we can redact the funny little 6. Let's do that. So the redactions match, assuming the conversion of all convertible subsidiary equity into common. There you go. That's it. There you go. So just solve that mystery. Now,
notification, share the video with a friend. What do you guys think about all this? I'll talk to you soon. Have a great day.
you have to read to know what a footnote means. That's very true. Very true. Very true. It would be okay to meet him in a dark alley at midnight. Yeah, if you were driving a Model 3 and you could speed away at 0 to 6 in -4 seconds or whatever the hell it is, 0 to 60, sorry. It actually accelerates before you accelerate. It starts going before you even know you're moving, before you even know you want to move. But in my Ford Escape, yeah, no alleys, no dark places, no schools. In fact, can we just do a Zoom call instead? Can we just do a Zoom call? Okay. All right. Here's Professor Mike. Professor Mike.
I'm so proud of my daughter.
I'm going to have to redo Professor Dave Explains theme song and make it Professor Mike and make it very insulting and derogatory. Okay.
Learning how to mow it. Got this big yard. Helps me get other stuff done. Look at her go. What's going on, guys? So you're going to watch the movie here in a second in the video. Please watch it. I want you to understand I am trying to encourage everyone to raise your voices, speak up. That includes getting your objection letters together. There was over 700 of you that wrote the judge originally. But at the same time, I've been putting it out.
700.
This is when we need to be emailing. I've put it before, the email to that Bloomberg Law guy. He did the article on Adam Aaron suing the insurance companies. But any of these people, James O'Keefe, Project Veritas. James O'Keefe was the one that was a part of them. Now he's on his own. Guys, if you raise your voices, if you continue to speak out, if we compound the payment, that send email after email after email, nonstop, they cannot eventually ignore us, okay? If anything,
what?
On their database,
oh, really?
In their emails, anybody else you can think of, if you got emails for other reporters as well, get those to me. I will spread them. I will get those emails out there because somebody has to pick up this story.
Yeah.
What is happening?
You will spread your ass cheeks so that they can, just a tip. I think we've gone beyond just a tip now.
They've ignored it for way too long. They make it off to be a joke called the meme stock movement, when in reality,
it is a joke.
In reality, we all believe different, unless we are all wrong. So you need to raise your voices, guys.
Unless they're all wrong. Now that can't be. That can't be. But what we have here, friends, what we have here is a clear case of groupthink. And actually, groupthink is quite generous because there ain't no thinking going on here. None. But, I mean, unless you're all wrong. Well, 4.1 million hardworking Americans could never all be wrong, could they? No, they couldn't. 6 million Americans could be wrong. 10 million. I don't give a fuck. 100 million. The more people there are, the more likely it is to be wrong. And put another way, bigger the lie, the more they believe. So, are you all wrong? Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, you know what? Yeah, I am. Yeah, you're all wrong.
Please watch the rest of this video and you understand.
Oh my God.
It is possible if you put your energy into it. And writing an email is easy. You understand?
Yeah. And it does nothing. Isn't that funny how those two things go together? Writing an email is easy. And it's more disposable than a piece of junk snail mail. So ease versus effectiveness. It's almost like, I don't know, as it gets easier, it's less effective or something. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe unless we're just all wrong.
It's not a hard thing to do. I hate to say that, but it's not. And ignore the shirt if you like that guy, but I don't know about anybody that does. So tonight we're going to be doing a live stream. Hopefully you don't miss it. I'd like to see somebody come on. It's do you believe in, or do you, right here, you see it? Boom, boom.
Do you believe in magic? Yeah, FJB stands for fuck Joe Biden. I mean, that is the level of fucking patheticness that these right-wing fucking losers have sunk to. They can't even wear, I got a fucking shirt that says dump Trump. It fucking says dump Trump. And I wore it. And I will wear it again. Sure. It doesn't say DJT. It says dump fucking Trump. What a pussy. This guy is a major, giant pussy. And by the way, why? What? I mean, it's all the women that I guess Joe Biden has been convicted of, raping or whatever. What is wrong with these people? And I say, and I'm sorry to anybody who's actually a thoughtful conservative or person on the right wing. Obviously, I'm not talking to you, but these fucking idiots. I mean, clearly, at least seemingly clearly, is there a correlation between their deranged political beliefs and their deranged stock market beliefs? I don't know. But it's pretty interesting to me that you have a group of people who insist that they won against the short sellers. They insist that they actually won. Now, the count doesn't reflect it. No, but we actually did. Well, they'll control it until they're not able to control it anymore. These are the same idiots who went around saying, no, Donald Trump didn't lose. No, Joe Biden didn't win. It's a lot of the same people. I don't know, just noticing things here. But yeah, FJB is for PUSSYEs, pussies. What the fuck is that?
Do you agree with the
Give me
settlement
some
or not?
fucking break.
We're going to live stream that. Hopefully you guys
What a
can
little
come up on the
bitch.
screen and talk with me. But anyway, watch the rest of this video to the end and understand you can do it. You can do it. Now do it. How about
expanding the library? Get some new.
Nope, not happening. I'm not playing this on here. I'm not going to get a copyright strike from that idiot. Nope, not happening. Not happening. Not happening. Oh my God. Okay. It's probably a good time to pivot back to the old PowerPoint. Okay, so we talked about groupthink. We talked about this, thought patterns characterized by self-deception, forced manufacture of consent, conformity to group values, right? Motive thinking people engage in. They're deeply involved with the cohesive in-group. And when they say deep, they mean deep. Members striving for unanimity. Love that. Striving for unanimity. They override their motivation to realistically appraise alternate courses of action. So that striving, that desire for it to be unanimous overrides any motivation to consider alternatives. This is what we're talking about with groupthink. Okay, now let's move down here to this. An alternative. I call it an alternative. It may be an alternative. It may be, can coexist. Maybe one is an evolution of the other. They stole the election, removed the buy button, and bankrupted our favorite company. Yeah, I know, they did. I mean, thanks, Obama. I mean, really, if we want to, why are they blaming Biden? Clearly, it's Obama's fault. Barack Hussein Obama. Okay, Allah Akbar. An alternative, the rational choice theory. Okay, so this theory, this model, states that individuals, and we call them rational actors, tend to use rational calculations to make rational choices and achieve outcomes that are aligned with their own personal objectives. And when I think about this, I think of somebody like Manuel or Model 3 dude. They're using rational calculations to make rational choices to achieve outcomes that are aligned with their personal objectives. In other words, they're successful, quite frankly. Okay, and it's also associated with maximizing an individual's self-interest, which seems to be the same, but it's not quite necessarily. What's best in one's best interest may or may not be the same thing as their objective, right? Could be. So it would be expected to result in outcomes that provide people with the greatest benefit and satisfaction. Makes sense. But it turns out that it is thought that when individuals are making rational choices, when rational actors are using rational calculations to make rational choices that are aligned with their own personal objectives and self-interest, by doing that, by everyone doing that, that these factors are also beneficial to the economy as a whole. And this is really interesting. The notion that through the act of through the act of rational actors making these rational calculations and choices that are in their own personal best interest, by virtue of that, everybody doing that, it actually benefits society and the economy as a whole, which is kind of a powerful thing. This is Adam Smith. So he had this metaphor, the invisible hand, for the unseen forces that influence a free market. And it suggests that rational actors acting with their own self-interest in mind can actually create benefits for the economy at large. And this is basically the basis of our system. And, for better or worse, it's worked pretty well. It has worked pretty well. So through the freedom of production, as well as consumption, the best interests of society are fulfilled. And if you think about it this way, it makes sense, right? Freedom of production, freedom of consumption, People want to consume something. So somebody has to produce it. Supply and demand. I mean, it's beautiful. So that constant interplay of individual pressures on market supply and demand causes these natural movements of prices in the flow of trade. This exporter has this good that we need to import. The market, based on how much supply, how much demand, is going to naturally equilibrate to some market price, and that's going to influence the flow of trade from here to there. Beautiful, really. Is it perfect? It's not perfect. So people are not always able to obtain all the information that they would need to make the best possible decision. We know that. And if you're like Donnie George and you think that the data that they released to us is false, meant to give us a false impression of the market so that you can make bad trading decisions, I mean, how fucking cracked out is that? They intentionally give you false data so that you can be influenced and make bad decisions and give them your money. Now, I say I don't need false data in order to make bad decisions. I don't need false data. I could have the best data and still make the shittiest decision. Okay. Um, let's see here. Everyone gets to do everything, and no one should impede that flow of things I want to me. I'm sensing some snark there. But I don't think it's always such a selfish thing. I don't think that, you know, I want to work in this field. I want to work in this field because I think that this is, it's interesting to me. It's interesting to me, but somebody also needs the service that I provide that I think is interesting. So, um, maybe it's a lack of cigarettes. You know, Lynn, you would be a prime candidate for a vape. You ever thought about that? It's quite satisfying. Well, give me your address. I'll send you something. Don't put it in the do not like vapes. Well, then I can't help you. So we don't always have we don't always have all the information. We don't always have the best information. But we kind of we make the best decision that we can with the information we have. And so, it's impossible to know all alternatives or the consequences that would happen as a result of all alternatives. It's not, realistically, it's impossible, right? But we do the best we can with what we have, and that's really all we can do. And at least in terms of this, it seems to work. Now, seems to work for most people, for a lot of people, for society, yada, yada, yada. Is it perfect? No. Is there something better? Probably. Do I know what it is? No, I have no clue. Doesn't mean to say that there's, that it's the best. But anyway. Excuse me. Indigestion. Okay. So that's the middle ground, what I call middle ground, bounded rationality. So we can be rational within a bounded area of thought and information. And maybe that's more realistically what we have, rather than a truly irrational, informed, fully informed feel. Okay, but it's easy to see how something like this, individuals using rational calculations to make rational choices that are aligned with their own objectives could be taken to an extreme. Could be taken to an extreme. It could be taken to a selfish, greedy extreme. And then, I say, you're back at the top here. You're back at groupthink. You're back at get rich quick. you're back at, cult thinking. Okay. So I thought that was interesting in terms of the ape thing, meme stocks, and there is some, oh, by the way, too, I do have, well, I don't have the links um, in the description, but just to show that I did use sources and citations here, and just a couple this an academic research, an academic source, some investing blog, and Investopedia. So I tried to at least make it evidence based to that degree. All right. Now see that Al from Boston has something he wants us to see. Did you see Teddy Zane was doing dry pour concrete videos? And I don't understand what in the fuck. How can anybody think that that's a good idea? I don't know. Dry pour concrete. Anyway, yeah, let's pour the whole bag in first and then spray with a hose because that's how concrete works. All right.
I'm from Boston. Let's kick it off, guys.
Let's
hey,
kick
I
it
just
off.
filed some new motions. I want to talk to you about it. Motion to compel production of sealed documents. What does that mean? Okay, Adam Aaron has been involved in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cases, and all of them mysteriously were sealed. Why was that? We got some of the stuff, but we didn't get all of it. But what I want to do is I want to establish a pattern of behavior. I want to see what else he's done in the past, what he's been convicted for, how kind of shady shit that he's done that we can use in this court. We want to seal, we want to get an indictment, subsequently through a federal court, maybe get it a referral to the Department of Justice. Who knows? But what we do want to see is what he's been hiding. And if the defense has nothing to hide, well, they'll seal. They won't even bother. They won't even do anything. They won't do a thing. But I know how they are. They're gonna fight. They're gonna find out. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be epic. So let's talk about that one first, and then actually that one's good. Now let's talk about this one. This is my motion to depose.
Give me a fucking break.
I want to depose, right? Adam Aaron, all the past and present executives from AMC since he started, members of the AMC board of directors, including
since he started,
Antara CEO Himanshu Gulati, the two Aaron boys who both apparently had positions that nobody knew about. Talk about that. Mr. Berkowitz, who is Aaron's CPA, Derek Van Zant, we know about him, Patrick Ripley, unnamed Goldman executives, unnamed Computershare executives, unnamed Broadridge financial executives, and unnamed.
Wow, look at that. He misspelled. He has a typo on finance. Boy, that's professional as fuck. Alex Matthew.
B. Riley executives. All right, guys, that's who I'm trying to depose in a court of law.
Yeah, that's not gonna do shit.
What actually happened? We're gonna depose each and every one of them. We're gonna get to the truth. I promised you once before.
You have no fucking standing whatsoever.
I'm going to get to the bottom of what happened with this stock, with these private equity guys. I'm gonna find the truth. They cannot hide forever. We will get justice. Have faith in the system. Hopefully this judge isn't crooked. Hopefully this judge is honorable. Hopefully the
faith in the system
isn't crooked. Hopefully she's honorable. And we'll be able to go from there. Guys, I am fighting. Like I said, consider joining the membership group. Cost effective. You'll see what I'm doing every day. That's all I have. Al from Boston signing out.
They have been groupthink since Kohrs and Trey showed up. Yep. Absolutely. I mean, and it goes hand in hand, part and parcel with the cult aspect that we've talked about many times. So yeah. Ed Backwater, dry pour is so lame. I don't see how it even can work, to be honest. I do not, and I like, it just seems, yeah, it seems physically impossible for it to work. Let's see. Mix your concrete in a wheelbarrow and hoe like a normal person. Damn straight. Hooked judges are lining up to screw AMC retail with no lubrication and no warning. His motion will be dismissed. I mean, I don't think it'll see the light of day at all. They probably won't even, it'll probably just be ignored. Would that be funny? How many frivolous motions can Alex file before getting reprimanded? Well, he's not even a lawyer. Wouldn't you have to be admitted to the bar pro se in order to file motions in that court? Or I don't know. I mean, I don't know. All concrete needs the cement in the mixture to be exposed to water. Right. I mean, there's a chemical reaction that's taking place in there. Poor judge may have to watch all these stupid YouTube videos. Well, I can tell you this. That would be delegated to the special master. If I were the judge, yeah, I'm going to need a second special master to handle all this social media shit. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. But yeah, we could look at Teddy Zane's dry pour video. I didn't look at it, but I just saw it. Dry pour. Here it is. I mean, look at this. He's got more than one, too. I just saw the one. This one here. Can you anchor into dry pour concrete? I mean, yeah, check out that lovely piece of cement concrete there. Fabulous. Why in the fuck would you ever do this? Seriously, why would anybody ever even think to do this? Who pays for this? I don't know. Who pays for what? My dad made me stir concrete when he put in patio wheelbarrow hose. Stir like your life depends on it, because it does. If you have a German dad, probably, especially. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Oh my God. I can't watch this. I can't watch it. Yeah, it looks perfect right after you do it. Come back in 2 days, 3 days. Like, mixing it is so... I did watch this one the other day. And it was terrible. Anyway. Dry pour concrete. Ay. Lazy motherfuckers. I don't even know if it's laziness. It's just stupidity. Well, anyway. Let's add some real brick to it. Yeah, we're going to add some aggregate. Okay. I kind of want to watch at least a little bit of Teddy's. God damn it. Dry pour fake brick. Lovely. All right, sure.
That is a rubber mat. That is a rubber stamp. We're going to do some fake brick. Yeah. That is a rubber stamp. Man, that is so cool. So all that is a rubber mat with a fake brick. And it has all these imperfections to actually make it look like real brick. Super cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to lay down. We're going to pull.
I mean, isn't that a perfect analogy for this whole thing? For Teddy Zane? You know, this, I'm going to make something that is new, but I'm going to intentionally make it look like it's old and weathered with all these imperfections, because that is an analogy for my place in the world. I think it's fitting. I think it's very fitting that he's doing something fake. Anyway.
Here, I'm going to show you how to reinforce it too, because it is going downhill. So I'm going to reinforce it with a little bit of rebar, so that puppy don't ever move. And then all right here, going downhill, we're going to do pavers. I'm going to make all my own pavers. And we're going to just set them in the grass, real nice, all the way down to the gate, so we can get out to the golf course without busting our butts. We're doing dry pour pavers. Let's go.
Can we get the 6-month update video? I mean, I'm not a concrete expert. Not by any stretch. Although there is a really great concrete engineer on YouTube that I did subscribe to. This was a couple years ago when there were some high profile concrete failures. But my God, this guy ain't it. So easy. Top with mortar.
Find center.
Man, if only.
That's all I want to do is find the center, lay it down once, compress it.
This is probably the same guy. He has those ceramic tiles that look like wood floors in his house, I bet. What do you want to bet? He's got those white, and why do they always make them white? Like pickled appearance. Long ceramic tiles that have fake wood grain on them. Like, what in the fuck? Why would anybody ever want that?
And then, from both ends, pull it off.
Needs to stick to weightlifting.
Equal weight comes off. There it is. Now just go to the other side. You see where that line is right there? We're going to start on that line, lay it down to continue it.
I love it. We're a bunch of assholes.
Press it. Same thing.
Brings up the great Big Lebowski quote. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole. No, you're not wrong, Scott. You're just a dick. I love it. All right. Oh, look. Didn't even have to use the water because it rained. No, I'm just kidding.
Try to toughen it up as best as I can just in case we get the rain.
Oh, that looks great.
The impression is still there. The water.
It did rain.
Too much to where it cracked right there, but I think that adds some character.
Oh my God.
Solid.
Nope. Nope. So that's it? Just one thing. I thought we were going all the way down to the golf course. Man, this guy's got too much time on his hands. But apparently not enough time to do concrete the proper way. Holy shit. Has he been snorting that Portland cement? All right. What is that concrete guy's name? Tyler something or other. Concrete guy. Tyler Lay. This guy's, see, subscribed. This guy's great. I think he's a professor. I think he's a civil engineer or something. He's an expert. Yeah, he's a professional engineer, PhD, whatever. But I mean, he's knowledgeable, very knowledgeable. Really interesting. Anyway, that was a rabbit hole I went down a couple years back. Anyway, I wonder if he talks at all about dry core. Now that I could look up here. And then I promise that'll be the last of the concrete. Look at that. Nope. The actual concrete guy, he's not going to waste his time on that. Are you kidding me? Okay. Tyler Lay. Well, I do have some other interesting things here. Where is it? Okay. Let me pull up this other browser. Okay, so this is something I found earlier. This is from the Bazille Law Firm. And they have MMTLP. Look at this. I didn't even see this before. They got the MMTLP outreach. Okay, but this is from 2021. It's from November 2021, right? Counterfeit shares and market manipulation on the OTC markets. There's been an abundance of discussion regarding counterfeit shares flooding the OTC markets amongst retail investors for quite some time. Okay, blah, blah, blah. What I want to get to is companies on the OTC markets are often in need of capital, and due to their circumstances, the funds they raise is, I don't think a lawyer wrote this, but anyway, generally not on the most favorable terms. One example of this is through a convertible note. Okay, convertible notes. Before getting into the rights that companies might have against lenders who hold certain convertible notes, it's important to explain how these notes may lead a retail investor to believe counterfeit shares flood the market. This is the part I found interesting. One way a lender might do this is by taking short positions against a stock with unidentified shares, i.e. naked shorting, prior to exercising a conversion under the convertible note, which would inevitably cause the share price to sink. Remember, the conversion rights under the convertible notes are market adjustable, blah, blah, blah. Okay, blah, 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 blah. It is not uncommon for millions of newly issued shares to flood the market on a weekly basis, which could potentially lead a retail investor to believe that the newly issued shares are counterfeit. While this activity is egregious, unlawful, and downright immoral, the real issue is not necessarily that new shares are counterfeit, because they do eventually come into existence. The real issue is whether the entities engaging in this conduct are doing it lawfully, as they are in the business of buying, selling, blah, blah, blah. So, all in all, the moral of the story is if you think a stock of company you own shares in is being manipulated by potentially counterfeit shares, there's a good chance the company has funding from a lender on this list. If a lender's name pops up on your company filings, there's a good chance it's because of convertible debt financing. Convertible debt financing. So, in other words, the whole point of this, and I'm not even saying that I agree with this or that it's 100% accurate, but this goes back to something that was on here on the PowerPoint from Groupthink. One of the symptoms of effective decision making is an incomplete survey of alternatives. So here's an example of an alternative. Here is an example of an alternative. I think there's counterfeit shares. Okay, but what else could it be? Well, it could be convertible debt financing. It could be. And we know that companies like Bed Bath & Beyond are involved in convertible debt financing. So you have to look at these alternatives. That's what I was trying to do and show, essentially, with that. A lot of times, there are other things. Donnie being shadow banned. Huh. Let's see what good old Donnie who. Donnie who? Donnie who? Donahue George. Big dog. Big dog. I love how childish this guy is. If MULN has no value, why is it on the threshold list? Because you don't understand what the fucking threshold list means. I'm gonna go out on a limb.
It's not financial advice,
not legal advice, entertainment, education purposes only.
My opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the subscribe button, like YouTube album stuff. I put them out. So I'm thinking see man live
data, but I'd like to tell you every day the daily release is false. Meant to give us a false impression of market. We can make bad trading decisions. Listen. There it is.
They claim that MULN has no value. They claim that it's going to zero. They putting out all these.
Yeah. Okay. It probably is. Why would you not want to short it then? Unless you think short selling is immoral and you think that your group has the morally superior high ground in that you're fighting the short sellers. Let's fight the short sellers because they're trying to destroy the company. No. And no. And no. This is the dumbest shit I have ever fucking heard.
MULN has no value. They claim that it's going to zero. They putting out all these FUD articles. But guess what? MULN is on the threshold list. And I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell MULN.
No.
But I'm telling you what this tells me. This tells me that they are selling counterfeit MULN shares.
No, it doesn't. I mean, maybe it tells you that, but it does not tell anybody who can assess an alternative. Anything like that. Everything's counterfeit. Everything's fake. The data's false. Yeah, it's everything else. Everything else is the problem. Not your dumbass. I mean, this has gotten so out of hand. I'm honestly just, I mean, fuck. Gee, it's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating. Because we could sit here and talk all night. And if it were 2021 and I had had the internet connection now that I had then that I have now, we would have been all night talking about it because what was I? I was up all night making those videos that summer. But anyway, those days are gone. Thank God. I guess. Better internet now. Job now. But we could sit here and talk all night, bring up every point. It doesn't matter. This guy is still going to sit there and just claim that it's false. He's going to claim that it's counterfeit. And, you know, we'll never change his mind. Never change anybody's mind. Probably. Doesn't matter. Not trying to. But it is frustrating that this narrative is so persistent, so pervasive, such a perversion of everything that is evidence-based. I mean, it's just, you really start to see how uninformed and clueless most people are. I'm sorry to have to say that, but I mean, if something doesn't go the way I think it goes, and I'm just talking about in general here, should your first thought be, well, you know what that tells me? That it's counterfeit, that it's fake. If that's the first fucking thing that pops into your fucking head and you have the confidence to go on YouTube and make a fucking video about it and smile like you actually know something, I'm sorry, that's pathological. That is pathological at that point. You have a deficiency. Call it schizotypal personality disorder, call it whatever the fuck you want. But this is not fucking normal. Oh, what's normal, Scott? You're not normal. No, I'm not normal. However,
they are naked shorting MULN. They are selling shares that they don't have. Why would they be selling shares they don't have of a company they claim that's going to zero?
Because they think it's going lower and they want to make money off of that because that's how fucking short selling works, you fucking idiot. You just said, you know what that tells me? Donahue, you know what that tells me? That you don't fucking understand short selling. Period. Listen to what he's fucking saying.
MULN shares. They are naked shorting MULN. They are selling shares that they don't have. Why would they be selling shares they don't have of a company they claim that's going to zero? If the company has no value and there's that nothing's going to happen with the company, why don't they just let it run? Why do they have to double down and triple down with the counterfeit shit and the criminality if the company is no good? If the
yet. Damn it. Probably better that some of that didn't come through, but what I was addressing was Charlotte's question. So every time you watch his videos, does he not make money? And I say no, he doesn't make money. Because when was the last time you saw on any of these videos that we watch, not just him, but on any of them, an ad? And ask yourself why there are no ads. And it's not because I pay for a premium YouTube or anything like that. That's all I'm going to say. But as far as I know, I am not giving anybody any ad revenue here. And if so, it's a small amount anyway. And I don't care. It doesn't really bother me because at the end of the day, it's a cost of doing business. It's a cost of, all right, I'm going to review this. I'm going to review this these golf clubs, this driver. Okay? I'm reviewing this driver, see how far I can hit a ball with it. Well, I'm going to have to go buy that driver. Or if maybe I'd be lucky enough that somebody would give me one and I could keep it. But in the real world, I'm going to have to actually go get the thing in order to test the thing. So if he's getting half a cent from me watching the video, ripping it to shreds, so be it. I don't care. It's a write-off. Does that make sense? But as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, the way that I have this set up, we don't see ads. We don't see video ads. And that's intentional, very much intentional. I mean, I'm not going to sit. I'm not going to sit here and watch a video and have to click through an ad. So now YouTube, what YouTube overlords, what was we were just discussing, that was all hyperbole, speculation, allegedly, hypothetically, supposedly, and all that happy horse shit. Doesn't reflect reality, doesn't reflect any intention on skirting any norms or conventions or any attempt to defraud anyone on or off of YouTube. One might even say it's for entertainment purposes. But no, I don't believe that he makes any money off of my views watching him. And if so, that's just me buying the golf club before I test it. Anyway, I hope I'm right about that. I mean, at least it's not coming out of my pocket.
Company has no future if the cars won't be delivered, if the technology, the battery technology isn't there. Obviously, they are afraid of MULN, and we know that the threshold list means absolutely nothing because you can be on there for 20 days, 30 days, 500 days, and the SEC does not force anybody to buy back those shares in the open market because the SEC is in cahoots with these bad actors. Yo, it's absolutely crazy what they are allowed to do. I mean, 30 months ago, had somebody told me that our stock market was so corrupt, I would have said they are lying. I was living in a fantasy world regarding our stock market. We are worse than a third world country when it comes to the fraud and corruption in our market.
Oh, give me a fucking break. Worse than the third world country. Then I'll use this, and I hate when people say this, but I'll say it because I hate this guy. Why don't you go to one of those other countries then? If it's so fucking bad, if it's so corrupt, why don't you go participate in a different market? Why would you continue to knowingly participate if it's so corrupt? Now that's a real question. Not, if MULN has no value, why are they shorting it? That is the dumbest fucking question you could ever fucking ask. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. How does that make any sense? How does that make any sense? I don't know what universe that makes sense in.
Because the fraud and corruption is obvious to anybody who wants to look, and our regulatory agencies sit on.
Well, I'm sorry, but if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. This is a great example of that phrase in action. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. It's obvious to anybody who looks at the market that it's full of fraud and corruption. Really? It's obvious to them, to anybody who looks at it. No, I don't think so. Most people's, I don't think, first inclination if they go into a casino and lose a bunch of money is to say, wow, they defrauded me. What a scam. Or what was the other example Manuel used? Casinos, the lottery, stuff like that, horse racing. No, you go in knowing that there are risks and you willingly take the risk. Now, the stock market is actually different than those things, though. It's actually different because there is an underlying fundamental basis for evaluation of a company. You have two competing forces. You have the company itself and their financial performance. So the actual numbers. What did they do? How much money they take in, how much money they pay out, how much they have left over, those types of things. The books. That's one side. The other side is, well, what is the market pricing it at? What is the actual market trading? What is the market price? And sometimes there's a mismatch, like with AMC in 2021. The company's books were shit. They weren't making any money. They were, negative $30 earnings per share, stuff like that. So garbage. Didn't toilet because they weren't operating. Makes sense. Okay. So on paper, you have a shit company. But in the market, you have a market price that's wildly overvalued. So these two things are in opposition. They will come together. They will equilibrate. That's what's happened over the last year and a half, basically, is the market price is now catching up to what the fundamentals of the company suggest that a fair market price would be. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. And really, you talk about this two methods. Put another way, and this is the more eloquent way of saying it by Benjamin Graham. In the short term, the stock market is a voting machine. So you're voting for popularity. In the long term, it's a weighing machine. How much money did you bring in? We're going to weigh it. Right? So voting popularity versus long-term haul. So these things have to come together. Now, AMC, MULN, Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop, all these companies, where do they fall? Popularity versus weighing machine. Are they too popular right now are they, have they gotten ahead of themselves? These are the kind of questions you have to look at. But this garbage, this is garbage. If a company, if you think a company is not operating at, where it should be, and they're going to lose money in the future, and the price is too high for that outlook, the only thing you can do is short sell it if you want to be involved. You wouldn't go long unless you're a meme stock investor. I see down here. Why they keep spending so much money to keep it down then? Looks like I'll buy more. What? So first of all, they are spending so much keeping it down then. Okay, I don't think that's really true. But let's just, for the sake of argument, Yeah, sure. They're spending a lot of money to keep it down. That's a reason to buy more? No, it's not. You are not an investor. You are not even a trader, Corey Smith. You're an idiot. You're an idiot sandwich, and you're going to get crushed because this is not a valid investment philosophy. It's not. It is not, because I guarantee you, short sellers are more informed than these clowns. Short sellers are more informed traders, by and large. They are. I mean, if you think about it, they'd have to be. You're opening yourself up to unlimited risk. You would have to be as informed as you could be. That's why short selling is such a vital element. Okay. And I just realized I thought I was displaying the chat, but I had to restart my OBS and then I didn't redo it. So I've been highlighting comments this whole time and they haven't even been showing up. I wish there we go. Well, I'll get there eventually. There we go. There we go. Now it's too big. There we go. But now it's still too big. There we go. Okay. But I mean, hopefully that makes sense. And, you know, this guy has to give the biggest disclaimer because if you follow him, you're guaranteed to lose money. Yet here you are. Yeah, I always get a good laugh. Oh my God. Oh my God. What clown.
On the sidelines and corruption in our market because the fraud and corruption is obvious to anybody who wants to look. And our regulatory agencies sit on the sidelines and do nothing. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Why do you think MULN is on the threshold list?
Well, the threshold list doesn't not necessarily have anything to do with short selling. So there's that. But I mean, it's been shown time and time again that the threshold list means nothing. Means nothing. And why is he talking about MULN anyway? Let's see. Let's see what Froggy says about. No, let's not. Or I don't know. Should we? I don't know. Look at him. He's got his walking shirt on here. He wears that shirt when he goes walking in the mornings. And it sounds like he's wearing like dress shoes or something, clinks when he walks. I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, God fucking help me if I looked this stupid. And if I do, I trust that you guys would tell me and not allow me to put myself out here like this and look like a total fool. But well, anyway, you know what? Sometimes it's better to be the fool. The wise fool. The wise fool. Anyway, I see that Tony's got a video out here. Tony,
So I'm going to make.
show us the blue sheets. Where's the blue sheets? Have you seen the blue sheets? I don't know where the blue sheets are. Well, I don't know.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying what are you saying? Huh? So this is a very quick video. Let me start by saying I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This information is, of course, intended for entertainment and educational purposes only. So there was a really good tweet by copy paste William Morgan 2. Thank you, William, for posting this tweet, because it brings to memory, and you know, because so many things have gone on, we need to not lose sight of where we've been and where we are. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yes.
the tweet goes: MMAT1/MMTLP is a dividend placeholder, not a stock. Nextbridge Hydrocarbons is the payment they still owe. Short sellers must pay out dividends according to U.S. and international laws. This includes counterfeits. There are no exceptions to this. They owe us a dividend payment and must pay. Hashtag MMTLP. To which I have to say, you are absolutely right, William Morgan. And this is something that we probably have forgotten to push or to talk about. The fact of the matter is that FINRA actually states that there is a short position in Nextbridge Hydrocarbons, right? This is the stock that has never traded on any
exchange. This is a stock that is worthless.
MMTLP shareholders, right?
It is a fraudulent company.
Receive an Nextbridge Hydrocarbon share 1-to-1 as the dividend. So as a result, this dividend of Nextbridge Hydrocarbon shares was meant to be in our accounts. Okay, so if there are short positions in Nextbridge Hydrocarbons, this means that the dividend of Nextbridge Hydrocarbon shares for every MMTLP share was never actually paid. And it hasn't been paid for 150 days. It hasn't been paid for 150 days. That means that they're in default. How do we know it hasn't been paid for 150 days? Because of FINRA's FAQ. They said in the FAQ, what happens if short positions in MMTLP were not closed out before FINRA halted trading? It says broker-dealers have operational conventions in place for adjusting short positions following a corporate action. In this instance, FINRA understands that firms have adjusted short positions in MMTLP to reflect an equal size short position in Nextbridge. Hang on a second. Nextbridge was a dividend that was meant to be paid, and it has not been paid. That's what this means. Having a short position in Nextbridge, it means that the dividend was never paid. Okay? Now, if the dividend hasn't been paid for over 150 days, doesn't that mean brokers and shorts are now in default? Aren't they in default? If they're in default, doesn't that mean that they have to close out their entire short position? Right? That means that they have to close their short position. That means that they have to buy shares.
Oh my God.
And they cannot buy shares. This is what they were supposed to do for over 150 days. Okay? Now, you and I don't actually know that the shares we have listed in our accounts are actual shares or placeholders. They might be actual shares, they might be placeholders. But thanks to FINRA's disclosure of the short position in MMTLP, we know that at least some people have only placeholders and not shares. So, we don't know if the particular shares in our account are placeholders or shares. In fact, there's no way to tell. There's no way to tell. Okay? So that means...
Well, it also says down here, it says, in other words, the corporate action did not compel short positions to be closed or extinguish any obligations associated with outstanding short positions. So what are we talking about here? Quote, Phil for real. What the fuck are we talking about? Shorts haven't covered? What are we talking about? I fail to see. I mean, this is, and they supposedly know. They supposedly know that MMTLP was never supposedly was not meant to be traded. It was meant to be issued and held. Yet they traded it. Yet John Berta traded it. Everybody traded it. It wasn't meant to be traded, but everybody traded it anyway. And now they're crying, let us trade it again. I don't see that happening. And if it did happen, I would be willing to bet my bottom dollar that these clowns would get crushed even further. Because if there's one thing I know, and I don't know this, but if there's one thing I strongly suspect, it is that there are an infinite number of creative ways for people to lose money in the stock market. And chiefly among them really is just buying bullshit. And you bought bullshit. And there was a time when bullshit was highly valued. That ain't it no more. So, yeah, sure. Let it trade. I think we need a stream where we select our own Scott Allen whack pack. The Scott Allen stream whack packers. Hey, I like that. The whack pack. Oh man. There's an infinite number of creative ways to dunk on these clowns.
That
Like
at least, so at least some shares are placeholders. We don't know if we have placeholders or not. There's no way to tell. Therefore, we have to assume.
Therefore, it doesn't matter. Let me clear that up for you. You don't know if it is. Nobody knows if it is. But there's no difference if it is. So it doesn't matter. Plain and simple.
All the shares.
Solved that one.
All the shares are placeholders. We need a full accounting of the shares. Okay, we need a full accounting of the shares. Okay.
The further, the more and more this goes on, the less likely it is that anything will happen, which is hilarious because they're just going to end up getting more and more mad and, demanding. They're going to start sending collection letters and stuff to the brokers and shit. Like, this is a shit show. I mean, nothing is going to happen with this. I don't know how else to say it. This is done. This thing is dead in the water. Oh, it's been over 150 days. Yeah, it's going to be over 350 days.
AQ
Still nothing will happen.
Clearly goes against the convention that shorts have to pay dividends. They have not paid this dividend for 150 days. 150 days, at least some.
Oh yeah, we pull that one up.
Have not paid this dividend. We know they have not paid because Nexbridge hydrocarbon shares are not tradable. They cannot get the shares. So they are in default. They are in default. We need
send them a collections letter.
The shorts who are in default to have their entire position closed out, which means they must buy our shares. They have to legally buy our shares. If they do not buy our shares, they need to be, all of their assets need to be seized. Right? If you're in default and
you owe
a debt that you cannot pay, all of your assets must be seized until you can pay that debt. Simple.
I always got my ear open.
Now,
for a good clip.
FINRA goes on because they like to confuse the issue with their fact. What should investors do if they believe?
Yeah, they like to confuse the issue with by providing facts.
They have not received their Nexbridge.
I know it's foreign for these clowns. And what are they doing? Trying to tell us things that are like true or something?
Hydrocarbon shares. Well, we know now that we have not received our Nexbridge hydrocarbon shares. What should we do if we believe that we have not received them? FINRA is saying if you held a position, your account should reflect your position in Nexbridge. Your broker-dealer is required to maintain possession or control of your shares in compliance with federal law.
So contact your broker.
The broker-dealer is required to maintain control or possession of these shares. You may request a transfer of shares. That's beside the point. We know that at least some of those shares now are not real shares. We don't know which ones, but we do know that.
Real.
That's the case. If you believe...
This all goes back to Donald Trump. Fake news. Question if everything is fake.
If your shares are not properly reflected in your account or
toxic fucking
or
shit.
Your broker-dealer has not been willing to transfer shares pursuant to your instructions, you should contact...
I'm half getting there.
Your broker-dealer to understand the status of your shares. We know that broker-dealers have some shares. Okay, we do not know which shares have been there,
Well, it doesn't matter, and I'm getting quite annoyed. So let's go to Frankie Mohammed, but not before we look at this picture of man beast Trey. Oh my God, Charlotte, are you ready for this? Trey becoming a silverback. And look at that. He's even got the ape back there. I didn't notice that. I just noticed it. Noticed it that. Wow. I know. I love that one. But it's actually like 2 or 3. I cut that together from like 2 or 3 sections of one video. So it is a custom job, as they say. It's a custom edit, but I do like that one too. Seed of doubt. And don't get me wrong, I am a skeptic. I am a skeptic's skeptic. But I mean, for me, being a skeptic is just like an intensification of being an evidence-based thinker. Because oftentimes official narratives, popular beliefs, that they're not evidence-based. So you can be skeptical of that and be hyper evidence-based, in my opinion. And yeah, skepticism and doubt are not the same, of course. But you know, just to differentiate between questioning and non-questioning. Let me say that. Like, question things, question everything, question nothing. Well, I'm going to go with George Carlin. George Carlin said to question everything, and maybe that's partially, influenced and as an adolescent listening to George Carlin. Just there's so much truth and truth. But anyway, like I doubt Trey isn't using roids. You doubt that he isn't. Not skeptical that he isn't, but I am not skeptical that he isn't using roids. Yes. Yes. And I would say, I think I said earlier, he probably is. Hello, Trey. Joshua. Wow. God damn. You've never been a silverback. You're a hedge pig sellout. No amount of pest or creatine will change that, Trey. And you have to love with that. This guy, John Smith, he was so mad he can't even type straight. Bro, I don't think the deli meat at your local Subway is hormone free. Looking good. Let's get those videos pumping again. If Silverback ate a banana without peeling it and shat it away without processing it because of stomach bacteria, it would look precisely like you. Ooh. You went to gym for 6 months and thinking you got somewhere. Bulking and adding pounds is the easiest. You pre-cum. Wow. I mean, I'm sure he does pre-cum too. Like prematurely. Damn broski, getting jacked. Are you still buying and holding AMC? Right. He bought about $100,000 worth of it when it was 14. So yes, he is bag holding like many of us. Well, if you actually believe that he bought $100,000 when he said he was buying $100,000. In fact, he didn't say that he did buy 100,000. He said he was going to buy 100,000. And then we never heard of it again. So, I mean, I got a bridge to sell you. I got a bridge for that. Honestly, who cares? Who cares? I certainly don't. Look at this. Ape's not leaving. It's trending. Oh my God. How in the... Now come back to AMC and bring some hype back. Need that same fire. Well, he's got to get this good drugs back first. It was what kept him going. Not a chance. This is being a silverback. Yeah, that's being a silverback right there. Oh, yeah. I personally think you are a lost soul. You need Jesus, boy. You need Jesus. What? He is a weak person. Be gentle. His nerves can't take it. Fishkins. Look at this guy. Fishkins. This guy is saying that Trey is weak. Okay, Jabba. Jabba the Hutt. Trey, I hope your eye and heart are healthy. Oh yeah, it looks like he's got serious heart and eye problems there. I knew that patch was fake. It was a fake CGI eye patch. Oh my God. And you know, it's so interesting here that most of these people that are responding, not all, most are dudes. Most of these people are dudes. Trey is a dude's dude. You look great. Anders thinks you look great. Don't you feel proud of that? Here's another picture of him. What? God, this is gross. Okay. Did we cover that enough? Lynn cares. She invested a lot of time in dissecting Trey, not stopping now. Yeah, that's true, Model 3 dude. They did. They gave him the freedom to become a gym rat. That is so true. And to join Men's Hair Club. Oh man. What is with the bleach blonde? Is he living in California now? I don't know. Okay. Sorry. I wish I lived in California sometimes. Okay. Let's see. Adam Aaron refused to protect and stand up for his shareholders. He refused to do it. Hey, what's up, man?
Frankie, man? Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion. May not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. One of the things that you need when you're a shareholder and you at war with short sellers and these criminal billionaire hedge funds and you trying to win, you need your company and you need your CEO to stand up for you if you want to win. But see, in my opinion, we don't have it as far as our company is concerned, and we definitely don't have it as the CEO. And see,
good thing it's not your company. That's all I got to say. Good thing it's not your company. It's not your company. You don't even own a piece of paper that says that you own the company. You don't even have that. So it's not your company. You don't make any decisions this company. You do not operate the company. You have nothing to do with the company. Except on your 5.5-inch phone screen. I don't know where your mind was going. It says that you do. I understand, but you don't own the company. There is no option in your brokerage account for you to make management decisions. You don't own the company. It's not your company. Stop saying that.
My personal feelings, I feel like, man, we got a CEO that's a coward and that's weak. That's just my own personal, opinion of him. He won't.
Oh boy.
He won't even.
That's actually a good point. He couldn't work. He was on medical leave. Yet he can push himself that hard in the gym. Boy, that is very interesting. It wasn't that long ago that we had droopy eye Trey, we had bad heart Trey, we had, oh, my father had blah 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 blah, sob story, crocodile tears. Trey is a grade A piece of shit. Quite frankly, I have no respect for that clown. None. I didn't have respect for him in 2021. And I remember the first video that I did where I actually slammed Trey. I mean, it wasn't one of the first videos that I made. It was a couple months in. But I was waiting for the right opportunity to pounce, he says, as they say. And yeah, I mean, it was clear to me that he was full of shit. But it was kind of a big deal because I was openly criticizing one of the self-appointed leaders of this groupthink exercise. Man, I wish I had those videos. I wish I had those videos. Not that they were that great, or I don't think, but he didn't. You know what? The problem is here. You know, um, he had, well, not a problem, but well, anyway, I can't make another meth joke. Meth problems which he traded for roids. Yeah, you know what? That dude, there's only one thing to say. That's messed up.
Won't even stand up. He won't protect the stock. He won't protect the shareholders. From what I can see, that's how things look to me. It's like, man, he's set back for almost 2 years, and he has watched AMC shareholders probably lose billions of dollars. Just
Did he really sit back and watch that though? I mean, now I'm not defending Adam Aaron. You know, I'm personally not silly enough to sit there and defend a corporate executive for any company. I'm sorry. I know these people are not my friends. I know that they don't give a fuck about me and that they are slime balls. I also understand that they're necessary. Somebody has to be conducting the orchestra. Somebody has to be directing traffic, right? But I'm not under the delusion that these are anything other than lizard people, quite frankly, you know? And it probably is possible to separate that from, you know, a person like, you know, I know this person personally versus this is a CEO of a company, whatever. I don't care. I'm not into glorifying anything about corporations. Quite frankly, you know, it's not my thing. I am not an apologist for corporations. I'm not, you know, a corporate shill of any kind. So I have no loyalty. And, you know, that's that. But has he really just sat back and watched it? I mean, you guys wanted popcorn. Now I know firsthand that there is popcorn. I saw it. It was already on clearance the other night at Walmart. So that's something. You guys wanted him to accept crypto. I have no idea why, but you did. So they did that. I mean, you can point to a dozen other things, whether they were suggestions by the apes or just, you know, attempts at diversifying and bringing in some revenue. Now, like I said, I'm not defending him. I'm not saying it was great. I'm just pushing back against the idea that he sat back and watched and did nothing. Again, a lot of this lull in business revenue is because of forces that are outside of the control of the person who plays the movie for you to watch. Somebody's got to create the movie first. Actually, a lot of people have to be involved in creating the movie. So this is disingenuous. It's false. It's a false narrative. I mean, you still hate Adam Aaron if you want to, but I'm not down with this characterization.
Just sit back and just watch because I haven't seen them do anything.
What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
Did it include that clip, Charlotte? Oh my God.
What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
Get off my dick. Please. Who in the hell would ever say that? It was sad. Was the volume really low on it? Did you have to turn it up really loud in order to hear it? If that's the case, then that's the same one. But you should remember, get off my dick.
All Adam Aaron is doing, man, is just dropping shares and making sure that 1%ers get rich. That's all I've seen him do. I ain't seen him do nothing.
Well, they're already 1%ers. They're already rich. Okay. That's a flaw in logic. You said they're 1%ers. That implies that they're already richer than 99% of everybody else. So getting rich? No. No 1%er has gotten rich off of AMC. Sorry.
to really just truly significantly increase the value of the stock. All I've seen them do, man, is just...
Guess what? Guess who controls, if you want to call it that, guess who determines, better word, what a stock price is? It's not the company. I mean, I guess you could say it ultimately it is, but not really. In the short term, remember, it's a voting machine. So the market is pricing it where the market's pricing it. That just means that, you know, well, maybe it means that AMC's best days are behind him. I don't know. Anyway.
Bleed the stock out. And help
AMC didn't do
hedge
that.
funds get wealthy. That's all I see them do.
Hedge funds are already wealthy.
All he do is he dilute the stock.
Oh, but I thought it was the good dilution. I got to stop stopping this. We're never going to get through this fucking thing.
That's what I see from him. And I don't think that Adam Aaron, man, I don't think Adam Aaron never wanted the short squeeze. I don't think he never wanted it. I think...
You don't think he never wanted it. Adam Aaron, I don't believe that Adam Aaron never wanted the short squeeze. He didn't never... Double negatives.
With a cash cow for him, he never wanted us to lead the play. You know, I think his whole objective was to keep us trapped in his stock.
That very well could be. Then he succeeded, didn't he? He won.
There's a video out there circulating where he's walking around with what appears to be a bulletproof vest on. You know, and when he go to these different theaters, now he got to have a security detail with him. And see, the reason for that is that because by him being such a coward, in my opinion.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You're a fucking teacher. You're impressing upon young minds this garbage. I mean, no, he's not standing in front of his class and saying, if a guy has to wear a bulletproof vest and he's a pussy. No, he's not saying that. And I don't think this guy has a strong enough will to separate his emotions from anything else. I mean, imagine that. No, it's your fucking fault. It is your fault and your group's fault. If you want to call it a fault, it is because of your actions that he has to do that, or he feels he needs to do that. I mean, give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Wow, this guy has taken a turn for the fucking retarded. Holy fuck.
Allow these 1%ers to use him as a footstool.
No, he's not a lawyer. He has a master's degree in social work, I think he said. He also he's attended law school. He was going to go to law school, but then he decided not to. He was a police officer before. That's what I gathered.
They got him trying to screw over 3.8 million retail investors.
3.8, huh?
To help take our shares. You see what I'm saying? Help kill our short squeeze play.
It's already dead.
They want him to, in my opinion, to get implement this reverse stock split, this 1 to 10 reverse stock split, so they can get a bailout. And see, we made Adam Aaron rich.
How is it a bailout? It's not a bailout. Nothing changes. I cannot fucking believe that, and I honestly believe that he does not get it. I don't think Frankie is putting on any type of airs here. I don't think he is playing dumb. I think he is dumb. I think he legitimately does not get it. He thinks that they're literally erasing the value of 9 out of 10 of your shares. I mean, I don't know how anybody could actually think that, but what the fuck? How can you be this misinformed? Still, yes, they're just taking money out of your pocket. Just like the thumbnail of this live stream. Did you like that, Glenn? By the way, that was for you.
We made his family rich. And the only thing
his family was already rich
in return is turn his back on retail investors. He weak. He won't even stand up and protect us. He won't even stand up and protect the stock.
Well, you want him to take a bullet for you? He won't stand up and protect the stock. So he has to wear a bulletproof vest because he won't take a bullet for AMC. Give me a fucking break. This is garbage. This guy's trash.
He won't protect the stock.
Wow.
People that lost money. He trying to steal our shares, and he trying to kill the short squeeze play. And then you wonder, man, why he got to walk around with a security detail and he got a bulletproof vest on.
Oh, yeah, it's his own fault. You are a fucking piece of shit, man. You are a total fucking piece of shit. Wow. I didn't have much respect for this guy before. I just lost any semblance of a respect for this clown. Fuck me.
See what I'm saying?
What a dick. Oh my God.
You know, I don't advocate violence, man. I hope.
Oh, really?
Nothing happened to him.
No, that's bullshit. Yes, you do. You were a fucking cop. You were a motherfucking cop in Memphis. Sit there and say you don't advocate violence. Fuck you.
But that's the reason
oh my God.
He moved the way that he moved, because he's letting one.
Give me a break. Wow, I am disgusted right now.
Over the retail investors, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying? And look, man, he won't even fight for us. He won't stand up. Just like if you look at a lot of CEOs, man, they trying to protect their stock. They trying to fight for their shareholders, man. He won't even do it. And see, like I said, that's why I said, man, I think he's a coward and I think he's weak. Now, I'm be honest with you. I really want to call him, man, what they call weak men in the hood. But by him being a CEO, I'm gonna be respectful, man. I ain't gonna call him that P word. You see what I'm saying? I'm just gonna say I think he's weak and I think he's a coward. But now, you know, the way things seems to me, when it comes to Adam Aaron, I just feel like, man, he's trying to create a backdoor to get hedge funds a way out, to get out from under all the criminal activity that they've done with AMC
Well,
stock.
if that's what you think, then you're misinformed, because it doesn't do that. It does not do that.
Just my personal opinion. And I'm going to close with this, man. I think Adam Aaron, man, if I was you, I'd cancel the reverse stock split.
He can't.
I think you should take your $100 million, man. I think you should go and retire. Because
he
when
can't cancel it.
Retail investors trying to get what they need out of this stock, man, I'm going to be honest with you, man, you are useless. And for those people that think the way to deal with Adam Aaron is that you let Adam Aaron do whatever he want to do, and you don't question him, and you think just because, man, AMC pay off some debt, you think, man, short sellers ain't gonna short this stock? Hey, man, y'all in for a rude awakening. Give it about another 3 or 4 months. Y'all gonna be shocked. In my opinion.
No.
Thank you for taking time out to watch the video.
Give it another 3 or 4 months and your ass will be down the fucking toilet. Oh my God. Yeah, I hope that does happen. Get some of these idiots knocked out of here. This is Trump talk. I hope nothing will happen to him, but you never know because people are upset. Not that they're right. Exactly. Well, I mean, you know, Adam Aaron probably feels like he could walk down Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and he'd still, you know, be elected CEO. So, I mean, give me a break. Oh my God. Yeah. And that, boy, isn't that ironic too? This guy,
man,
you know, even this clown has adopted that what do you want to call it? Inflated language, bullshit, buffoonery. I don't even know. I mean, it truly is an epidemic of stupidity. It truly is. I mean, and really, it's more that is actually a more apt analogy, I think, than I first thought, even because you got a guy who is fake rich. Donald Trump is fake rich, and these clowns want to be fake rich, or they think that they are entitled to be fake rich or something. But it's a facade, you know, it's a total facade. At the end of the day, they're all bankrupt, morally and otherwise. It is truly fascinating. I mean, absolutely fascinating. But this is the transfer of wealth right here. This is the transfer of wealth. And, you know, I love this image because the lady is part of the crew. You know, the lady's distracting him. Lady's the distraction. While this guy watches the other way and this guy goes in. I don't know where this came from, but I thought it was a great image. Let's see here. How about on Twitter? See if there's any spaces going on or anything like that. AMC Chit Chat Rant. Oh, all right. I could do that. Let's see here. Now I am going to go in cognito mode here. So let me pull that up on the other window. I'm a lurker. I just like to lurk anonymously.
Me and my girl, it had plenty, okay? You are not going to make me buy 3 large sodas because of your QR code. I only drink 1 soda.
Oh my God.
It cost me like 14
Again.
or 16 bucks for this combo. You're charging me through the nose already. So
Listen
how
to
are you going to
this.
save me by manufacturing
Wow.
bullshit? You should be fucking saving me money, dude.
No,
Not
there's no
new
additional
ideas.
manufacturing, Troy.
New ideas cost me money. You see what I'm saying?
There's no
stop
additional
playing with
cost.
ideas. That's how the buyer, the consumer looks at a lot of these wasteful ideas. They don't care about NFTs. They want just a cheap popcorn, soda, and a great movie and a clean.
That's all I want.
So pay the employees a little
and
more.
maybe a happy ending.
Clean. Stop worrying about NFTs and stupid QR codes. Get the fucking urinal and not flood the bathroom. Get the maintenance done. Get the people.
Thanks, Model 3 dude.
At a cheap price, and stop price gouging them so they keep bringing their friends. Because if we keep running them off, they will go to Regal, Cinemax, IMAX, whatever IMAX wants to go.
They don't care.
If we fuck this up. If we don't clean the floors and fix the fucking restrooms, that is gonna make a big.
Sounds like they need.
You think you're gonna fix with it.
It sounds like they need a good contracting company to fix their floor scrubbers. I could hook them up with somebody. I'm just saying.
Troy, you're not listening. That's not the idea. The idea is to shift the location of the cups to when your QR code is, your ticket is scanned when you walk in through an AMC. You don't need to print QR codes on the cups.
You go to the guy. You go to the register.
You have to go to a register. You're given a cup.
Listen fucking to me. I don't see the difference.
Part of your ticket.
Stop the millisecond micromanaging like you're saving the world. I go to the register. I'm a normal human being. I say I want 2 tickets for Mario like I did today. I said I want a number whatever combo. I pay for the 2 tickets, the drink, and the large popcorn, and I enjoy my movie. Now, what are you trying to make better there, Jake? You're telling me I get the cup. You're overcomplicating shit,
do what Jake said, because
No,
you cannot
you're
put
bypassing
something
the
that somebody's
line
going to
and you're
drink out of in a public area. Can't.
He has to hand you the cup, bro. It's set on the counter. It's clean. He's literally, when I ordered my cup, he fucking pulled it out of the thing. It was clean, and he put it on there. It's like every fucking cup. Dude, your shit it's crazy sometimes when you try to make logic. Like you obviously
AMC
never owned a
doesn't implement
business.
this, I'm gonna
Because
take it the
if
Regal
I
and
tried to
Cinema,
print out
bro.
millions of dollars worth of
telling you,
cups,
this
that
is how you
QR
drive
codes
revenues.
do not drive revenue, Jake. QR codes are nothing. They are like an NFT fad. Most people figured out. You don't
That's
need a
not the
QR
idea.
code to do anything in this world.
That's
a QR
not the
code is
idea.
only as good as a code. We could literally, if we wanted to do that, we would do Monopoly, and they would pull off scratch-off tickets to win NFTs and free fucking shit. If we wanted to just give away free shit.
Now this is the real discussion here, right, Ron?
Special about a QR code scan, see if I win. Like there's old school scratch and sniffs. Maybe it smells awesome. I don't know. There's a billion other things besides having to do a QR code.
When you buy it, when you buy a movie ticket through the app, you are given a QR code
How about
ticket.
if you buy $80 worth of AMC or $100 worth of AMC or $200 worth of AMC products, you get a silver or gold Highcroft coin. You know what I mean? Let's be a little more realistic on what the customer wants. If you think anyone's going to give a fuck between a basic cup and a QR cup, I don't give a fuck about that. Give me a fucking coin. Let me save some money here. I'm already spending like 48 fucking bucks for 2 people to just basically enjoy a fucking movie. Like, how bad do you got to price gouge me with dumbass shit? like just to watch a movie. Like I said, I could have did this.
I mean,
for 30 fucking bucks or less. Easily.
This guy right here is stoned as fuck. I mean, he's making me jealous.
But I was glad to do
I'm starting to get jealous right now of how stoned he is.
But I'm like, man, these are a lot of red flags. I am.
Where is that acid at?
Let's
kick this into high gear
with random bad ideas and really pay attention to, like, you know, the urinals probably need to be updated. The theaters are using a lot of energy with those projectors with empty rooms. Work on those problems. They're not coming for the cups, bro. You got to fill the rooms with better products, cleaner environments.
So AMC generates about $300 to $330 million in revenues from their food and beverage business every quarter. When you increase either the food or the beverage side of that revenue stream, you're increasing profits.
So I think we should have a spot maybe for like a food truck deal, where someone can pull up on a restaurant.
Oh man, that's what we should have, isn't it, guys? Oh my god.
I hear you. I wish we could. I wish there was a bar at the one or something with food where I went.
You don't need a fucking bar.
I'm like, what? Would anyone really order out of the kitchen? I was like,
okay, I got an idea. How about when you're coming in and you're waiting to get your popcorn and your Coke, they put the damn merchandise stand by the line instead of a fucking rope. That way, you can buy your merchandise, you can pick it up, look at it while you're standing in line instead of waiting until after you get.
Yeah, that's true, Charlotte. That's why
all over your fingers and then rummage through the shit.
I would
butter all over everybody.
I would prefer not to talk about urinals.
There was something on the way out.
I mean, they're a necessary evil, but
something to slide a card.
God damn.
Do something. I really should have looked at it more.
I just laughed. This is a Saturday night for these guys.
Mood. I really enjoyed the movie.
Wow, pure gold.
I hope they do.
So what you're saying is
you missed the merchandise. If they'd had it beside you while you.
It's not from Highcroft.
I would have bought a sweatshirt. Like, they would have had AMC, like, an ape on a sweatshirt or something.
Fuck me.
I would have fucking grabbed that motherfucker and bought that shit. You're right. They just don't. And it's our company, but we're going to
just
fucking slip through our fingers if we don't fucking try to do everything we can. Not saying that's happening. I'm not. The stock has nothing to do with this and that, but it does in some fucking ways. And if you're going into theaters like I did today and seeing that many problems, I'm gotta do something. I mean, I'm being positive, trust me. But
what's up, Stampede?
What's up,
Stampede? What's up?
What's going on, guys?
Moass.
Oh, just ranting, just chilling.
Yeah, I just stepped in. I was listening, and for a second, I was trying to see what the topic was. Are we trying to come up with new ideas for revenue, or?
Kind of.
I have no fucking idea what they were trying to do besides.
We're ranting, bro.
Enjoy talking about the pee in the bathroom.
Hey, I went and had a rough night, bro. A real rough night. Enjoyed Super Mario Brothers, but the review was not good, bro. I'm very sad. I wouldn't even take pictures because it was that bad. That's honest to God, the truth.
What was bad about it?
Here we go.
Everything. The kid working next to me, his friend was talking to him. I pull up in line to talk to the manager, and he's in the red shirt. The floor is covered with popcorn. Traverse City, AMC. I walk up to the guy with the red shirt. The kid's talking to his friend kid. This kid's the slowest guy around here. They're joshing with each other. Okay. There's probably 6 kids working. One's in the back. These other ones are pretty much have no one in front of them. Maybe 1 or 2 other customers being treated. And the other ones are walking around looking like there's something. And the floor is covered with popcorn. When I first, just bear with me. It was a long day. When I first went to get my tickets, there was a convenience fee of $5 almost. I have that up top. I was like, no, And I compared the prices. It would have been $30 compared to probably 48. Whatever. I'm happy, right? To drive 3 hours round trip and have the experience. So I show up. I let him know the error thing didn't happen. He tried to get me on Stubbs membership. He couldn't do it, even though I'm already in AMC. That was frustrating to me. I wasn't going to show it. I stayed positive. I went over to get my soda, and I noticed every single counter area was full of garbage, full of the straw things and the popcorn and the thing. And he could tell. I'm not going to go on exactly what
It's so odd to me that this guy is so obsessed with cleanliness. I wouldn't necessarily
whatever. He probably knew.
assume that.
I picked up every fucking thing on each one of those tables. And I mean, when I walked away from him, I said, I'd really appreciate it if you could get someone out here to sweep. So I picked up everything on all the in-between islands. So, I mean, the floor was covered. I mean, you couldn't take a step without stepping on it. I mean, it was just covered. Pretty much popcorn. I mean, every 3 inches.
Oh, there have been reports of bed bugs at AMC's,
And
yes.
so I take them, I throw all in the trash, all the napkins and the straw covers and things. And I go to my theater. I go in. One of the 2 trashes is, of course, heaping full, not taken out. There's popcorn all over, like a half of at least a small popcorn, right in the middle of aisle 2 or 3 that I was in, that they didn't sweep up from the one before. I enjoyed the movie. It was great. I got a refill on a nice big soda and popcorn. Popcorn was amazing. It was the best popcorn. And it was awesome to even
popcorn was the best
in Super Mario Brothers that stuck around for. And as I went out, I had to use the restroom. As I used the urinal,
Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, this was November.
It was like a God thing. I had to use the broken one, right? So I'm in there, I flush it, and it's
Times Square, New York City, bed bugs, September 2022.
Floor. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what's the
Bessemer,
you know what I mean?
Birmingham, Alabama, bed bugs,
Kid, I'm like, hey,
May
man,
2019.
Conversation.
Hollywood,
This flood. We did
2019.
Nice I'm not going to go into his
bed bugs.
It doesn't really matter. But
bed bugs.
At the end of the day, walking out
Disgusting.
of there, I was so fucking mad because I'm trying to be positive, and I don't want no one to get canned or this and that. I don't know what's up with the manager or these kids, but I seen so many red flags that I'm like, your urinal handle sticks. It floods in the bathroom. There's not an out of order thing on that. I couldn't have been the first one to do that. There is a mess in most of the place. The bathrooms are not a 10. They're more like a 7. The theater in itself was like a 4 out of 10. I mean, you shouldn't have had a small popcorn there. The lobby was like a 1 out of 10. I mean, I don't know what we can do better, but that was
no negative vibes here.
What was this the first AMC theater you ever went to?
No. I grew up going to the one in Grand Rapids. I think that's one of the best in Michigan.
Okay. Oh, you're from Michigan, huh?
Yeah.
That explains it.
City.
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, I'm in Ohio too. What do you know?
Ultimately, we have to look at this from an investor base. I mean,
he sounds like a typical Ohio guy. I'll tell you that.
If you have bad reviews about this, we obviously need to address that. I mean,
listen to these guys talking like managers. It's hilarious.
That are not, up to par.
Oh my God.
And that's why
we need to address these concerns.
Shutting some of them down.
You filled out a comment card?
And he's been buying new ones as well. And those new ones have been the most profitable ones.
Yeah, but is this cycle? No, is this cycle? See, there's a cycle to this. If every 5 or 7 years they fail, is it because they keep hiring these kids that do nothing? They keep hiring general managers that do nothing. They're like shorting us.
Remember what I said earlier about the jobs?
Popcorn.
I totally get your point, but let's look at every other restaurant or every other fast food joint. Or what?
No, that's irrelevant. That's not. No. Bad logic.
Took a picture a day. I mean, I know what you're gonna say, and I'm glad you feel that way. I would say the same thing. If I would have took a picture a day of everything I see in stamps, you don't even want to fucking see it. I'm telling you, you would look at it.
Why didn't you?
Fucking been pissed.
Why did you not take a picture? That's retarded.
I'm telling you, it was like 3.
Trust me. So you thought "Trust Me, Bro" would be better?
Fucking cry. I'm not fucking shitting you. If you seen that picture,
that's when he realized. That's when he realized that he lost all of his money when AMC was dirty. Holy shit!
how fucked up the whole place was, dude.
Yeah,
It was.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I get it.
It was the whole place.
If it was, he should be fired. I mean, he's not running the place properly. We need to address that. You know,
we need to address that.
I know Adam Aaron feels like we should all have a great experience
team
in every
meeting
movie theater that we go to. That's AMC. You know, I don't know. I just, you know,
so at the end of the day, what did we find out
these days?
We found out that every company is full of shit. They say they're the best. Some are, some aren't. So what we learned? We learned that AMC is just like any other company. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they miss. But we got to address those concerns. Wow, that is hilarious. I had to cut that off because, you know, circles were starting to form. But it might be hard for somebody to care if, you know, I mean, it's crazy. But, you know, if they're getting paid $10 an hour, $12 an hour, you're not going to get, you know, you're not necessarily going to get an employee crew full of Morances. Remember, Morantz said he would sweep the floors even if he was the general manager or the CEO. That's how dedicated that guy is. It doesn't matter. He's still going to pick up the trash. Still going to pick up trash. He did not want to show them all the company they own because they own the float. Of course, yeah, it's their company. But that's why the AMC Investor Connect community, needs to address those concerns. By the way, I opened up the voice thing. If anybody wants to jump in over there, it's there. So here's something else I found earlier. This is coming up here a second momentarily. So this is on the SEC website. Lost and stolen securities. Why did it do that? Yeah. Lost and stolen securities. This is from June 2014. They have a lost and stolen securities program, a database for security certificates. Now it says certificates, reported lost, stolen, missing, or counterfeit. So I was trying to look up stuff about counterfeit shares. I don't know how applicable this is now that there are no certificates anymore. But it's Rule 17F1 of the Exchange Act. We're going to look at that. It's mainly a database for securities that have been reported lost, stolen, missing, or counterfeit. I wonder if we can get access to this database. Show us the blue sheets. Financial institutions are required to report certificates that they discover to be lost, stolen, missing, or counterfeit. Beginning in 2000, it's operated by the Securities Information Center. As of the 2013 end of year, the database reflected securities with a value of approximately $820 billion with a B. Wow. Reports were made on over 500,000 certificates, an average of 2,000 certificates per business day. What can investors do? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how applicable this is anymore. Has this been updated? Does it even still exist? What is the status of the lost and stolen certificates program? I don't know. This may be something that needs to be looked into. Like maybe I should email the ombudsman or something, or I don't know who. The ombudsman is the first person that comes to mind. I believe they have one. PDA, put your finger on the thumb. Sub if you're inspired. Feed the algorithm. Thank you. PSA, not PDA. I don't kiss and tell. Speak for yourself. But if you're using a PDA as in a personal digital assistant, like if you're watching this stream on your Palm Pilot, you could use your thumb possibly. Oh, I mean,
cell phone. But if you're watching this on your Palm Treo phone or your Apple Newton Messenger, I don't know if anyone got any Apple Newton messengers out there, messenger users. Just ahead of its time. Ahead of its time. Now that was Steve Jobs' Apple. So, so let's see here. Now this is not. It didn't even go to the link to the. It didn't even go to a link to the Securities Act. It's the Exchange Act anyway. The Exchange Act. Let's have to search for this. Custody of securities. Code of Federal Regs. Let's get this big. There we go. Individually segregated. I mean, again, I don't know how much this applies anymore. Because it doesn't even say anything about. I don't. Really, you had a Newton. I never had one. They had the kind that was like more like a Palm Pilot form factor, and then they had the one that had like a keyboard, physical keyboard, I believe. Message pad, that's what it was. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. No. Newton message pad. Those things, I always wanted one. Always wanted one. And then I thought about, like, yeah, you can go on eBay and get them now. Why? That's, really, the question is why? Apple Newton. Wow. Ah, the eMate 300. That's what I'm thinking of. Apple eMate 300. This, which I'm about to show. This one. Look at that. I mean, how cool is that? It's like a little laptop. It's like a netbook. Ahead of its time. And this was the Apple that that I liked. 85% keyboard, 16 shade grayscale display. That's enough for this stream. It was only $7.99 when it came. Only $7.99 when it came out in 1997. I mean, that's fairly affordable. Had a PCMCIA slot. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Look at that clear case. Clear case. Looks like the old iBooks of the time, the clamshell iBook. See, I know some Apple. I know a little bit about Apple, but yeah, what a cool product. I mean, it just didn't catch on. I think it was Jobs was back by 97, right? When did Jobs come back? I mean, yeah, John Scully. You're talking about John Scully, the Pepsi CEO. But I thought that he had already been back. I don't know. But really, Apple had not been Apple since Wozniak left. If you want to really know, Woz was Apple, in my opinion. Paperweight, absolutely. Dot matrix printer. Definitely had a star dot matrix printer, 4-color ribbon. My first computer was a Texas Instruments in 1972. Let me guess. This one? This one here? TI-99 4A. I don't know if that was from 72, though, so maybe it's not that. This did come out pretty early. 1981. Or in the German Wikipedia here for some reason. So maybe it wasn't that one. Oh yeah, 79. 79. Somebody in my family had one of these. I could not figure out how to do anything with it. You know, you want to know why he killed the Newton Model 3 dude? Because he came up with the iPod. It wasn't that long after it was. I mean, it wasn't really. I mean, no, I think I think I would stand by that. The first iPod came out when? This stream has taken a turn for something completely different. 01? 01? Okay. With a mechanical hard drive, hard to believe. Hard to believe. Basically, yeah, this was so frustrating. Couldn't never figure out how to do anything on it. It's about as useful as, I don't know.
I am a Texas Instruments computer.
Solid. Anyway, that is fascinating. Very fascinating. Okay. Maybe we've given clowns enough time to come out with new videos. Nope. All right, let's let CSI explain to us in retro DD fashion what is an ape share.
Everybody, it's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video.
Another video.
Back enjoying my Saturday. I am doing what I love to do, and that is my legal work. I am swamped with reading and writing. I am currently researching the defendant's brief in support of the settlement, and this is going to be page 10. I brought it up on the docket because I want to talk to y'all about that. This is going to be a very important video, people. A lot of people don't understand what you own. I'll start the video off like this with a question, okay? If you had a choice of an Apple share or an Apple preferred share, which would you take? I'll give you a clue. The answer is in the title of the shares. Okay, you have a chance. You can get some Microsoft shares, or you can get some Microsoft preferred shares. Preferred shares. Which do you prefer? Answer. You always prefer the preferred share. Why? Because there's a lot of benefits tied to a preferred share that a common share don't have. Okay? Now, let's go to AMC. There's a lot of things attached to our preferred shares.
I love
attached to
how much he loves ape.
Okay? And
this guy is the ape apologist. This guy loves him some ape. Wow.
We're making videos now about people being ape heavy and everything, and I ain't promoting anybody to buy or sell, but if you're ape heavy, that's good news. Sit back, relax, everything's going to be okay. Okay? If you've been holding equal and equal the whole time, cool. Sit back and relax and enjoy the ride. Because when you learn what a preferred share is,
might as well, Manuel. Why not?
Go, oh, I got some shit here. And we don't even realize it. So before we go any further,
that would be a marathon if I didn't have to work Monday.
Defendant's brief in support of the settlement, where Adam Aaron is describing exactly what an ape share is. Okay? AMC provides provided extensive disclosure on the key features of apes on the day their creation was announced. Stop. That says a lot right there. All right? Whoever wrote that sentence did a good job, because they communicated a whole lot to the judge that if there's any misunderstanding on the creation of ape, it's on us, okay? Because they gave extensive disclosure on the key features of the ape when it was created.
Is it just me, or is he sounding rather shilly here? I mean, this sounds like surprisingly, he's speaking with a surprising amount of clarity and directness, like very corporate sounding in a way. I don't know, just an observation. I don't think I'm not saying that I believe that he is being paid to say this or anything like that. Not saying that at all. Just the demeanor, tone of what of this is odd, is striking me as odd. It seems different. Maybe it's just because I got COVID and then everything's different now. I don't know. I don't think so. But and I guess I really haven't watched many of his videos lately, or any AMC videos except on the stream, which is normal for me, but also haven't been streaming that much, so I don't know. I'm not sure, but something seems odd here. I don't know. What do you
So
guys?
it's not their fault if me and you misunderstand. And I'm laughing. After reading this, I'm going, really? There's a whole lot of misunderstanding you gave us.
Scott Alkin. Scott fucking Alkin. An AI generated discussion between Werner Herzog and Slavoj Žižek. Oh my, I love some Žižek. All right, I'll look at that.
What an ape is. Each ape.
Žižek is so fascinating. He is such a fascinating character. Oh my God.
AMC ape is a depository share.
He's my favorite communist.
An interest in 1/100th of a share of preferred stock. All right. Now, I've been getting deep into these preferred shares, so I've learned what it means when they say it's a depository share. That means it's not going to leave computer share. That preferred share is there at computer share, not in our accounts. Now, once the preferred...
This captures the essence of retroactive DD perfectly. Because this document has been out for how long? A year or something? I mean, not this. This is the litigation document, but the this information has been out for a long while. And I mean, now we're reviewing it. So, you know, not only has it already been issued, we're already to the point where there's a lawsuit on it. Let's go back and figure out what it actually is. It's just fascinating. Retroactive DD.
Get to computer share.
To a T.
Then they send out 100 little ape soldiers.
Floppy drive.
Into the market. And we buy them. Okay? That's what that means. When they say each ape is a depository share, that means it never leaves computer share. All right, and represents an interest in 1/100th of a share of preferred stock. Now they've sent out 100 little ape army shares. That's how they can say they have 50 million preferred shares, but they got 5 billion apes that they can sell. Why? Because each depository share of the ape is 100 little bitty ape soldiers that can go out into the market, and if over here in the depository, it can send out 5 billion little bitty ape armies. That's what that means, people. All right, so you don't have one share equals one AMC. You got one share.
I have to say, he's not wrong though. Like, I mean, he's explaining it properly from what I can tell so far. I mean, we talked about this like a year ago when this shit was announced or whatever. We looked at these documents, we went through it, We talked about how APE is 1/100th of a preferred share. So APE units are just that. They're units of a preferred share. 100 APE units makes a preferred share, which makes 100 shares of common stock. Like, it's just, why now? Why now? I don't know.
Equal of AMC equals 1 depositary share, which equals 100 shares of APE. That's how that works. If you want to look at it in a diagram, it looks like this. You got 1 AMC, you got 1 AMC preferred depository share that's put there in computer share, and they send out 100 little bitty apes into the market. Okay, we on there? So let's go back to our legal work over here. Each AMC is designed to have the same economic and voting rights as a share of common stock. Stop. That's not
stop.
Now.
What?
In my study.
All right, Lynn, maybe I spoke too soon.
Studies of preferred shares, and if you would just go on YouTube and instead of watching one of these knucklehead YouTubers,
watch Scott,
go watch you a
Alkin
convertible preferred share video.
I'm gonna change my name to that. I like that. Alkin.
One of us telling you, you can go learn from a real financial advisor
like Scott Alkin.
Preferred share is. All right, they do not share the same economic value, people. He is wrong there. And AMC can never arbitrage like this and travel together. That's not how preferred shares work. And if you do a little research on preferred shares, you'll figure that out. A preferred share always starts below the average of the common stock. Why? Oh. Because it takes seed money to create the preferred share. All right? And the company is supposed to provide that seed money. And when they provide the seed money, they make those preferred shares that are in the depository, and then they can send out the little bitty apes. Okay? Follow me? Now, the company is supposed to take some money and put in the depository with seed
money. Change your name.
To create.
Where do you change your name at?
Share. But instead of AMC creating the ape share, they took 40% of our money and created the ape share. It's not
those fucking bastards
on the level of the price. That's how preferred shares always work, no matter where you go. The company has to put a seed money in that creates the preferred share. But here in AMC, where Adam Aaron fucked up, is he took the seed money from us, okay, to create it. Probably because AMC didn't have the money.
He didn't. What? Yeah, of course
and
not.
I could give you
where are they going to get that money from?
Reasons, and I'll do a video probably on it, on why preferred shares never have the same economic value as a common share, okay? But they don't. They don't. They take seed money, and when they did that, the price of AMC fell, and the price of APE was created.
So close to 1,200 subscribers too. Can I get 3 subscribers, please?
So
how much does that cost?
Same economic value.
Fuck it.
Now they'll go.
How much does that cost?
In price, and they might meet somewhere on the scale, but they're not trying to arbitrage and meet together because that's not how they work. Both of them have a different supply and demand. And we'll talk about that in other videos. But that's why they can't
look at him with the S&D talk.
They both have different supply and demands. It's common sense. He fucked up right there. And the voting rights as a share of common stock. Okay? Stop. He's half right there. Okay? Because a convertible preferred share gets to vote. And if I had to ask you, why do you think a preferred share, a convertible preferred share could vote? You would probably answer, so it can be converted into the common stock. And you'd be right. Because a convertible preferred share gets a say-so whether they want to give up their benefits or not. Okay? Because each preferred share has its own benefits. And
what benefit? The only benefit is that it was convertible.
So I get to vote on the conversion, and AMC gets to vote on the conversion because it affects their stock.
I mean, that's true.
Take the ape and put it back here, increase the float. So AMC gets to vote. All right, and ape gets to vote because they get to vote rather they want to give up their rights as a preferred share and become a.
But it's not a preferred share. It's a equity unit. You just said that.
But they do not get to vote in corporate elections that dictate what direction the company goes, such as a reverse stock split. They don't get to vote. Apes don't vote on that. Apes have a particular, are supposed to have a particular rights attributed to them, and because of those rights, they give up their voting rights. If those lawyers were worth anything, they would know all this.
What? No, hang on. Hang on. You're telling me this guy would have me believe that he found something in this document that every one of the lawyers missed, that the Delaware courts missed. I mean, I'm not saying courts are infallible, but when it comes to business concepts and issues, there is not a court that is more experienced and has more precedent than Delaware courts. I mean, that's the reality. Delaware courts, when it comes to corporate law, that is the creme de la creme. So I'm going to push back there. It's yeah. It is. He said that the ape unit is not able to vote on the reverse stock split. I mean, I don't even. It all. It's one vote. So, I mean, it was one vote with like 4 questions. I don't think, no.
That's what all of my research on preferred shares have taught me. And I'm learning from CPAs, people, not YouTubers.
Well, I don't know what the fuck a CPA knows about this. I don't think a CPA is the right person. I mean, I know some CPAs. I would not ask them questions about stocks, like this kind of shit. Now, if it came to like double entry bookkeeping or, shit like that, but CPA?
Each ape is automatically convertible into 1 share of common stock. Really? How's it automatically convertible? We have to vote on it. Each ape votes together with the.
Yeah, it was born with the ability to convert. And in other words, the ability to convert does not need to be conferred. It is intrinsically convertible. Maybe that's a better word. Maybe it's not a better word. But what they're saying is it is once you receive it, it already has the ability. It is already convertible. It's automatically by default convertible.
Common stock, I just told you that. In the conversion vote, yes. On corporate issues, no. Why? Because this affects the owners, and this affects people that are holding on for a benefit. See? So they don't get to vote in corporate elections. An ape does not get to vote on who the next board member will be. Okay? In order to convert apes to common stock, now this is important, listen to this. The company may seek to obtain the requisite stockholder approval of an amendment to its certificate of incorporation to increase the number of authorized shares of common stock. Now, they got that from right here. The SEC Form 8A. All right.
That's
tells you
perfect summation of it at Model 3, dude. It's an equity unit because it was derived by taking its origination funding out of a Class A stock, not from an offering. So they weren't sold. You know, yeah, it was like God taking the ribs from the man and making the woman, basically, to use a biblical reference. But I mean, it was created from Deus ex machina.
that you'll be able to vote to increase the number of authorized shares.
I'm going to take some of this, cookie dough and use it to create this smaller batch of cookies. But it's all part of the same original batch of dough.
Of a common stock to a number of at least sufficient to permit the full conversion of the then outstanding shares of preferred stock into common stock, or to such higher number of authorized shares of common stock. Okay? What that's saying is, when they put out the information,
Lynn's AirPods or earpods, whatever. Lynn's headphones are dying.
They said, we're going to sell these preferred stocks, and we're going to send out 100 little army apes out there to sell for you to buy. All right? And at one day, those little bitty army apes will have to come back into AMC. With that,
one day, those little apes are going to come back to AMC, and they're going to be worth 5% of what they were when they went out into the world on their mission. It's going to be beautiful. I mean, that's kind of what happened. Let's put this out there, let it, deflate by 90%. Then we'll come on back home. Mission accomplished.
understand, the price is not going to arbitrage people. That's not how preferred shares work. They have their own supply and demand. So get the arbitrage shit out of your head. Can ape squeeze? Absolutely.
I mean, yes and no. Yes and no on that. I've never been a believer in the arbitrage. I don't, the trading history pretty much displays that they both went down, but that doesn't mean that arbitrage was never a thing. It just means that the overall equity went down. This is what I was trying to express earlier. AMC and APE can locally move in an inverse kind of way. Like AMC could go up and APE could go down, or vice versa. But at the same time, both of them are going down. And that's what really happened, if you ask me. You go in on a very close time scale, like an intraday time chart, you can see that generally they're trading together. The overall trajectory is the same, down, but that there are there are periods where there is an inverse correlation, mainly when there were announcements, there was news about the lawsuit, stuff like that, which has implications for the probability of the conversion, I think. I could be just making all of this up, but I think it seems like, and that's why, like, I've always been skeptical of Jim Chanos's arbitrage, which I don't know. I still can't keep it straight which one he was shorting, which one he was long on, because I found sources that backed up both, that he was long AMC and short APE, and then also that he was long APE and short AMC. There are media articles out there that say both of those things. So I don't know. I don't even care which one it was, because it was a failed trade, I think, from the beginning. But yeah. So yes and no.
Absolutely. When a conversion happens, ape will squeeze. I can pretty much.
Now, see, this is where we also, this is ape going up and AMC going down, and I'm AMC going down on this one. He's ape going up on this one. You do not know when or if these stocks will squeeze. I'm sorry. Nobody knows this. It can't be known. If I had to bet my bottom dollar, I would put it on the fact that this is a big fat nothing burger with extra mayo. That's my opinion. But like I said, I don't know of any precedents for this. I don't know of any other examples of this happening. So I don't know. Maybe.
Guarantee it because
You can't guarantee it. You cannot guarantee it. Why are you saying this? Why is he saying this? Other than, popularity and clicks. Why in the world would you guarantee it's going to squeeze? So we can hold you to that? Do I have your word on that? You want to put some money on it? Like, guarantee. He said the G word.
Group told them it would. In the paperwork happens, ape will squeeze. I can pretty much guarantee it because Citigroup told them it would in the paperwork that I've showed y'all. So with that, I hope y'all enjoyed it.
Citigroup told them it would squeeze.
If you want to get a better understanding again, watch it again and get a real good understanding of what you got. Now you might say, well, there's no rights to my apes. You're right. And we're going to cover that in a future video when I'm sharing with y'all what my proposed settlement will be, is that he starts putting
proposed settlements
to our preferred shares. And I'll cover that in another video. Love y'all. Be blessed. I'll see you then.
APE is short for AMC Preferred Equity. That's right. Because the way it was given birth, it has many restrictions on it as to trading and true value. But at the end of the day, doesn't the market set the price? And there's no mechanism by which the price is tied to AMC. In other words, there's no algorithm that's at work behind the scenes trading APE automatically to keep it in balance with AMC. So AMC could go way up and APE could go way up, or it could go down, or it could go sideways because it is a separate security. That's the way I understand it. And I'm not saying that Model 3 Dude is saying that anything else. I'm just trying to understand because, it is its own ticker, and the combination of AMC and APE, which is this chart, this is the total equity security of AMC. So the combination of both is that is the equity. He still thinks he has any control. I know, isn't that interesting? I mean, isn't it just, I don't know if interesting is the right word, but yeah, I there's a freedom in realizing you don't have control, I think, a lot of cases. Control is a burden, it's a responsibility. It's one that they're certainly not up to. But I can't understand how, given everything that's happened over the last 2 years, they think that the apes, they think that they have control. I mean, that is truly astounding that people, I mean, that's a delusion. It was a delusion in 2021. It was harder. It was easier to deceive yourself in 2021 for sure. You're getting it from all angles. You're getting it from the media. You're getting it from the company. You're getting it from social media. We are in control. Reddit revolution. Adam Aaron, you guys saved the company. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Did they buy? Did they buy the shares that were offered in all those share offerings? Who bought those shares? Who were they offered to? These are the questions that I would be asking. These are the questions that we did ask, quite frankly. But I just it is a grand delusion. It is a grand delusion, and I think that unfortunately, Charlotte, I don't think that a lot of people have learned anything. I don't think they've learned anything because if they did, well, first of all, if they did, they would be diversifying their influence of who's influencing them. If they did, I think I would have 10 times the subscribers. They would be questioning things, and some are. But you know, when I see comments like, "Oh, they're still the shorts are still piling in. I'm going to buy more." That tells me that they've learned nothing. That tells me that they've learned nothing. I mean, why is it that there has not been anything like June 2nd, 2021? There has been no repeat of that. Not even close. Not even close. It has never happened since that day. What would they say? Because the short interest is higher now. The cost to borrow is higher now. The price is way lower. So it's way more affordable. It's literally 1/10 the price it was then. If people wanted to, couldn't they trade 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 million shares in one day? Why aren't there that many shares trading? And I say, well, it's because they shot their load early. For one reason. Another reason is the entire market environment. What it was in 2021, mid 2021 versus now, it's totally different. The macroeconomic environment is totally different. The interest rate environment is totally different. Those things matter. Most of these people haven't figured that out. But the era of irrational meme stock bubble is over. It was a short-lived, it was an intense summer romance that will never be, can't ever recreate. You'll never forget it, but it'll never happen again with that person or in that way, even, let's say. Let's see. No repeat, but the apes are having an aneurysm trying to think of a way to force or find someone to blame. Oh, yeah. That's why it holds no intrinsic value. It's just a piece of AMC, A stock, Class A stock. It would only hold value if it outpaced Class A, and then APE was merged with Class A again, thus adding value to Class A. Or if they, I suppose, if they issued, which I guess they did, they sold, but the price still went down. So they still buy from what YouTubers say. That is craziness. Summer fling. Summer to remember. They want it to be like same place next year. But I mean, anybody who knows that movie knows that, well, it's a fascinating movie. But same time next year. Sorry, same time next year from 1978. Think of how the characters change in that movie. I mean, if anybody knows that movie, I would imagine that somebody has to. Lynn, you has to. Model 3 dude has to. Charlotte has to. I don't know. Somebody has to. I'm way too young to know that. I'm just kidding. Anyway, quality of YouTube influencer has declined significantly. That is a topic, that is fascinating because it has. This is the third, fourth string of influencer wave. I don't know what generation we're on. Probably 4, 5, maybe. But these clowns, yeah, they suck. Now, not that the original ones didn't. And you could argue that they were even worse because they set the precedent. They planted these seeds. There's noxious weeds, that have choked out any semblance of critical thinking. I mean, it really is I keep saying fascinating, but because I don't want to say it's sad, because I don't think that it is. I think that it is unfortunate, maybe, for people. And I honestly can't imagine being trapped in this thing like some of these people are. But at the end of the day, you can't feel bad. You can't feel sorry. I don't think you can. Well, I don't think I can. I don't. But, um, you know, it's frustrating. I think, well, I think maybe we, whatever you want to say, the royal we, um, even I overestimated the influence of meme stock investors because, I mean, you look at the volatility that's in the market now, that's all Wall Street. I mean, these swings are crazy, and that's not because of retail investors. I think it's easy to get caught in of thinking, well, we see all these posts and it's talked about this many times, and I have all these trackers on Reddit and stuff. Yeah, okay, sure. But at the end of the day, who's got the big guns? Is it the militia, the 3%ers or whatever the fuck militia from Michigan, or is it the federal government? Is it the Army, the National Guard? And that's really what it's like to me. Retail investors are the 10-cent army. Wall Street is the National Guard and all the armed forces. And that's where the firepower is. That's why Wall Street will always win. That's why these militias will never amount to anything. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't make money. That's not what we're saying at all. But in terms of, I mean, going back to the groupthink. Let's see, where is it? A symptom of defective decision making. One of them is an incomplete survey of objectives. And I would say that this would fall into this category. What is the objective? Is the objective to make money? If it is, then why are you following this irrationality into a pit? You have incorrectly and incompletely surveyed the objectives that you set out to do. It was never about changing the market. It was never about making, quote unquote, making the market more fair. It was never about that. It became about that. That is what we call a collective rationalization. It's a collective rationalization. It is a way to justify these poor decisions when they know something is not right, but it's also not their fault. I mean, and that you're fucked. If you're there, you're fucked. Let's see. As Common Guy says, hold ape and just relax. It's all good. I bet he has a hat that says life is good. What do you think? And I'm not disputing that life isn't good, but it's a long drop from Matt Coles and Trey to CSI and Frankie. Oh my God. I don't think they understand that ape is worthless at this point because it is way below the equity use from Class A to make it, and that's a problem for AMC. Millions of dollars lost. Millions of dollars lost. Yep. The SEC made special infomercials to break through to meme stock investors. It did not help at all. Not only did it not help, they interpreted it as an insult. They thought it was an insult. They said, Trey even said this. I mean, or I remember Trey did a video about this, that they're making fun of us. No, making fun of, that's what we do. The SEC is not doing that. They're sick of getting all these dumbass requests and grievances and complaints filed from people who don't understand that you took a risk when you put your quarter in the slot machine. You took a risk. And we want to make sure that you understand that when you put your money on the table, it might get snatched up. You might not see it again. And that's not our problem. That is on you. You put that money there. Nobody forced you to. You could have chosen not to. But you were influenced by the influencers. You bought into an emotional narrative. You know, this is exactly what they said, the SEC. Exactly what they said in these infomercials, like the Investomania one. So I didn't interpret it as an insult. Was it? I don't think it really ever had a chance of being useful, but I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the fact that they did that. Was that last year that they came out with that? When they figure it out, lock your doors and stay inside until the all clear siren sounds. Apes also want acceptance and community. To say the truth, if they did know it, would exile them from 2 years of community. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, you can have the community without it being toxic. You can have a community without it being based on a house of cards built on sand, you know, and tides coming in. It's, you know, but hey, upside, it brought all of us together. So thank God for the apes, right? Don't worry, Lynn, I'll let you know when to push the purge button. Start to cleanse. Watch out. Colon blow active. How crazy. I mean, honestly, so wild that we're still don't have to, you know, don't have to talk about this, but still are, still can, You know, you can still you can you can still make Lynn, there's still time for you to make a pro AMC YouTube channel and be successful. I mean, that right there alone says it all to me. That there is still demand for bullish YouTube pumpers. That's one of the most shocking things. More shocking than the fact that I'm still here saying, hey, wait a minute. Can we talk about critical thinking? Can we look at some other aspects of this, like, you know, maybe something else that's going on underneath here? Like, okay, whatever. But the fact that there's still demand for channels like Zero Data and lottery stocks and all these clowns, Professor Mike, I mean, that is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Hidden AMC short positions. Now, this is some classic Lou. This sounds like classic Lou. Charlotte, glad you made it too. You know, and it's a bit strange that it took. Well, it didn't take, but it just so happened to work out that I've met all of you people, you guys. I don't, not you people, uh, through such a weird cultural and social phenomenon. But I guess at the end of the day, I mean, how do any groups of people come together, But it is fascinating. Wow. Yeah. Not one fight in the chat. It's been a minute since we've had that. And I don't know if that's just my popularity waning or if it's, you know, some crow eating or what. I mean, I don't even look at comments anymore. I don't even look. We could do that if you want. We could go to my YouTube studio and see the comments recently. I haven't done it in months. I don't care. I don't have time. I don't care. You know, what good is that going to do me? I don't give a shit. But I mean, I used to get roasted in the comments. Absolutely roasted. Lynn will make a pro AMC channel and every video by saying, now go check out Scott fucking Alkin. Ah, man, that's great. Scott Alkin. Okay, Lou.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I was asleep and I was like dreaming of my fucking coffee. I was like, I gotta get the fuck up, get my coffee. I know some people consider that an addiction. Fuck it. If you got one, you gotta fucking do the best you can to enjoy it. I mean, I'm not breaking out fucking heroin or cocaine in the morning. I just got fucking coffee. You know what I'm saying? Sweet baby Jesus. Anyway, listen. Here's the deal. Somebody sent me something about Citi taking having its giant short position on AMC. Listen, I'm going to tell you the way it really happens behind the scenes. What you see attached to the name of the firm is only a little thing. These firms all have, like, I call them like little tentacles, the little other firms out there. And those firms out there have other positions, short positions. So you're looking at one, but there's scattered a bunch of them that have short positions on companies. This is just how it is, just like when they buy out stocks. They don't just do it themselves, they have a bunch of them. And the reason they do this is because if something goes wrong, it's scattered around and clients don't see. See, the fiduciary responsibility is to report what your firm did with your client's money. But if your client's money is scattered around the tentacles and then motherfuckers are doing other nefarious, something goes wrong, it's insulated from the reporting. So you see how nefarious fucking Wall Street is? Like, you don't really know. I mean, when you give your money to these big firms, you don't really know what these big firms are doing with your.
I'm just going to chime in here and say, I don't think that anybody is surprised at how nefarious Wall Street is. I don't think that's the issue here. That is a known quantity. That everybody should know that. Now, do I think it's just a massive scam? No. No, of course not. Sometimes it feels like it. Sometimes I want to think that, but it would just be easier. It would be so much easier. Oh, it's just a scam. And I do say that sometimes. But I don't really think that. But of course, it's easier. Like, everything is easier if you can simplify it to somebody else is the problem, or the system is corrupt, or whatever else. When at the end of the day, I just made the wrong trade. And I know that. I know that. I know it. And I'm not surprised by it because me, because what are the odds that I'm better than, the collective intelligence of the markets? I mean, slim to none. Can I get on the same page, though? That's the question. And that, I believe, yes, I can. Yes, one can. But I don't know. Anyway, that's just some random
money.
thoughts.
Like, you see like what they're doing, but you don't see the like 11 little fucking companies that are out there, what they're doing. I mean, let me tell you something. You take a look at, like, let's say BlackRock. What's up, BlackRock? If you take a look at the people that make up the board of BlackRock and who they're the heads of, like, you don't understand. Like, people just see BlackRock. They don't see, the big powerful Mexican family. What's up, people? Me and your follower was cool. So at the end of the day, there's no problem with that. Me and your follower still cool. But the thing is, when you look at SEC filings for a firm taking a short position or major buy-in position, that just might be a little piece of what's really out there. So that's the deal with Wall Street. It ain't always what you see. There you go. Now enjoy your coffee. Just don't put no almond milk and all that shit in it. And all you motherfuckers with stevia and all that shit, sugar, just fucking brown sugar, whatever. If you're gonna listen.
Well, I happen to like almond milk. I think it's one of the most delicious beverages, and we don't really need cow milk. It's kind of odd that we drink cow's milk. We don't really need it. There's a reason why a lot of people can't drink it. But anyway, I got lactose intolerant people here, so we have Lactaid and we have almond milk. And you know, as far as I'm concerned, almond milk is it. But anyway, I guess it's a sign of being beta somehow. The thing is, well, I feel like I've shown myself that I can do it. Now, the issue is time. The issue is time and attention, which I don't have time to dedicate attention to really doing it because I have a job. I work. That's where I make money, to survive. I would never want to be a full-time trader. That would be horrible. I would never want to do that. Never thought I could do that, or I mean, maybe I could, but I don't want to. So therefore, I can't because I wouldn't be motivated in the right mindset because it's not something I want to do. But what I feel like I have shown is that if given the time and attention, I can at least tread water or better. That's enough for me. At this point, I would like to have more time. I would like to have more attention, be able to dedicate more attention, but I can't. So, with that knowledge, then you have to say, okay, well, does it make sense for me to continue to lose money because I don't have the time to do this really? I don't think it does. I don't think it makes sense. But, um, but I don't see it as a failure. I don't really see much as a failure, but because you should be able to learn something from every experience. But it's like maybe like riding a bike. I haven't ridden a bike in a couple years probably, but I know I could if I wanted to. So sometimes that's enough, at least for now. And I'm talking specifically about trading here, by the way, too. I'm talking about like day trading, active trading, short-term trading, which is that's where the excitement is for me. Without cows, there is not half and half. Without half and half, life ends. Okay. Half and half and heavy cream serve different functions than straight up milk. I'm talking about milk, not heavy cream products, okay? And of course, half and half. I mean, I put heavy cream in coffee. Heavy whipping cream, straight up into little pints. People think I was crazy. But as far as like drinking, I mean, would you put half and half in cereal? I don't know. No. Lou is a true alpha. Never seen him with or talk about a woman in his life, except that old lady, that one old lady. Yeah, I don't have, it is, You cannot dedicate your attention to more than one thing. And you can quote unquote multitask, but that's bullshit, really. You're still switching from thing to thing because you can't dedicate brain power to more than one active item. So it's like you're switching between things really fast, and it gives the illusion that you're multitasking. But if you're writing an email, you have to just write the email. You can't write the email and trade a stock at the same time. I mean, you can switch back and forth, but then you're not dedicating your attention to either one. And that's the problem that I always run into with this kind of stuff. So, you know, I figure it makes more sense to do one thing really well, or at least be able to put all of my energy into I don't know, work, and anything else is whatever. Never had coffee in your life. I don't know what it tastes like. Wow. Really? Try to think if I know anybody who has legitimately never had coffee, never tasted liquor either. Now that one I can, yeah, that I have tasted both. I have no desire to ever taste any alcoholic beverage. No desire. I guess you could say I'm a teetotaler. Does that include every substance or just alcohol? I'm not sure, but if in any case, yeah, alcohol. I was talking about this last night with my girlfriend. I think alcohol is this is just opinion. It's so destructive. I mean, it is just it's terrible. Yet it's accepted, legal and available. It blows my mind. I don't judge people who drink or use any substance. I don't care what anybody does, but for me personally, I mean, honestly, I get physically almost practically physically ill just from the thought of it. And you're like, what in the hell happened to you? Well, that's a topic for another stream. When you talk about heavy cream and coffee, you know my spirit animal, and yes, I put half and half on cereal. Nah. You know what? I would have to see that before I would believe it. I would have to see that before I believe it. And you cannot steam, to my knowledge, I don't believe that you can steam any of the alternative milks. So if you wanted to make cappuccino or latte or something like that with steamed frothed milk, I don't think you can do that with any nut milks. I got to try oat milk. I haven't had that yet. I've seen that at the store. But cashew milk is good too. Yeah, cashew milk is good. Honestly, I mean, I don't really see the big deal about that. Those milks, quote unquote milks. But also, I mean, plant-based diets are really fascinating too, and I've done that before. Not exclusively, but 80, 90% vegan at one time, not now, but at one time. And I'll tell you, I think everybody should experiment with vegan cooking because it really made me such a better cook. You know, learning how to use spices, how to season things, how to create flavor. I mean, it's just it really is fascinating what you can do and how delicious you know some of these things can be. Anyway, never smoked a cigarette or tried any drug. That's fascinating. I mean, and I have a lot of respect for that. I can't say the same thing, but um, I certainly had a very good friend in college who was basically that uh, way, and it just I think there's something to be said for pure um, existence like that. I was always too curious about things to be able not to. I'm not going to say be influenced or pressured because it was never that, but it was. I'm curious what this is like. I want to know, and then at some point, I think you realize that it is okay to try things, um, but not everybody can handle it, and whatever else. I could. Um, so, but I mean, I certainly respect that and admire that, honestly. Um, so that's awesome. I had no, I mean, I would never make that assumption about somebody that they either do or do not do things. And really, it's never even something that comes up usually. Um, but I think you can, well, I always want to I want to have the clearest mind and the most, capable critical thinking and decision making that I can have. And I feel like those things take me away from that, uh, 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 that plane of existence. But then there's other times when you don't want to have, uh, you know, maybe you want to abdicate those responsibilities or something. So but can't even say because no one would believe me, which is probably for the best. Now, I know I would. I would absolutely believe it. Um, or whatever that's worth. Um, and I appreciate that too. I appreciate hearing about those types of things and just um, experiences that were totally different from a totally different what I would consider to be a foreign time to me and place. You know, um, I mean, yeah, but I just like learning about all kinds of things and people. So and hearing about different experiences. So especially in a historic, not historical. I don't want to use the word historical here. In a, in a context of a different time and place, that seems so far removed from where we are now or where I am now. Um, but yeah, no problem with those that do. Never really wanted to know, and that's, hey, that's like I said, that's commendable. Um, I guess not so much like commendable that, oh wow, this person is so straight edge, but commendable in I never wanted to do it. I didn't do it. It was never an issue. I don't care if anybody else does. Like, that's principle. It's principled. My parents always said you cannot escape your reality, and that always stuck in my head. You know, um, that's true. That's true. Yeah. And we know that, um, bringing it back to AMC and the apes, there's a lot of drug users in the ape community, and I'm not judging anybody, at all. But one thing that I like, kind of like what Model 3 dude's saying, is escaping reality or trying to enhance whatever. I don't think that stuff. I don't know if there's any correlation between that and bad trading decisions, as Donahue George would say. But I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen on Reddit, um, it's like these I don't know what is influencing these people so heavily to make terrible decisions, but man, I'd like to think that I could smoke a little bit of weed and still be able to trade. I wouldn't try it. Uh, yeah, I mean, they must have some incredibly strong shit or something. I don't know. Shit was all better back then. Now it's like Russian roulette. I've heard both ways on that. Um, I think objectively, if you look at things like THC levels and weed, they're off the charts now. I mean, it's insane how strong this shit is. Um, Now, that being said, I mean, I don't know what it was in the past, but the science is growing science is it's so much more advanced now. Uh, you know, and it's all and it's laboratory controlled and tested and supposedly and you know it, it legal and taxed and all this kind of stuff. But I think there's probably a danger. Too strong, it's like music, right? Uh, some of the best stuff is not perfect. Well, let's say most good stuff is not perfect in some way. There's some kind of rough edge. There's some aspect of it makes it human. You can tell somebody's actually playing that because that one hit there was a little bit softer, was a little late or early, and it gives it the character. Or this song starts out at this speed, and at speed they sped up in the song. And when I was in music school, that was like, no, you want to be like a metronome. You want to be absolutely perfect. But the thing is, when we get excited, our heart rate increases. It is natural to speed up a little bit when you're excited. And that transfers into things like music and how fast you talk and all that kind of stuff. And think about the differences between performances. You saw this one live versus the studio album, and it's a little different. They playing it faster because it's, you know, the excitement of a live show. And that stuff is what made so much stuff great, in my opinion. Um, Now, a lot of stuff isn't even real in the sense that it's programmed or sampled, electronic, played on a keyboard or something. And sure, you could play the same part, but everything is so rigidly to a grid that there's a human aspect that's lost. It doesn't sound like it doesn't have the imperfections. It doesn't have the rough edges. It doesn't have the impurities that, while it may take away from the precision or something, uh, you know, something's lost. So I don't know if that's a good analogy or not, but it like I'm trying to think of a good example here. I mean, shit, we were talking about wooden ships earlier, you know, um, that song on the studio recording. God, I wish we could play music on here and with impunity, but goddamn copyright laws. Does Crosby, Stills, and Nash do they really need the royalties from me playing it here, talking about it? I guess so, you know. Um, it's not perfect. It's technically, it's not, doesn't, it sounds like 1969 or whatever. It's not, it doesn't have that clinical sound being recorded in a anechoic chamber laboratory where, every outside sound is blocked out. It sounds real.
that's another thing too. Anyway, so I'm with you on that, I think. They'd make the same decisions sober or high. Maybe. Maybe. Probably. A Lou lesson for AMC and life. Little boy lost for 2 days, lost in the woods. NFL Sundays, why AMC and not OTC? Police find a frozen body at a Louisiana Arby's restaurant. What is this? Was it Lou pivoting to news? I want to see if I can find this one video here. This one thing that he talked about. This is so funny. Fuck. It might have been when it might have been already deleted. No, I don't think so. It would have been months ago. America needs to watch this video. Okay. Jesus can't save your investment. I love this guy. I mean, honestly, it's a love-hate relationship.
All right, now after the last video, I got the Jesus community in AMC coming after me, and I'm like, chill out, okay? I'm 1000% Team Jesus. So don't start telling me that Jesus didn't get whacked, he's still alive, and I'm like,
Jesus is still alive.
Yeah, he woke up on the third day like, go fuck your mother. Then he kind of like disappeared. So I'll be back to kill all you motherfuckers that are doing bad. Other than that, I mean, the Bible basically just told us one day he's coming back. I'm not doubting he's out there somewhere, but he's not like hanging out in a fucking Pizza Hut waiting for you to place an order. Like, yes, Jesus, yes, 100% true God.
Pizza Hut. What is wrong with this guy?
This is a start. All right, now after the last video, I got...
Wait, did that just...
Jesus did not make almond milk, so what am I going to tell you?
I don't know why it did that.
Market of the golden calf, so
shit.
Down on your knees, you heathen motherfuckers. Let me tell you something. Chill out, okay? I love Jesus, love you motherfuckers, relax, chill. I mean, not for nothing. Like, what does Jesus say about investing in something that's run by the devil? Not for nothing. This is the market of the golden calf, so chill out. Love Jesus. Don't drink almond milk. And Jesus did not make almond milk. So what am I going to tell you?
Well, Jesus also didn't drink water because he didn't want to get diarrhea. What is Ape Father doing these days? Oh, good question. Shit. One of the Ape Father's original love songs called Don't Let Go. Oh. No. Bill and Tip at Joe Bella's Tom's River, New Jersey. So that's restaurant food, I guess. New improved ribeye steak, cooked medium rare, is here. Third time is at the Charm food. My ribeye was cooked medium well. Oh, I needed more juicy. A new one is coming. Third time. Okay, so this is from the same event. He sent it back twice. Dear God. Okay. Yeah, because here's always good time for 2 ribeye steaks. Entrees are served, 2 ribeye steaks. My ribeye was cooked medium well. I need it more juicy. New and improved ribeye steak cooked medium rare is here. Third time is a charm. Always a good time for Caesar salad. Oh! Always a good time for mashed potatoes. Oh! What is it with the O's? Oh, look at this. Always a good time for cheesy bread. Oh! Nothing like hot bread right out of the oven. Yeah, nothing like hot bread right out of the oven from a restaurant. Like, wouldn't you expect this fucking guy to cook food? What the hell? I mean, and I guarantee he'd make a steak that would, I mean, yeah, sure, it looks good, but I mean, come on.
It's not that hard. I mean, I have a patented method. Works every time. I just almost sat in bird crap. Oh, what the fuck? This is what I think about my wife and Cindy Lou, who I hate her. Lou making fun of a young boy trying a new Italian restaurant, steakhouse. Oh, plan A, AMC, plan B, GME. My wife gets revenge for putting on my socks. American Dream goes too far with me claiming I'm driving under the influence. Not true. Short cover, she's always a woman. Ape Father promotes his original song. Dave Packman, pencil neck, and Democrats only focus on the negative with Donald J. Trump. There's something else. Why is he going after Dave Packman? I mean, not my favorite lefty tube dude, but I mean, he's. I guess we should be watching Newsmax. 2 a.m. tuna salad hero at Wawa. Just spent $100 at Wawa at 2 a.m. What? Some people like chocolate. I love it. Oh, Wawa time. So this is what Ape Father's up to. Holy shit. I feel very. Two simple things anyone can do to increase your chances of winning in the stock market. Here we go. This is it, right? So he pivoted from AMC and just eats now. I think so. He's Andrew Dice Clay now. Oh, yeah. Hickory dickory dock. I miss the old Ape Father screaming in the lobby about Michael Myers. He's going to stroke out. Now he's going to make his money back by making food videos. You know what he needs to do? He needs to start doing those food challenges. I don't know why he doesn't. Find the place in town that's got, burrito bigger than your head, bigger than his head, bigger than his head. And if you can eat it within 20 minutes, to get it for free. And it's it's an 8-pound burrito or something, or the 6-pound sushi roll that I saw a guy eat, and he did it. Or the Japanese fried beef challenge that was in Canada somewhere. Anyway, why doesn't he pivot to food challenge videos? I mean, we know he can put some food away. I mean, anyway, I don't know. Two simple things everyone can do to increase your chances of winning in the stock market. Oh, wait, no, never mind.
You all know I'm not a financial planner. You all know I don't give financial advice. But if I can, I'd like to just say this. You want to know what I feel? In my opinion, the key to success is in the stock market. Okay? It's to find a company that you feel is under
hot wings. Yep.
Okay, you have to make that decision, whatever you base it on, whether you base it on fundamentals.
Listen to this fundamental investor. Listen to this value investor. Ape Father is now a value investor. Wow. Love it.
Short squeeze play, whatever it is your narrative is. I get it. Okay. But the key is two things. Okay. V for victory, baby. Do not put money in the stock market you cannot afford to lose. It's like
this is the number one thing that I would tell anyone. It's one of the first things that I was told by somebody who had more experience in the market when I didn't. And it has stuck with me through this whole time. And so that's why losses in the market really don't affect me. I don't care. I mean, of course I care. Who wants to lose? But at the end of the day, I know that it doesn't matter. Like, I just lost money that I didn't have before. It wasn't money that I had before that I lost. I didn't have this money. I got some and I lost some of it. So this is honestly the best advice that I ever got from anybody about any of this stuff. But as Lynn is so astutely pointing out, he should have been saying that 2 years ago. Absolutely. And this is like retroactive investing advice,
It's like retroactive DD, but retroactive general investing advice. If only we could go back and apply this, go back to a previous revision and apply this template. Maybe we'd be doing better.
When I go to a casino, you understand? I bring
Here we go.
of G's with me.
Yep.
You understand? I'm not bringing money.
A couple of G's. You high roller. You high rolling bitch. I mean, come on, dude.
You're being a little bitch. Like, I'm not putting the deed to my house, my car. I'm not putting my precious
And to think I'm doing this all on one monitor.
metals. I'm not putting my you know.
It's a laptop.
I'm not doing that. I'm bringing what's called fund coupons. Okay, it's kind of the similar mentality you need to have in the stock market. So if you need this money to pay your electric bill, to pay your gas bill, to pay your rent, to pay your mortgage, you know, in order to feed your family food, you do not want to put that money in the stock market.
What if you don't want, what if you're okay with not feeding them food? What if you're okay with feeding them something else? I mean, everybody's had to go, everybody's eating cat food, right?
So the money you put in the stock market is money you don't need. So let me explain to you the strategy. You could wait a very long time and keep this money in the stock market for as long as it takes till it hits. Okay. All right. And then the second thing is the next part is patience. Okay. Look, we all have what's called like immediate gratification. All of us want to make.
Yeah, this is where
It really doesn't. It doesn't happen. The only time it happened to me was one.
Oh, it happens.
In 2019.
It happens.
The lotto for $250,000. But even then, it wasn't instant
gratification.
Because I was playing the number for like 3 years before I hit. There really is no instant gratification in life. You know, to make all this money.
I mean, he's not wrong, but
you wake up one morning, you throw a bunch of money in the stock market, and then by the close of market, you're a millionaire. It really doesn't happen that way.
Not a millionaire.
Patience.
Okay, I'll give him that. It does happen, though.
All you need is just a little patience. You gotta have patience. So don't put money in it. Now you might be like, why are you making this video? Because it's like for every single time I mention a play, you get these like the AQST, for instance. You get the regulator, look, it's going down. It's called patience. It's called you have to wait and be patient. And have money in the stock market that
1 day ago. AQST. When did he get in? That is my question. When did he get in this stock? I'm going to speculate that it's somewhere up here. To be quite honest, who knows? I mean, this is a nice move. It's over 200%. 70 cents, 75 cents, up to 250. Where did he get in though? I mean, I was hoping that this video was from like 2 weeks ago or something, or it was from, I don't know, February. No, it's from 1 day ago. I don't know. Maybe you'll say.
That you don't care about, so you could hold, just like I have in AMC, just like I have in GameStop. I could hold that shit forever. I could hold that shit for the next decade. I don't give a shit. Okay, because it's money I don't need to survive. It's money I don't need to pay my bills. And if you find yourself in a situation where you're putting,
how do you pay your bills?
And you notice that you can't buy food. I remember there was this time. This guy called me up. He's like, "Hey, father," he goes, "You could be so proud of me. I'm starving my children." He goes, "For the last 3 days because I will not sell my AMC."
What? Proud? He thought, well, let's see.
Proud of me. I'm starving my children. He goes, "For the last 3 days because I will not sell my AMC." I sent that guy money. This was a long time ago. I've stopped sending.
Wait a minute. Wait. There's so many things here. What? He sent him money? I mean, this is, I don't know if this is true or not. This could be complete bullshit. But this is one of those times where, wow, okay. I guess I understand wanting to help the children, but he sent him money. I mean, is that what you do when somebody is bragging that they made such poor financial decisions that their children can't eat is the proper response to send them money? I don't know. I'm not convinced it is. Wow. Okay.
I don't want to get into it.
Maybe I'm just an asshole. I don't know.
Too much people don't appreciate you, but it'll probably eventually happen
Like
again.
that
Be happening more towards my game.
that's like a child protective services advertisement right there. You know, the CPS number should be flashing across the screen right now. Holy crap. If it's true.
Probably eventually happen again, but it might be happening more towards my game show, how far. Like I got a guy at Burger King that accepted my challenge, this guy Larry. I'm going to be going, if I didn't have a family party tonight, I would be at Burger King today doing that food challenge. But we have a big
Oh, so he is doing challenges.
But the point is, don't be like that crazy guy. You have to feed your children. Family comes first. Family comes first, not stocks. Feeding your children, taking care of your family. That's
nonsense.
We're men. We take care of our family. And I sent that guy money. It broke my heart. It wasn't the first time.
It broke his heart. Send a guy money. You're men, take care of your family. Wow, it's so heteronormative. Well, hopefully he made the check out to one of the kids. I doubt it. You know, that's well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Wow. Okay.
There was that girl, Veronica, too. She was crying to me on her birthday. I sent her money. And then my big thank you, she told me to go F myself. But anyway, that's not the point of the video. The point of the video, put money in the stock market that you could afford to lose.
Okay.
Think of it like a gamble. Think of it like you're going to Atlantic City or Las Vegas, and that's it. But
well, don't necessarily do that. And I guess you can think of it as a gamble, but I still think that's, I mean, yeah, you got to be prepared to lose it all. No question. That has to be, I mean, anymore for me, that's the assumption. And then hopefully I can, hopefully, you know, whatever. But I've talked about this analogy before, casino analogy. If you could walk into a casino and know which slot machines, and there's no way to know this, but if you could know that this machine over here is going to hit a big jackpot today, this machine over here is going to hit a jackpot today, these over here, they're cold, this one's hot. If you could know that and go to those machines or those tables, this table over here, you're going to be the best player at that table or whatever. That roulette wheel is going to hit the number that you always play. If you could know something like that, that would be a better analogy, because in the market, you can know those things. You can know which stocks may have a higher probability of making a certain move. You can't ever know it, but you can know you can piece together a picture based on data, information that, okay, this company, you know, whatever, XYZ, then you have to decide, all right, am I going to go with the face value, or am I going to go contrarian? Am I going to take the opposite side of it? Is everybody on long side? Should I go short? Those are decisions. But at the end of the day, there's some underlying information or data that is guiding you towards certain things. That's why, like I say, if you could know that this slot machine was going to hit a big jackpot today, or that it had a higher probability, let's say it that way, of hitting a jackpot, then that is a better analogy. It's not a straight up casino. And in fact, it really is more like a game of poker than a game of chance. I mean, that's the idea, that's the goal. It shouldn't be a total game of chance, like a roulette or a craps. Well, even craps is because you have so many side bets. But a slot machine, no skill really involved. Max bet, spin all lines, go. There's not really much you can do. If you believe it's random, then, you know, which it supposedly is, and I have no reason to think that it's not, but of course it is a black box, so who knows? But there's nothing you can do to increase your probability. But in games of skill, in games that have higher elements of uh, proportion of skill rather than just straight up luck, random chance, you have that ability. You can increase your odds. You can do that with something like poker because of strategies. Blackjack to a smaller degree. There are strategies. Okay, so the casino analogy is a touchy one. I know you have a soft spot for him. You know what? I mean, sometimes men do that to people, I guess. I don't know. He got in around 40. Wait, on AQST? No. You're talking AMC, Manny, I think. Didn't he mention AQST, or maybe I misheard that. Maybe he was saying AMC. Remember his GoFundMe to help broke apes? GoFundMe. Oh my God. Is whatever happened to Ant's Trades? I know he was back, but fuck off. Did we watch this one 4 days ago? Oh, 4 days ago. I don't know. I'm not sure. No, well, no, it doesn't. Doesn't say that we did. It says I watched this one. So this could be total garbage.
What's up, guys? Just throwing.
I mean, it is going to be total garbage.
Together a quick midweek video. Most of this video I'm just going to be
quick. Let's make it even quicker, shall we? Yeah.
Reiterating what I went over in my last video, as well as showing you my updated tracking and what I'm expecting for the rest of this week and moving forward. Really quickly, just jumping into the macro. I do listen to all my videos. I'm going to do it again. This 3 fractal sequence here that played out leading up to the squeeze in January is the exact same thing that's playing out here. From the breakdown of the flag in November.
I'm already not feeling this at all. I mean, this notion of a cycle has to. I wish I could figure out how to properly and thoroughly eliminate this from people's thinking. I mean, this is one of the worst bullshit concepts that I think has come out of this meme stock era, is the notion of the cycle. The cycle theory, the idea that you can predict these irrational moves, these explosive, impulsive moves, is just total garbage. And I know that there is a way to completely dismantle this in a way that would actually be effective, but I haven't found that yet. Well, I don't have, if I could sit around for 8 hours a day, think about how to do videos and, communicate better, really, I'm sure that I could come up with something. But I mean, but this is one that needs to be put to bed. This notion of cycles, predicting a squeeze, tracking, playing out. It's not playing out. Play us out. What does that mean? Who is the origin of that theory? I want to say Trey. As far as I can tell, it actually originated with Astro. Now, I don't know if anyone was talking about this before Astro, but I remember you said, don't worry. I remember when he went on an interview on Jack Hunter's channel. I think it was a 2-parter, maybe. I did a reaction video on it in 2021. I had like a 3-part reaction video. And it's funny because it was like in the fall of 2021, and I remember this distinctly. My girlfriend was here, and I said, because I had trouble cutting the videos down. I could not make a video under 20 minutes to save my fucking life. And I said, somehow I got to fit this reaction video of an hour-long interview or video into less than 20 minutes. And she said, good luck with that. And then followed up by, wait, people still think that it's going to go way up? Yeah, they do. This was in fall of 2021 or early winter. I mean, and you know, I don't even know. Who knows what the hell she thinks now? I don't know. I think she thinks I'm just jerking off in here or something. I don't know. But because there's no way that people still think that. It's 2 years later, or 1.5 years later. Midnight. Oh, so now we're going off of West Coast time, midnight. Well, it's 3 here. It's almost time for coffee. You know what? Been a minute since we've done one of these long ass streams. I mean, I could just say fuck it now and start playing music and say fuck it. I'm going to delete the stream afterwards and let's listen to some Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. But stick to the plan. Not going to get sloppy. But yeah, I think it was Astro. It was Astro. Oh, those videos were great. If I could say so. God damn. Fucking YouTube. But yeah, and some great thumbnail images too. I do also may say so. Some great thumbnail images. And I ripped that one. But I think that's where it started. That's where we also learned that Astro was a YOLO call buyer. He bought call options on GameStop. They went way up, and then he became a market expert. Essentially, that's what happened. And that's what happened with all these clowns. They hit a jackpot on a slot machine. I mean, I'm using that analogy very intentionally. They hit a jackpot on a slot machine. They made a lot of money. Probably lost it all eventually, but they thought that they were experts then. They'd cracked the code. They had found the key to the stock market. But, what do you know? The goddamn market went and changed the locks on them. You'd be doing me a favor if you got a strike.
Remember, the exact same pattern is playing out now, and we are in this last green box, this W here. This is where we are. The bars up here are overlaid from this sequence here. It's just overlaid right on top. And like I said, we're in this last green box here, the W with the 3 peaks in the middle, the lower low on the right, and then you find an uptrend that brings you to your peak of January 2021. That's where we are. So we have our first low, we have our tri-peak.
Also known as the GameStop squeeze. So what is the GameStop squeeze that's going to cause this AMC squeeze here? I don't know. I mean, can we point out the fact that this is going down? This is just straight up going down, and this goes up and then down and then up, and that's not anywhere close. Look at this. This is a valley here, or in I guess in audio we would call it a null or a trough, the bottom of a waveform, the bottom of a structure, a line structure, bottom of a graph point, bottom point. Well, down here, it's the peak. So I'm not sure also how that works out. This is going down, clearly going down. This is clearly going up. So no, it's not tracking. That's not how it works. It doesn't track the same. It's not the same. How could it ever be the same? This is the GameStop squeeze. You're not going to have a GameStop squeeze. I don't think. I mean, I guess they would dispute that. They would, but all right.
In the middle,
not even a fucking minute in.
We came down and found a lower low on the right, and we have this uptrend, very solid uptrend, by the way, that will be taking us to our peak and more than likely all-time highs. So we have our first bottom.
Give me a fucking break.
The 3 peaks in the middle, right here, and we have our second.
There's no way he believes this.
Uptrend in this candle.
No fucking way.
Where we are. So not much further to go. We're in this candle here. After this, we're looking for a gap to the 200 EMA. And then once we cross 850, that's it. We're going to be squeezing probably to new highs. So that's the macro. I touched on that.
So confident too. We are going to be squeezing. And that is direct confidence language. There's no way you could know that. And the fact that you think that it's so obvious tells me, you know what that tells me? You know what it tells me? Yeah? That you're obviously fucking wrong. Because if fucks like this can make these predictions, I give up. I am done with the market. Fortunately, that's not how it works. Fortunately, and I'm gonna divert to Joe Granville on this. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. If you see an obvious structure that's telling you this is a for sure thing. I mean, there has never been a more sure thing ever in the history of sure things. Holy shit, you are about to experience the elevator falling to the bottom, plummeting 30 stories, for example. Or maybe it'll go up and shoot up and won't stop and it'll pop out the top of the building. I don't know, depending on which way. But this confidence is some pathological confidence.
On all my
Holy
videos,
fuck.
I'm going to continue to do that. It's the foundation of my thesis, and we're tracking it perfectly, so why wouldn't I? Showed this in my last video as well.
No, you're not tracking anything perfectly. I mean, do you understand what the word perfectly means? I mean, perfectly popcorn is perfect. That's perfectly. Done in a thorough manner. Thoroughly done. Perfect. Perfecti. Done through and through. Through. Done. Like, that is pretty definitive. No, it's not perfect. Nothing is. And we shouldn't even be striving for it. But it sure ain't tracking perfectly.
Daily chart of pre-January 2021 on the left and our current cycle on the right. Daily chart.
Current cycle.
So I'm going to touch on this again. You have your 20 hovering right under your 50, crossing the tri-peak, come back underneath, and then when you cross again, that's when you squeeze.
Tri-peak.
20 hovering under the 50 the whole time, crossing the tri-peak, come back underneath, and we recently crossed again. The 100 coming across right through the tri-peak in the middle.
I don't need you to tell me where a line goes.
I think I get confused pretty easily on the micro level tracking.
Here we go.
Once we finish the iteration, it looked like we were finished with it on Friday. We're not, and I'll show you the tracking, and it looks great. We're still.
So it looked like you were finished, but it's not. So were you? But you weren't wrong, were you? No, there's no way you could have been wrong.
You can get confused pretty easily.
This guy is so. Oh my God. Stay professional, Scotty.
I'm comparing 1 minute candles of January 2021.
Stay frosty.
What we're tracking now, and we're tracking a lot slower, so it's very easy to get confused. But I'll show you what I mean.
Tracking very slowly, so it's very easy to get confused. Well, it's a good thing that you're so smart and you're not fooled by this. So you can keep us straight here, can't you?
And this is proof that we're tracking slower. January 15th, 2021, 1 day. 1 day here. March 28th to April 1st, the exact same thing played out. Same exact thing. It just took longer. 1 day here, 5 days here. Legitimately, it's perfect.
Then that's not the same thing, is it?
Literally perfect. All the touch points I drew is horizontal line.
How is that perfect?
Not going to bother going over it. Calling for a knife this entire
there's no reason to.
It's a matter of.
Oh my God. What is this?
So that's that. And then from there, it brings you to this iteration here, where this was the knife.
Oh yeah, I see the resemblance. I can see the fucking resemblance.
2021, and then this was that 8K after hours knife. We spent a day or two down here before you gap up. Same exact thing on both sides. It's just taking longer on this side. Like I just showed you in the last photo I just showed you. It took longer.
Who knows?
It was 1 day. It took us 5 days to play that out. This was 4 days to play out. We're on day like 22 or 23. It's the same thing. Same tracking. It's tracking perfectly. It's just taking a lot longer. We're barcoding on low volume.
How do you get that from that?
Anyways, from the knife on both sides, you gap up. You find your way to the top, and then you find a descending resistance, which you reject over and over again until you break out, hovering right above. Same thing here. You gap up, you find your top, descending resistance, reject it over and over again until you finally break out, hover right above, gap down, fill the gap, come back down one more time to test the previous resistance as support. Same exact thing here, and then you find your uptrend. This played out very fast. This was one day here. Like I said, we're in day 22, 23 now, but we're almost done with the iteration. I'll show you in a minute. Tracking perfectly. From this high here, and I showed you this in my last video as well. These wicks here, this like 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks. You have 2 above. Same. What? The hell just happened? Okay, same thing here. Couple wicks above. You're trying to break the break through this range here, and same thing here, wicking right off of it every time. Same thing, and then you finally break through, and then when you come back down for the retrace, you bounce right off of that and right through the previous high of the range.
He thinks that is such a brilliant analysis. I mean, you want to see my QQQ chart? I mean, it like like all these lines were pre-existing on this chart. All the yellow lines were already there when all of this price action played out. Okay, and I realize it's a lot of lines. But I mean, I'll just give you some examples here. Here, and I didn't think it was going anywhere close to this, so I didn't have lines up there. Did not have lines up there. I don't know why that one's red. You know, that, this again, this. I mean, these are all based on volume profile levels. It's all volume profile. I mean, look at that. Look at that. I mean, you know, this is the best way that I've found to indicate levels that are of any importance. And it is not foolproof, obviously, sometimes. But I mean, even this here, I consider this. That shows importance at that level. It reverses at that level, essentially. I mean, all over all these lines, and you know, let me get all this off here now. Control Z to the moon. There. Oh, one more. No, I don't know. Get off there. So if you were to look at volume profile that I used to create these, and now it starts to get really, really mucky, but basically all of these lines correlate to other lines that are here from the volume profile. So either red line, purple line, or green line. And it's too much to see. But because I kept adding to it. I kept adding levels. But essentially, yeah, it comes off of, I look at, let's go to something different. I would look at this. And this is more effective than what he's talking about because I don't care about the overall pattern structure. I'm interested in levels. I want to know price levels. Where is it likely to reverse? Where, if it goes above this level, what could happen? That kind of thing. All right. So if I were doing this type of thing, obviously I'm going to put one here. I'm going to put one on that purple line right there from this. Now, also, I'm going to put one somewhere in here. I'm going to take the average of these 3 lines here, 2 reds, 3 reds, and a purple. I want to go right in the middle of all those. Probably want one in this area somewhere. Catch all these lines. I mean, because they are basically close to each other. You know, I'm probably going to put a line up here. Whoa, whoa, where'd you go? Put a line there, and so on. So I'm going to go back through these. I'm going to see. Now, I'm also going to zoom out a little bit so I can catch some of these longer term ones. I'm going to say, okay, there's a gap down here, potentially. So we have a line there. We need something below it. Well, you could go here. You could go here. So now I know, well, I don't know, and I'm going to go here. There's a reversal there. Big time reversal. So I'm going to go the line there. And that probably corresponds to previous lines. But there's also a reversal at that, basically at that level here. So 2 days in 1 week, it reversed at that level. That tells me, hey, pay attention, 409.39. Pay attention to it. Pay attention, 411. Pay attention to 413. I might even put one up here, even though there's no line, no level. There's a lot. This was something's of importance there. Somebody or something. Well, let's go with something. Something is programmed to reverse, to start selling at that level. In other words, for example. So that's all I'm doing. And then take that off. Now I'm left with the lines. Now I'm left with the lines. And you can already see that a lot of reversal points correlate to these levels, even though we weren't looking at it back here. Even though we weren't looking at it back here, it's still relevant. Even though we weren't looking at it there. Even though we weren't looking at it back here. Even though we weren't looking at it back here. This is not cycle theory. This is supply and demand levels. It's support and resistance. It's volume profile analysis. That's closer to what he's doing. But I mean, and you can see that here. He's got these 2 lines. Great. You got a reversal level there. That means nothing in terms of an overall structure other than, that's a key level, potentially a key level. I don't know where the hell this cycle theory really came from. Mad professor mode activated. But I mean, this is how I trade. I mean, this is one of the main strategies, I guess you could say. Well, I would probably even go so far as to put one up here, and I bet that would correlate to something previous. The top, oh yeah, right there. So, I mean, question, if the price did this, if the price came up here, would I go long? Probably not. So and this is not really that complicated, and it's not foolproof. Nothing is, but
when we finally broke through, came up, and then you come down, bouncing right off of this range here. You're just keep getting rejected here, trying to break through this, and right off the previous high of the range. Same exact thing. It's just taking a lot longer to play out. So that's that.
No.
And this is before it even happened. I drew it before it happened. Everything's labeled. The January 15th V and the gap up. Same thing.
Yeah.
Here.
Me too.
You find your high. You have a descending resistance line. You have your support with higher lows here. You break out, and then I literally drew it before it happened. The gap down, the second retest of the previous resistance, just like you do here. And then I drew a straight line to 650. We didn't end up getting a straight line. I mentioned this in my last video as well. We're getting a very, very slow climb up. I mentioned the algo can slow down and speed up. For my very first video, I've said the algo can slow down and it can speed up, and that's what's going on. We're moving very slowly, but we're still tracking, and we're almost there. We're very, very, very close to being done, to squeezing. Very close. So I drew a straight line here. We didn't get a straight line. We're getting a very slow uptrend, and I had a target of 650 initially.
Nothing goes straight up or straight down, but I can tell you this. There's nothing that he's indicated here that would ever predict a squeeze. Can't be done. And if you look at the AMC chart, what I want to know, here's what I want to know from this guy. Look at these. Oh, no, never mind. What I want to know from this clown is this. What makes you think? I mean, and honestly, too. Come on, okay? You're in an uptrend. You're looking great. You're looking perfect. It's tracking perfectly. What makes anybody think that any of these pumps, any of these little spikes are going to be anything different than any of the previous ones that came before? What evidence is there that this time will be different? That's what I want to know. If that's what everybody thought here, for example. Well, you know what? No. Great. You had a short covering rally. Did it happen in the market overall? Yep, sure did. And in fact, it pretty much follows the market at all. I mean, at large anymore. No negative beta here. You know, the overall contour, I usually say contour, is very similar. It follows the market. Here, not so much, but it still basically does. Of course, individual names versus an index, you're going to have things that are, you know, and of course, AMC is not in the SPY, so, but market went down here. AMC went up. But I mean, generally speaking, it follows it. So why would I mean, I'm just so dumbfounded at why anybody would think that any of these pumps would be anything different than all the previous pumps, which, by the way, have been lower highs pretty much consistently. I mean, still even like this high of this peak of this pump is lower than that one, which is about this. Yeah, it is. It's lower than that one. That one's higher. And of course, this one's higher. So what is the reasoning to think that it's almost done? This time it's going to squeeze, even though clearly we are in the downside of a pump, also known as a dump. You're clearly on the other side of the hill. You're over the hill at this point. Why would it be any different? There's no reason to think it would.
Points, just based off the landmarks and touch points. 650 was the original target. I think our top was 620. Still valid with touch points. Same thing. Doesn't really matter. Like I said in my last video, there's different support and resistance on both cycles. So that is that.
It's what it's like to have no clue.
Now, I showed you this in my last video.
I thought I had no clue.
I drew this last week. I think it was on Tuesday.
This takes the cake.
What I was, like the projection from last Tuesday, what I was expecting. I thought this would finish last week. The iteration would complete last week. Didn't end up happening. And it's still not done this week, and I'm expecting it to finish up Friday.
Iteration.
The rest of the tracking after this. But pretty much what I drew here is what played out. And right now, actually, we're sitting right here at this, the right leg of the W here when you have a high or low. This is where we are right now. And then the rest of this week's price action, this is what it should look like. So I drew this up to like the 630 range, and we came up to like 620, I believe. Same shit. Doesn't really matter. 10 cents off. Okay, so with that being said, here is Friday's price action. And I mentioned in my last video, it looks like the iteration could be complete. I said I'm pretty sure the iteration is complete. I'm not 100% sure. And the reason for that is because the touch points are pretty...
Now is where it gets interesting, because this is from 4 days ago. This guy's videos are the kiss of death for AMC. That's fantastic. But this is from 4 days ago, also known as May 9th, also known as last Tuesday. So we have the benefit of being able to see whether he was right or not. Now, if you ask him, you know, he'll bend reality and make it, you know, gaslight it into thinking that he was still right, even though he was wrong. But we're gonna look. We're gonna look. And I love doing this because nobody ever does this. Nobody holds these guys' feet to the fire and says, okay, but you said this and you said it with the confidence of a fucking bull. What the fuck? All right. All right. Here we go.
Perfect. You have your double top with a lower high on the right, and then you have your double bottom with a higher low on the right, and then you have downside and end of day.
That is what I drew here. That's not a double bottom.
And then I think...
Come on.
I think I showed this in my last video as well, showing it. So your double top, your double bottom, and then the
not even close.
Previous range here, same thing here, and then the downside end of day. That's why I said on Friday it's possible we finished the iteration. Turns out we have not finished the iteration, and I'm going to show you now.
Iteration of what?
And this, it's just a
I love his fractal background too.
10 o'clock in the morning when we broke out of this resistance and pretty much double topped perfectly right here. And then we started crashing back through resistance. I was like, okay, so now you could definitely make the case that this is the first leg of the W right here. And we're going to come back down to support, find a higher low. And this is where we're sitting, somewhere right here right now. And then the rest of the week, we're going to be climbing back up to the 620 range and then come back down one more time and probably close the week around $6. That's what I'm expecting. So drew this at 10 o'clock in the morning. Pretty much exactly what played out. I'll show you right now. This would have been the double top in the morning right here. And then this is pre-market. And then this was today's price action. Came all the way back down for the right leg of the W and found a higher low. Perfect.
Predictions.
I have the touch points labeled. I'm not even going to bother going over them. They're all the important touch points are labeled for you. You have your first top right here, which we do here, 620, and then bounce down, come up, bounce down, come up, and you come all the way down. You find your first leg bouncing right off of this range, bounce up, double top perfectly. Same thing here. And then come back down for the other leg of the W.
It's not a top.
Low, and this is where we're sitting. And then this is projected price action for the rest of the week, which I have drawn here. So
I think it's a 1 hour chart. Okay, so see if you find these areas. Get my vortex or my predictor things off here out of the way. I mean, but that's Monday. That's Friday the 5th. Why does his look so much different? Is it because he's on log? No, it doesn't really change it at these levels. Logarithmic doesn't really do much difference here.
Tomorrow you can expect green. We should find a bounce tomorrow. Probably come up to.
Okay, so that would have been May 10th. Well, we're gonna have to go to daily just to see. Oh no, you didn't see green. You saw red. You saw red at large. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he was wrong. But let's see.
The 580, 590 range, maybe close there. Maybe we get this move here. Probably going to see 580 to $6 tomorrow, close somewhere in that range. And then that would be Wednesday, Thursday. You get the rest of this move. Probably not going to come up to 620 as this didn't here. This second top here was lower, a lower high on the right side of the W.
Yeah, every day was lower.
Very slowly. This is not going to happen fast. We're going to be seeing low volume, bar coding, very slow climb, probably tomorrow and Thursday, back up to this range here, and probably get rejected somewhere 615 to 620 before we get this downside.
No.
And then end up closing the week somewhere in this range here. 595 to 605 is what I'm looking for a weekly close.
No.
For Friday's close, we're looking
not even close.
In that range. 595 to 605. 602 would be a cool.
595 to 605. 595, 605. That's where he said it was going to end the week. That could not be more wrong. I mean, and that's fine. I mean, everybody's wrong. Everybody is fucking wrong. Except me. Except us. No, I'm just kidding. We are. But, I mean, also not because, yeah, clearly you hit the top here. Okay? This is the way it plays out every time. And this is not a cycle. This is reality. When it really doesn't do what he said it was going to do. It doesn't move like that. We had some macro issues, macroeconomic issues last week. A lot of concerns. Yeah, this is a failed prediction.
To see, it would be
another failed prediction.
And that's pretty much it. And this is if we finish this iteration this week. That's if we get the rest of this price action this week.
So theirs is out. Theirs is out. If I confronted him, well, if he actually, was responsive and said, "God, Alkin, what are you talking about?"
Lets us out. Well, the iteration didn't play out. I mean, that's garbage. That is it's total garbage. There is no algo doing iterations of any pattern. It doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. I mean, I'm an idiot, and I know it doesn't work like that. I mean, there's no way that it could work like that. If you think about it, it really doesn't make sense. You know how many market participants there are? You know how many people, entities, computers, trading systems, banks, hedge funds, individual retail investors. You know how many market participants there are trading every day. Every day. Actually, it blows the mind if you think about it. How many individual participants or institutional participants there are at any given day on any given stock. So how can you say that it would follow this pattern? I mean, you think that Citadel is literally controlling the market or something. But I guarantee that would be his out. Well, the iteration didn't. I said if the iteration plays out, obviously the iteration didn't play out. No,
So
obviously you were just wrong.
we'll just have to take it day by day and see if we get the rest of this. But this is what we're expecting. So literally, it's tracking perfectly. I thought possibly this was Friday here. You have your double top and double bottom.
Tracking perfectly.
Higher low on the right.
Fucking nerve of this guy.
Downside at the end of the day.
Jesus Christ.
Same thing here. I was like, okay, maybe that was the rest of the iteration. Turns out it wasn't. And now, a couple days later,
See?
it's more clear.
Turns out it wasn't.
A 1 minute chart.
You can't win with somebody like this. They're always right, even when they're wrong. They give themselves enough rope to get out of this shit.
Sequence.
And it never involves them hanging themselves.
Compare it to 5 days.
As much as you want it to be.
January 22nd, flag. 4 days. We're on day like 22 or 23. Same exact shit is playing out. It's just taking longer. Low volume, barcoding, but we're tracking perfectly. And that is pretty much that. So this is what we're expecting for the rest of the week. What I'm expecting for the rest of the week. Green. So tomorrow, 580 to like $6. Thursday, probably come all the way up to like 615 to 620, and then get rejected. It's probably downside at the end of the day of Thursday, and then Friday we would probably play out the rest of this, and then final weekly close around $6. 602 would be cool to see that. Close of 602 this week. That would be very nice to see. So that's pretty much it as far as my.
So almost $1 off.
This week. I do want to touch on one other thing, and I'm not giving dates. Let me just make that very fucking clear. I am just pointing something out because this is significant, and it's probably
this is option expiration garbage about how many days after the option expiration. Yeah, we heard that before. That would make it a decipherable code, and there's no way Wall Street lets that happen. I mean, exactly. You think really that there are enough breadcrumbs left by the most advanced market trading systems in the world? Unlimited budget, unlimited resources, computers literally located in racks right next to the actual stock exchange computers, co-located, zero latency, $1 million leases, probably billion, to get that space, to get those small areas of computer racks where these systems are located, that they would leave that anybody would leave any decipherable trail that could be interpreted by a clown like this. And it's nothing personal. I mean, he's a narcissist. He thinks he's got it figured out. But this is a perfect example of just when you think that you figured out the key to the stock market changes the lock. What did they do? What did the market do? Well, we could say they changed the lock, as a general analogy or metaphor, but
Was it the lock that was changed? Or, was it the expectation that, this is a master key that's going to open any lock? Well, I think he thinks he has a master key, but there is no master key. I mean, and that's one of the first things that you learn about lock picking and lock sport, which is something I'm interested in. There are no master keys. I mean, there is no key that will open every lock. Yes, there are things called master keys, but it is a master key in a key system. At the university, for example, every door has a different key, but there is a key that will open all the classrooms. That's a master key, for example. But there's no key that will open every lock. At this institution, at that institution, at this house, it just doesn't work. Most of them don't even fit into the right. Most of them won't even go in if it's the wrong key. Because this one's made by Schlegel, and this one's made by Kwikset, and this one's made by Corbin, and this one's made by, whoever. And they're proprietary shapes. So there's no master key. Just like there's no master key in the stock market. Although the closest thing that I found is with the levels, and it's not a key, it's just something that can help you form a picture of what the key may look like. Let's say that. Is this the top for Apple? I don't know. But he thinks that he's figured out this key. Boy, that's I can't believe that. Why did I do that? So Apple's about $10 off its all-time high. $10 off. I mean, look at that. That is insane. $50. $50 move in the span of what? 6 months? I mean, it wasn't even this October low, it was December. Because Apple, yeah. In the wider market. There's the October low. Nasdaq's up over 20%. Anyway, oof. That he's got, and again, this is the I don't know, this is a classic story. Like I'm surprised that he came back. I don't know why he did. This guy's videos are the kiss of death for AMC. I'm excited. I just realized I haven't been feeling anything, just a will to be patient and sort of numb, but I love feeling hopeful for sooner than later. Don't we all? I don't care if it takes longer, but having something to hope for, wow, and look forward to makes me stronger even if they steal it away again and again. Wow, that is pathetic. I mean, it's something. I just need some feelings in the play to remind me how strongly I believe in it and it will happen. Your videos are a great value to me. What? And who says this? No, I guess not. Wow. Wow. SPY going down, most stocks will go down, but AMC, because of great fundamentals, will go up. Probably because of the greatest CEO who is working hard for his millions stolen from retail delusionists. I sold and buy back around 2 to 3. I don't fault you for trying, but bottom line, if it was truly tracking perfectly, it wouldn't be this difficult, almost 4 months of saying the major run is imminent, to predict what was going to happen.
If you have to add qualifiers such as the last fractal was flat, but now it's descending, or this time the algo is way slowed down, you've effectively said the pattern is different. Thank you. Exactly. In terms of direction time frame. I admit it's fun to look for similar patterns in the past. That doesn't mean it has to play out like that again. The January run-up wasn't just some algo pattern. It was driven by external buying pressure from Wall Street bets. Boom. Exactly. That was the GameStop squeeze. That catalyst doesn't exist right now, hence the lack of movement. Just some thoughts. Everything that we said. I mean, it not that hard to see. Respectfully, this is a highly manipulated stock that is controlled by an algorithm that is made to look like normal trading patterns. Just yesterday it barcoded. I don't believe the breakout you've been speaking of will be caused by fundamentals because it's an artificial chart. The chart has been copy and pasted countless times. It's been flipped, reversed, mirrored, inverted, etc. Reading chart fundamentals at this point is not worth the trouble. The reason is moving slower now is because they had more control previously. I love this too. This is I gotta name this concept here. I'll say it in a minute. What do you do when you're losing control? You slow things down. This will all happen on a catalyst, whether it will be public one or behind the scenes catalyst, but not fundamentals, in my opinion, respectfully. I want to coin a term for this idea that, and we've seen it over and over. I don't have a good way to refer to it. I don't even really have a great way to describe it, but the idea that, okay, yeah, it's a highly manipulated stock. It's being manipulated. It's being controlled. But they're losing control. They can't do it forever. I need to name that. But that idea, the idea that, yeah, okay, it's manipulated. They're cheating. It's crime. But we will still win. That confidence for no actual reason. There's no reason to believe that this would ever change. And I'm not saying manipulated, not manipulated, crime, no crime, whatever. I'm not saying crime. I'm saying if you think that it is quote unquote controlled, what would be the catalyst to relinquish that control? I mean, I don't know. They've tried everything under the sun and nothing. It's been nothing. Market crash, market rally, popcorn, all the catalysts we've looked at, none of that has changed anything. It's still pumps and dumps, pumps and dumps. But they love to say this. It's, they're losing control. They had more control. They're losing control. It was only a matter of time before they lose all control. How? How? They're the only ones, Wall Street institutions, Wall Street, are the ones trading the stock. They're the ones doing the trading. Based on the volume, retail ain't doing it. So that idea is fascinating to me. This blind faith that somehow something that was previously under control for some reason, not because of them, by the way, because they're sure as fuck not buying it. They're not trading it. They're not doing shit. With volume this low, piss poor volume, retail is not engaged. So, okay, what would change it then? Retail deciding to buy? You're not buying at fucking $5? If you're not buying at $5, blowing the volume out of the water, it's never going to happen. Blowing the volume out of the water. If the volume doesn't get blown out of the water at sub 5, nothing will blow the volume out. That's what I'm saying. And even a volume blowout, and I'm talking about an explosive blowout to the upside, like a Deepwater Horizon blowout. I don't even think that would be it, because we've seen volume of over 100 million in one day, nothing. I mean, you get a pump, but then you get a dump.
what reason is there to believe that would change? I don't think there is a valid reason, which is pretty pretty bleak. Let's see. You're amazing. Thanks. A lot less shares. During the January-June runs, the chart won't work anymore. Well, that's another good point, I suppose. There were fewer shares, but I mean, there were more shares traded though. So it doesn't matter what the float is. It really doesn't matter. Volume is what matters. Always a pleasure to watch. Pushing the macro to the right. It might happen at some point. In your opinion, will AMC run past 72, the all-time high, before ape dividend? Before ape dividend? What? Yes, the goalpost is going to be moved again. The algo cannot be predicted. That's the whole point. The algo. There is no single algo. I don't know why I'm replying to these comments, because I just felt like it will gap up strong. We getting paid. Still waiting for 140. Shit like this needs to be shown in court. Why? Charts work great, but not for AMC and GME. They do what they want. Nobody knows when this will actually squeeze. No offense. No one knows if, but I think we know it won't. End of May is the same weekend that TD accounts transfer over to Schwab. Think anything crazy will happen with those accounts? No. Why would it? How is this guy back after his 140 BS hype prediction? It is all about supply and demand. I'm sorry, Ant, but I don't think this running till nobody expect it. That's what's always happens, a weird day or week where apes stop caring and losing faith. I don't think that was the case, though, back in 2021.
Do I think that's the case? I don't know. I don't really think that's the case. I don't really
think that's the case. I love that. I love it. He asks the question and he answers the question. Do I really think that's the case? I don't really think that's the case. And then the confident, I don't really think that's the case. Classic. I think you are reading the chart upside down, man. It happens to the best of us. You have been wrong a lot. So that has to be the issue. AMC will squeeze, but don't listen to this con artist. Wow, that's a lot of comments here. Would like for you to be right, but I don't believe anyone now. Wait until he comes over, check it out, and sees that we've been bearish on AMC. But hey, that's true. We've been right about 95% of the time. Stop posting as you are always wrong. You are giving others false promises. I mean, I don't want to reply to too many comments. I don't want him to think that I'm stalking him or anything.
We still trying to predict the squeeze after all this time, after how many times we've been here. I'm down. This bro is a joke, always wrong. Sorry, guy, but they won't let it happen. I'm gonna they, wild they. This time I really mean all-time highs. I was just kidding last time. Pump it up to get more people to buy in and make money on options. This stock isn't going anywhere anytime soon. How can you say all-time highs? Surely you are paid by hedge funds to convince retail. Ooh, that's an accusation. Paid by hedge funds to convince retail. Now that is why this isn't, this is a brilliant comment, because this is what I believe if there were people being paid, this is what they would be saying. They would not be saying what we're saying. That makes no sense. None. Why would anybody pay me to come on here and give a rational assessment of what's happening? They wouldn't. They would never do that. But they would pay somebody like this to pump it up. The way I see that is a brilliant comment. Because I buy low, sell high, you're holding. I sold 15,000 shares, made 28K. Keep holding. Wrong. Ant the plant. Clown shoes. So you keep saying new highs, but also saying around 25. What happens to 140 if we're perfectly tracking? What are your respected targets now? Well, there's no respected targets. I mean, none of these targets are respectable. That is a lot of comments. Now, what happened to Big Man Speaks? Is he here still? Hope. Oh man, 6 months ago. I hope he's all right. AMC ain't going to the motherfucking moon. Internet, where everyone's opinion counts, even if that opinion is just a grunting sound. It's like free therapy, but only if you never check your notifications. True, and I don't. For that reason. Not very positive, like 3.2 stars. Would not recommend. All right. Well, now that you said that, let's do it. Fuck it. YouTube Studio. All right. Copyright claims. Are you kidding me? All right, 1197 subs. So close to 1200. I mean, I think I have 3 other accounts of mine that I could use to hit that if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Comments. Oh, I'm nervous. Okay, good. Comments from supporters, subscribers. Jay Ingram, this AMC grifter who appears to be in his 80s, is back. Oh yeah, the old guy, old Jay Ingram. Remember him? This is why you stay to the end. Yep. This is why you don't leave the movie until the end of the credits, because you never know what's coming. Or the end of the game, the end of the ball game, or the end of the concert, or the end of the live stream. So Jay Ingram's back. This 100 at the end of the 8th sentence has to do with how the less intelligent believe their stupid misassumptions, insider trading, to be true with a 100% certainty. The 100, okay. Adam Aaron, here's the comment. Adam Aaron should be in prison for colluding with hedgies and insider trading 100%. If you're incompetent, you can't know you're incompetent. The skills you need to produce a right answer are exactly the skills you need to recognize what a right answer is. Quote David Dunning of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, that's, yes. The skills you need to produce a right answer are the same skills you need to recognize a right answer. I mean, they are so far off. Okay, we may not read all his comments, although I appreciate his comments. Scott's What's up with the channel? Is it dead now? No. And I wasn't dead either. I just got COVID. Had COVID, so Model 3 dude. But I think he probably realizes that now. Huh? Where's all the mean comments that I came for? Ape comment, we are a lot smarter than Adam Aaron. Love it. Your videos are aging like fine wine. Pumpers predictions aging like milk. Thanks, Manny. Lynn said, great show. If I do say so, your guest needs a better mic. She sounds like she's inside a trash can. Works for Lou. Who the fuck you? You just open your YouTube channel. Who told you to open? The hedge? Why just don't go fuck yourself? Hmm. Pretty goddamn diplomatic. I'm gonna voluntarily go fuck myself just because. Where you at tonight? 1 month ago. Wow, we're a month back already. There is no chance, no destiny, no fate that can hinder or control the firm resolve of a determined soul. Okay. Not sure what that is in reference to. Crypto spam. Yeah, no. Get the hell out of here. The SEC needs to go after idiots like the Boston guy Lou. Someone called him Al, not from Boston. Yeah, Al from Karachi. This aged well. Did it? The 1930s calling this person's calling and they are a publicly subscribed person calling out a specific time code. I wonder what it is. I'm nervous.
When you have 3.5 million people doing anything at once.
Here's this number again, 3.5 million. Does anybody know where?
Yeah, that was fun. Whatever happened to him too, by the way? You're a creepy weirdo for streaming other people's Twitter space calls and discords while talking shit behind their backs. Why don't you grow a pair of chestnuts and hop onto the actual call? And if you disagree with them, call the people out and debate them. This is some straight up soy boy shit right here. Soy boy? Okay. Bad back coming in here. Well, you people don't want to hear facts. What type of weirdos pump non-stop asinine conspiracy fairy tales and refuse to accept reality? Nobody talks shit behind your backs. You people are a group of awkward outcasts in society that for some reason or another have gotten obsessed with an unprofitable, damn near bankrupt company and decided to throw your life savings at it. Then you all have the audacity to refuse to accept personal responsibility for your horrible investment. You people want a handout and it's not happening. Enjoy financial failure. I'm sure it's not a place unfamiliar to you. That is a damn good reply. Creepy weirdo. Not sure the last time I streamed someone else's Discord. But clearly mean, who is this? I mean, okay. I'm going to, permission to speak freely here. This guy is calling me a creepy weirdo. This guy is calling me a creepy weirdo. That irony is not lost on me at all. Wow. Oh my God. I'm not even going to reply. I'm not even going to respond. That is fucking great. That's brilliant. Oh my God. All right, now we're back, way back. GameStop really didn't make a profit from what I had a quick nose at. They saved some money or maybe sacked staff, so on paper it looked better, which I suppose it did. If I'm wrong, reading and nosing, I think we have this GME type in UK. It's called CEX. Folks think they're living through the big short, where at the end, 1 million goes to jail, but in the back, and they made sure they would never get caught with their pants down. If AA behavior isn't clear, then common sense left your headspace months ago. Ape was supposed to provide a definitive share count. It didn't, and AA made sure he went on public record to state how many times took a court count and found no fake share. Yet here we are. He gave his buddies an escape hatch after him, and the board cashed out. It's literally like Stockholm syndrome at this point. And that's been mentioned before. AA reiterated again in a public forum recently that folks shouldn't have listened to Redditors who don't know what they're talking about. What other stock would people to chanting out they're prepared to hold to zero? That's insane and music to those manipulating the market. Everyone has agreed it's a murky, controlled, and dishonest market, yet are expecting fairness. Okay, sure. Avi Lev. All right, now we're back into something. Well, is your voice even real, you mug? What the hell? Shill alert, you have scabby knees. Put some mayo on them. Ken Griffin is financial terrorist. Is your voice even real? This is hilarious because are you really out here trying to convince us he's a saint as if GME just wasn't a couple of years ago? What's hilarious? Bad back. What's hilarious is the apes have absolutely no knowledge. Oh, they replied to me. I replied to them. They replied to me. If a third party such as a market maker is allowed to create shares through short exempts, FTDs, continuous net settlement, and other 203(b)(1) abuses for the sake of liquidity, then how are any shares in the market worth anything? Creating artificial supply destroys any semblance of this being a real market. This is economics 101. Additionally, it is proven that the majority of market makers have been caught spoofing trades and they tailgate. Don't even get me started on payment for order flow. Official supply. How did my like late, Chris? Great sarcasm and point. I don't remember. Oh, that's going way back. Oof, that's going way back. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. So I guess we were supposed to ignore all the banks closing down and the market going to shit. Whatever is happening, I'll continue to hodl and give hedgies a big FU. Chuck. So far, not a single bank is closed. You hold 100,000 shares, does nothing to them. It's not even a rounding error. Go back to bed. Come on now. You're not giving the hedgies a big fuck you. You're giving your savings and your financial future a big fuck you. Boom. Yeah, I mean, not sure. Yeah, bad back. Bad back got that one. FTX done. Proved you're a moron. Next gaudily dressed YouTube video. All right, I already replied to those. Oh, there was a reply. You know what's coming and you're scared for your life. The Moass will destroy you. Do you know how to play chess? Want to play? Okay, yeah, I think we're ready. Bring AMC stock to 50 cents. Tony Tenko, I know the ape can make it possible. How the fuck do we get you to shut the fuck up? Another coward hiding behind a computer, talking shit. Here's my reply. I'm afraid you'll have to use one of the Phil for real tactics if you want to get me to shut up. Do you want my address? It's 131 South Dearborn, Chicago, Illinois. I'll be waiting for you outside the building. That's Citadel's address. Okay. Let's see. I don't know what this is here. Let's see what it is. All we've seen many times is people come in, say some kind of stupid shit and be like, oh, I'm glad I found your channel. I'm buying 100 more shares Monday. And it's like, okay, you're an idiot. What do you want me to say? Oh my God, please don't. Please don't buy more AMC shares. My overlords, you're killing them. They're getting crushed. You're winning. You're winning. Okay. Crawl back into your mother's asshole. How did I miss that one? I don't think she would particularly enjoy or appreciate that. Since it's Mother's Day, I'll but it is Mother's. Is it Mother's? I think it's Mother's apostrophe, right? Has to be. No, it's not. Mother singular, possessive. Really? Okay, whatever. Oh, why do we do it on some holidays? It's a plural possessives, but Mother's Day is Mother's. I guess it is Mother's Day. It is Mom's Day. Okay, all right, I can see it. All right. Well, comments, mentions. A mention from Tony Tenko. Analytics. Views are way down. I know that. This is a 28-day cycle. 1,800 views, 624 less than usual. Watch time 215 hours less than usual. Subscribers 63% less than the previous 28 days. But I also haven't been doing as much for reasons. Obviously, live stream views, so mostly live streams on this channel. Most people coming directly from YouTube. Audience statistics, returning viewers. This is all garbage. Wow. I suck. United States. 57.6% from the United States. Canada from 0.8. Where's the rest from? Not sure how that works. What? Where's the other like 30-something percent, 40% from? Weird. Mostly subscribers. 100% male. Lynn, I don't know what is going on with that. See, the age skews older. This is my age bracket and older. Interesting. It's always been that way pretty much on this channel. Always been that way pretty much. Yeah, no revenue. Well, yeah, okay. Let's look at Jay Ingram. Okay. There he is. The good win again. Really. When did a good ever win? Hope has nothing to do with it. What's hope got to do with it? Who I am, the cats insist, happy. All right, fine. We'll just do the last one here.
Now, how do you
This could be very depressing. I don't know.
like that? I come home. I mean, Saturday, a day of fun and games for me. I go to the golf course, do all those things. I come home from golf, and I've got 76 messages about all hell breaking loose, and I'm thinking, oh no, what has happened is Gary Gensler has gone nuts and has gone and allowed the shorts to do more shorting, even though it's Saturday, opened up Wall Street, and the shorts are on us again. And they said, no, that's not it. I said, well, what's going on then? Well, they just turned over 400 million documents showing that the Biden family is involved with the Russians and all these corporations and taking all this money, and the whole group is going to jail. I said, oh, that, oh, okay. I mean, you know, yeah, that's good news. I got that. That's, you know, like bye-bye Joe and all who are near him. And America needs that, so that's good. But at least.
Oh, Joe Biden is the one who's in bed with Russia. I wasn't aware of that. You know, I thought it was the guy that was like buddy with Putin.
The stocks are stable because, you know, that's what I was really worried about. How about that, you know? Oh, those earth-shattering news, huh? And he was hooked up with the Chinese. Gee, how surprising. We didn't know that. And getting money from them, and I tell you. Well, we all knew he was coming down, just like we know that Gensler's gone and that the shorts are coming down, so I guess they're all going to crash together. Well, what do you expect? The good always win. The bad always lose. Remember that, okay? Thank you.
Out of respect for my elders, I'm just gonna let that go. I'm just gonna let that go. But okay, great. I don't believe that the good always win. I'm sorry. I don't know if that makes me an asshole or cynical or realistic or foolish or what, but I don't believe that.
All right, wife and I are getting ready.
I don't even think the evidence bears that out. Going to short Tesla because Elon wrecked Twitter. That's the type of emotional trading that we advocate for right there. But Twitter, short Tesla, right? No, you're not.
Ready to go out to the golf course.
Probably not a bad idea, though.
Thought I'd just make a little note. As you can see, it's a nice green grass, wonderful day.
Yeah. I mean, what about the, the good always win, the bad always lose. Remember that. Okay. I don't know who said that besides this guy. But what about this one? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, or no good deed goes unpunished. I mean, those are established sayings that can be traced back to somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if it worked for him and he's this old, sure.
So we're looking forward to it. As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why.
Well, I do like that, actually. I do kind of like that. And that's great. That's a nice touch. As my Jewish friends in LA said, I'm going to use that. I'm going to steal that one. That's good.
Don't hope. We know, we scope. In other words, we look at the numbers, we see what's going on, we know what great shape GTII is in, and we just smile. And watch them play their games and watch them cut their own throats. Now, people wonder about what happened Wednesday. Well, Gensler and the woman who has the gray hair says, white hair actually said, all right, no shorting on Wednesday. Let's see what happens. And you saw what happened. We went up 600 points.
What?
And then they said, oh, we can't have this. And so they let them go ahead and short on Thursday, and they went running in there with all their money and spent millions.
Is this true?
To bring it back down. They still couldn't bring it back down as much as we brought it up. So that's cool. So now that Gensler has shown himself, he has to keep the pressure on the shorts to stop.
What is he talking about?
The shorts know this, we know this, so we're not worried. All right. Now I'm going to go golf and have a good time. The cats are going to watch the market today, and
yeah, go play golf.
Be cool. Okay. Thank you.
What in the fuck is he talking about? They didn't allow them to short sell last Wednesday. That's news to me. Never seen that. Never heard that. I don't know where that's coming from. I'm looking. I don't know. I don't think Manny's still here, but maybe he knows something. But I mean, I'm looking here. Now, this is interesting here because, like, all these, I'm just looking at, I just short selling ban news sorted by date. Banning short selling of regional bank stocks won't solve their problems. 100% agree. a blog. Jamie Dimon is correct. It is time to ban the short selling of banks. No, it's not. Why? Why banks gets yeah. Let's make it so bank stocks can only go up. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Give me a fucking break. By calling for a ban on short selling in bank stocks, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon just aggravated PacWest's deposit run. Now, that's the kind of headline. That's the kind of bullshit that happens right here. You know, you get clowns like Dimon out there stoking fears. And then what do you get? Runs on banks. Run on the bank. What a bunch of garbage. Looking at banning short selling bank stocks. Short seller Cohodes mulls wager against U.S. regional banks. Look at that. Mark Cohodes in Bloomberg. Is short selling legal? Ban talk has experts defending investment tactic. Of course it's legal. Short sellers may be manipulating bank stocks. Don't ban bank shorts, but do check out Carvana as a short squeeze candidate. Are U.S. regulators going to ban short selling again? No. No, they will not. SEC staff throw cold water on calls for ban on short selling of bank stocks. Do we need a short selling ban? What? I have no clue what that old guy was talking about, but I'm going to go out on a limb, a very, very flimsy limb, and say that he's mistaken, possibly delusional, possibly demented. That I don't see anything like that in the last week. Nothing. Nothing. Come on. I mean, was that a dream? Fake limb. Did Diamond even say that? I don't know. I think so. Short seller Mark Cohodes considers betting against U.S. regional banks. Wow. He's Bloomberg headline material. The risk of a short selling ban is giving veteran bear Mark Cohodes pause for thought before betting against the country's regional banks, even though he says the outlook for the industry remains gloomy. The former hedge fund boss, who now manages his own money while raising chickens on a farm in California, said deposits will continue to be pulled. Let's see. Is there a video clip here for this?
What do you make of the back and forth with Western Alliance in particular yesterday, with shares plunging after the Financial Times report and then them coming out and saying this is just a tool of short selling? Is there validity to that? Do you think that people are going to exploit the jitters, the temper tantrum?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen stories that were rehashed from 6 weeks earlier on PacWest and again with Western Alliance. There was no news there. PacWest hired an advisor at the end of March, so that was completely stale. I don't know why we continue to kind of create new narratives just to help justify the positions. The facts are these banks have very good cash flow. They have deposits that are much more stable.
Right.
And really liquidity has surged in the past 2 months.
Chris, your note is blistering. You say the press reports are stale. Just for instance, I know a guy. He's a guy that he's with the show quite often through the week. He's going to sit with his Barron's open on Saturday and try to figure out which bank to buy. How do you select the good banks from the troubled banks on a Saturday morning as we've crashed?
Okay, so PacWest. This is PacWest. And that day, I guess it must have been last Thursday, maybe. It was in the $3 range, but now it's $4.55 or closed at $4.55. Look at the surge in volume. I mean, you can't even see the volume doesn't even show up. You have to scroll over, and then you get these volumes that are like, I don't know, 1 million. Then you literally had 80 million, 135 million. I mean, that's 100 times the volume that's back here. Quite literally 100 times the volume. But these declines here,
1 million, 11 million, 38 million. And then here's where you have probably had short covering start to occur at this level here in the what? I mean, really here, starting down here, probably like the $5 to $7 range on that lower wick. So what day was that? Over here, like in this range here, March 23rd. I bet you had a lot of bears lose money there. I mean, and if you were doing volume profile analysis, you know, you might mark that level. You might mark this. I'm not even looking at the profile, but I mean, you know, oh, look at that right there, reversal. Reversal. But of course, bears got rewarded here big time. And look at this. Look at that. That's a double bottom for you, Ant. We had a reversal there, you know. So interesting. Okay. I guess I'll leave those lines on there. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know what that guy's talking about in terms of the in terms of the bandit on Wednesday, Thursday. They let him do it. No, that's not. I haven't seen the evidence. Who am I?
Well, I know that.
Just a guy from Montana. A guy. Well, actually, I want to see if there's any.
All right.
I'm going to listen to this.
Wife and I are getting ready to go out to the golf course. Thought I'd just make a little note. As you can see, it's a nice green grass.
I took a bonk.
So we're looking forward to it. As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble.
I'm going to clip that. I want that as a clip. I want that on the soundboard. That's good. As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, let's see if I can do this on the fly live here on one screen.
It's a nice green grass, wonderful day. So we're looking forward to it. As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope. In other words, we look at the numbers, we see what's going on.
Yeah, got it. Nailed it. All right. Oh, well, forgive me for doing this in the dark. Let's come to the light. There it is. Let's see if I can find it here.
A man who has to hope is...
Nope. A little more right here.
As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope.
Right there. Do I want this part?
We know, we scope.
Sure. Yep.
We know, we scope. In other words,
we know we've lost. We just take the loss on the chin. Oh, that's not what he said.
As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope. As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope.
I want to clean this up here.
Don't hope. We know, we scope.
I'm going to clean it all up. I'm going to take out all these gaps. Let's try that.
Man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope.
Boom. That's it right there. All right. Export and done. J Hope works for me. Boom. Save. Bucket. Nope. All right.
Why did I do that? Add to soundboard. Right? Yeah, right in here. J-Hope, there it is. Boom, boom, add new sound, boom. All right. What do we got? We got it.
As my Jewish friends in LA used to say,
Oh,
a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope.
We scope. We don't hope. We know. We scope. There it is. All right.
We know what great shape GTII is in. And
okay. I wanted to look at the comments too here to see. Talked about golf. The poor little fudsters, not only dim-witted, they have bad hearing, just like the shorties. They are done, finished, kaput, as we used to say along the Rhine. GG has pulled the plug. Oh, he's still buying AMC, so okay. You can't make this shit up. You can't. No new AMC videos. It's kind of surprising. Everybody's getting ready for Mother's Day, I guess. Interview with John Berta. This is from 5 months ago. Why did it do this? Oh, the view count. I didn't mean that. Yeah. But wait a minute. Al from Boston did an interview with John Berta regarding MMTLP, Meta, and FINRA's corrupt practices. What? 5 months ago. How did I miss that? Oh, man. Want to know how close the market algorithm and the AI art algorithm are in function? Like, are they both based on text prompts? Yeah. I think there's probably a command that's like /buck and apes, something like that. And I don't know. I mean, I honestly, the way I imagine it in the fantasy of like it's all controlled, like, explicitly, is it's not tech based on text prompts, it's based on shapes. So it's literally because, uh, the irony being, Wall Street geniuses, all these, Ivy League finance people, but they're really dumb, actually. They don't know how to do anything. Like, where's the downloads folder kind of level? Boomer, no offense, not you, Len, but uh, the uncool, unhip, tech illiterate. So what they had to do was like at McDonald's, there's a picture of the fucking Big Mac on the cash register display, but in this is but for the stock market, it's just like a triangle and a square and a circle and a diamond shape. Like those are the things that they use. Like, oh, today's a triangle because they're a bunch of dumb terminal, basically uh incompetent. I mean, I'm half joking, but I don't think they could trade if they had to. I don't think it would look nothing like it is because everything is so reliant on this technology. Imagine if Jamie Dimon had actually had to go out and actually trade by hand, like manually. It would be a shit show. I think it would be a total shit show. So, and in my fantasy, I'm dumbing it down even more. Shapes. Maybe there's even a function where they can draw like with a pen tablet, draw the shape you want, and it will interpret it. We'll figure out what price action needs to be to get it there. But if you want it to go, if you want it to whipsaw up and down, draw it in there. We'll figure it out. Yeah, the ID10T error. Yep, good old ID10T. Exactly. Shapes. Oh my God.
Good morning. This is Al from Boston, along with Uncle.
What the hell does that say? Crump? Gunbeck?
I mean, I know that's one of Trump's golf clubs, but why is he wearing a Donald Trump pullover? Now, that strikes me as odd. That is very odd. That's very, very specific. Like, that's very, there, like, this is the kind of shit that does not happen by accident. And this, wow, Berta.
Uncle Frank, and today,
don't ever get in bed with anyone who does not have who has that few vowels in his last name. In his name, period. It's only 2. Way too few.
we have John.
Can't trust. No, that's John Berta. That's John Berta, Lynn. You'll never see Al. Oh, no, you'll never see Al.
Correctly, John?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. He is the former...
Hold on.
This is Al from Boston, along with Uncle Frank, and today we have John Berta. Am I saying that correctly, John?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. He is the former CEO.
Even Al didn't know if it was right. It's like, well, there should be a vowel there.
Energy. And today we're going to talk about what has happened with Meta. John's going to give us a little update after the initial part of the conversation. A lot needs to be talked about. We're just going to give the whole thing over to John and let him speak and let everybody in the AMC community know to support the Meta folks who are running into basically the same thing that happened to us in the AMC and GME community, and why this is so important. And if you're a Meta listener or a Meta shareholder and you're listening to this call, you are not alone. We are with you. The reason
you are not alone,
and we will continue to fight this.
Bird is here for you.
And I'm going to hand it off to John. John, take it off.
Great. Thanks, Alex, and thanks, Frank, for being on here. So I guess the best place to start is a little bit of context and history about Torchlight, how we got started and leading up to the path that we're on currently. So this might take me about 5 or 10 minutes to get through, but I think it's important to give you a little history. So I was one of the founders of Torchlight Energy back in June of 2010, myself and another gentleman, and we set about our journey to be a small oil and gas company. We started on the bulletin board back then, and took our first property and began our path of growth. Raised money with high net worth investors, and then fast forward to 2013, December 2013, we uplisted to NASDAQ and raised a little bit of money with National, and went about our journey on the NASDAQ. So about towards the end of 2014, I saw we were just having some unusual trading in our stock, and when you're a NASDAQ issuer, you have a representative at NASDAQ you can call and talk to them about the trading and what's going on and what have you. So every 2 weeks, you get a short report that tells you how many shares are short in your stock, and were they, what was covered, not necessarily what was covered, but between what it was 2 weeks ago and what it is today, so to speak. So right about October 1st of 2014, I got a short report from NASDAQ, and it was 3.2 million shares short. And I believe at the time we had maybe 25, 30 million shares outstanding. So it was a little over 10%. So kind of in the range of small oil and gas companies. Nothing, shocked me about that report. But 2 weeks later, I get the next report, and it shows 1.2 million shares short. I'm thinking to myself, okay, how is this possible? I went back and looked at the day trading over the previous 2 weeks and realized that we didn't trade even in its total 2 million shares. It was more like 1 million shares over 2 weeks. And so therefore, it's impossible for that to be all buy to covers and the short to go away. So I called NASDAQ and I said, please investigate this and call FINRA and tell me what's going on. This is wrong. Either your numbers are wrong and it was a typo or something. So, she swore up and down, my rep did, that, hey, these things are 100% accurate. We report any and all shorts. There's no naked shorting going on. There's no funny business going on. Everything that we report is accurate. I'm like, okay, that's great. All I'm asking you to do is investigate it. Calls back about a week later, and, with her, a solemn voice that said, I have some terrible news. I said, what's that? She goes, I was wrong. I'm like, okay, give me the news. She goes, 2 million shares were moved offshore. So they're no longer in the U.S. purview, so they're not reflected on our short reports. And I said, okay, I'm one of how many companies that are on the NASDAQ? And, no comment. I'm like, okay. So I said, so what's going to happen now is that all those algo traders and people that look for companies to short are going to realize that, hey, maybe there's only 1 million shares short on this. Maybe it's something I should take a look at. So your transparency that you claim to have is really non-transparency. And you're telling a fake story to the shareholders. And you're telling a fake story to the street. And she says, John, I don't know what to tell you. I said, well, what? I said, well, go back to FINRA and ask them what fund moved it offshore. A day later, she calls me back. She goes, they won't tell me. All they're saying is that it's not in our purview. It's not listed as a short anymore. So that was my first disenfranchisement with, trading on the NASDAQ and some of the, bullshit that can go on in the market. And then from there, it only got worse. So, throughout our history from 2014 to the acquisition of Rio Grande to, some of the other projects we were working on,
it wasn't mine.
Like ourselves, it's common practice to raise capital in the markets as needed to, fulfill your drilling obligations and expand your company. And what's interesting about that is it's basically open season for hedge funds, market makers, and shorts who really don't obey the laws to establish short positions actually borrowing the stock and create synthetic or counterfeit shares, knowing
this guy is an ape's fucking dream. Oh my God, he's hitting all the ape talking points. Market makers, hedge funds. I mean, they're not this. They don't.
that, whether it's 3 months time or 6 months time or whatever, because they don't have a borrowing, it doesn't matter, that the company has to raise money and it'll likely be at a lower price. And if they chose to close out their position at that time, they could do so. And what's really interesting about that is I really don't have any evidence of this, but looking back, I would suggest that.
Oh, you don't have evidence of it. Okay, so let me go ahead and say it anyway,
some of those companies that raised their hand and said, yeah, I'll put in $1 million, I'll put in $2 million, may have been the companies that were already shortest. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. So we were the subject of several short and distort campaigns, which are highly illegal, but the SEC allows to go on. And obviously what this does for our shareholders, it creates a lot of dilution because you have to raise money, and we're not the only company that
creates a lot of delusion. I agree, John. Yeah, this guy is a fucking disaster. Creates a lot of delusion. That's what I heard.
Which are highly illegal, but the SEC allows to go on. And obviously what this does for our shareholders, it creates a lot of dilution because you have to raise money, and we're not the only company this has happened to. I mean, there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of companies over the last couple of decades that have gone down this path and have been abused by the system. And so it's extremely frustrating for me as a CEO and an
spoken like a goddamn OTC fucking CEO.
Because I knew it was going on and I had no way to really uncover, how this process worked. So anyway,
yeah, how the process works, you don't have a shitty company. That's how the process works. Process works like this. You have a successful company that is run with integrity. This doesn't happen. And even if you have a shit company that's run like shit with all sorts of unethical practices, short sellers still can't bankrupt companies.
Fast forward to 2020, we have a lot of drilling we need to do in Rio Grande, getting prepared to raise probably
saint of circumstance. That's good.
COVID hits and oil goes negative. And I went to my board and I said, guys, we're not gonna be able to raise any money. There's just, the market's closed off. We're dead in the water unless we decide to do something different. So I suggested that we get an extension on our drilling obligations that we did, and we did that. And I also suggested that we kind of do something completely out of the box and try to find a path where we can save the value of our oil and gas assets, but use our NASDAQ entity to create value for shareholders. And because it's just, they weren't going to get that value out of oil and gas. And we felt compelled that being a shareholder myself, as well as everybody who I was close to, high net worth individuals you get to know over the years, everybody's looking at me and like, what are we going to do? And so we came up with this crazy idea that we're going to try to find a high-tech company to merge with that is not subject to the whims of oil and gas, but retain the value of the oil and gas for a rainy day for our investors. So we interviewed 5 or 6 different potential merger candidates that were looking to go on NASDAQ. And we settled on metamaterials in September of 2020 and set about letter of intent, and then signed a definitive in December of 2020. So in that definitive agreement, it called for us to eliminate our debt, which we had about 18 million in debt, and to arrange for 10 million of new equity to go into the new company in exchange for 25% of the stock being held by our people, our shareholders, and a Series A pref that would isolate our oil and gas assets for the benefit of our shareholders at a later date, either via sale or spinoff or whatever, so that we can isolate the value and make sure our shareholders got that value. So that was the business arrangement. So at that particular time, Torchlight, TRCH, had about 4 million shares short, and they're trading 35 cents a share or something like that. We happened to get a favorable report from a guy that had a good following on, I don't know if it was Twitter or StockTwits or what have you, but anyway, he basically said, look, all of these
stock twits
of the dollar are going to get a bid. And
the only more toxic social media platform for investors, the only one that's more toxic than Twitter.
You know, probably get close
stock
to the dollar
twits.
to get, you know, their
stock twats
satisfactory obligations of being, you know, potentially being delisted out of the way. And so people started buying our stock. And
what if I did live stream all the way to 6 p.m. for futures opening? I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. And it's Mother's Day. But man, Manny had a great idea there. I want to do that sometime.
We took advantage of that situation because our
plan to take a Monday off.
Increments of conversion. We started converting our debt, and so several of the some of the debt, I think 2 million worth, converted to 50 cents. We had converted it, we announced it, stock traded up a little bit higher.
I could leave the stream on.
Later, by mid-January, early February, we had converted all of our.
Set up a camera, you can see the cats.
And we're sitting with the proxy filed with the SEC, hoping that they wouldn't review it, and we would move on to a shareholder meeting and be done with everything by March. Well, Super Bowl Sunday comes around. I get a call on Saturday from a good friend of mine at Roth saying, "Hey, John, I've got probably 50 million of demand to do an overnight deal and price it Monday morning." I said, "Why would you have 50 million of demand?" And he just kind of, he said, "You know why?" And I said, "Yeah, all these guys are short. They're 100% short. They need the stock because the stock was trading at $1.75 or $2. They need the stock lower to cover their short, and they were afraid of this thing, continuing to move on." So after meeting with the board and understanding that we needed to raise capital to finish this, we decided to do a deal. So we did a deal. I believe it was done at $1.20 when they pushed the stock down to $1.60, knowing that we were going to do a deal on Friday. They pushed it from $2 down to $1.60 on Friday. So they came to us and said, "We can do a deal at $1.20 and we could probably do up to 50 million. I said, "No." And then they wanted potentially we could do it higher, but it would have to require a warrant. And basically, if you know anything about small cap market, the minute you include a warrant in a deal, your stock is toast, because the people that buy that sell your stock and keep the warrant and short against it because they don't have to borrow. So I basically put a kibosh to that immediately. And I said, "Okay, we'll do, we'll price it at $1.20, but I need to be able to determine who's in the book and who's not." And so they got indications of interest. I went through the book. I eliminated probably 80% of the people that I knew were problems, and they weren't happy about it, but I eliminated them. And we ended up doing a deal. And the stock a couple days later had traded back into the twos, and off we go. So at this time, we were starting to get a following. If you remember, first quarter of 2021, that's kind of when GameStop and AMC started happening. Mm-hmm. So a lot of those companies, shareholders were coming over to us and starting to take notice that, hey, there's a big, short position in this thing. They've been short and distorted for 10 years, and we believe there's an opportunity for this thing to go higher. Not really knowing what the true short position was, but we did see every other week that the short position kept increasing. So fast forward to right around June 1st, where the short position was about 45, 50 million shares. And then options start to trade. And so if you know anything about trading and when options start to trade, that's when you start to get massive synthetics taken short against as well, because there's no borrow at that point. And
massive synthetics.
Position taken short. So that started happening. Then we got our shareholder approval. And throughout all of this, and I think it was end of May of that time, 2021, I told George and the board, I said, "Look, we need to file an S3, just so that Meta has this when they're, when we split up, Meta has this thing on file, and if there's an opportunity to raise capital through an ATM, you do it." And I said, "You know what? Let's file it now, because you never know. Maybe there's a 1 or 2% chance that we can use it before we close as well." So we did that, and then the options started trading, and we had shareholder approval, and then the shareholder count went from 4,000 back in December to about 65,000 in June. Short position was over 50 million, and the stock became a meme stock and started to run. And in that process, we raised via ATM at prices at 10 to 15.
How much did John raise personally, I wonder?
About $140 million for Meta to have in their journey along the way. So if you remember back from our business arrangement, when we closed this transaction, we were to issue a Series A pref to all the Torchlight shareholders of record on the date of record. So that date of record was 2 days before we were closing. So we issued the Series A pref.
I just want to hear it get to the point where transferable DTC current situation is.
For ease of transfer, but it is not the intention of the company to trade it, meaning the company is not going to file any paperwork to trade this preferred. It's going to remain private, because ultimately that Series A pref was a placeholder for the oil and gas assets. Whether we sold them or spun them off, the people that had that Series A pref were going to get those shares. However, if you're a short holder, and you are short through that record date, just like any other short, whether it's IBM or Apple or what have you, if they're issuing a dividend, you've got to pay that dividend to the right owner as well. But in this case, it wasn't cash. It was the fact that you had to come up with the Series A prep to give to the rightful owner. So deal closes, everything's hunky-dory, everybody's happy. Unfortunately, Meta.
Everybody was happy in 2021.
A day or two before the record date, and I'll explain why that happened here in a minute. But everything's hunky-dory. I'm kind of doing my own thing. Not really doing a whole lot. Consulting for Meta as needed on different things they need to, figure out. And then October 2021, I get a call when I'm on my way to Nashville with my wife and friends, and said, "Hey, your Series A prep is showing up in your account with $6 million in value." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I said,
"Sell it, sell it."
So I know you can hold it in the account, but why does it have value? And they said, somebody started trading it. And I said, "What do you mean they started trading it?" And they said, "No, this is trading, same CUSIP, and the ticker is MMTLP." So the hotel, I pull up on OTC market, it's MMTLP, and lo and behold, yeah, it's trading. Can't believe it, it's trading. And then I look at the, there's different screens on OTC markets. You can say, you can look at company information. So I pulled up company information. I was like, okay, let's see what they have going on here. All the information was about Torchlight Energy from 2012. Listed me as the president, Tom Lipinski as the CEO, the old board of directors, the old website that wasn't running. All information was ancient information. And so I called OTC Markets. I said, "You need to take this down immediately. This is all fraudulent. I don't know who started trading this, but this is fraudulent that this is trading. And the company had nothing to do with trading this. I've already verified that. Please take it down immediately." And so I followed up with an email with the same thing, so I would have a record of it. And they sent an email back and saying, "Nope, FINRA approved it. We're not taking it down." I said, "Well, it's false information." They said, "Well, that's how they approved it. That's how we're leaving it." And I said, "Okay, so that's how you're going to handle it." Huh? And they said, "Yep, take it up with FINRA." So not having really standing with FINRA anymore, because I'm not an officer or director, the officers of Meta called FINRA and said, "Why is this trading?" And they said, two market makers got together and filed the 15C211 or 211 as it's called today, and started trading it, and it was in their rights to do so. And they said, "Well, the issuer, we didn't, it's in our proxy that this wasn't supposed to trade." And they said, "Too bad, it's trading." Two market makers get together and trade it. So light bulb went off right then that, okay, we need to investigate what happened on the closing date and what happened with that Series A pref and who actually closed their short and who actually is still short. And so we started doing some investigating. And then right in the middle of this, we decided while we're just looking at what's going on, instead of selling the asset, we felt it was better. The board of Meta decided it was better that we did a spin out so that the field could be developed further and create more value for the oil and gas holders or Series A pref holders. So this was decided, I believe, in November of 2021. The attorney started speaking with the SEC in 2022 on how to do this. And basically it came about that because Series A pref is trading now, you actually need to file a registration statement for those 165 million shares to go private. And so they did that, started that process in February, had a bunch of tax issues, to get straight, and finally filed the registration statement 1st of July. But while all this was going on, we started to uncover some really interesting things. That it was our theory that those people that were short leading up to the actual record date didn't actually cover their shorts. They actually extended their shorts because they thought if they had, they thought just like IBM would react. If you have enough capital, you can say, "Hey, we think these assets are worth, $1 a share. We'll just, here, we've got enough capital. We'll just stay short, and we'll come up with the money if they sell this asset. It's no big deal." So the broker dealers let them stay short. So they owe that value of the Series A prep. Now, however, since we're getting spun out and going private with no valuation on it, some people started noticing that, hey, this is a Series A prep that's going private. Instead of selling, why don't I buy? So the buying of Series A prep started happening in October, November, December, and really started escalating, in 2022, this year, the first part of this year. And so those people that were short that thought they were going to shake out shares to cover with now are continuously selling shares they don't have and borrowing shares from the likes of Schwab and TD Ameritrade and those people who say, "Oh, we don't short OTC stocks." Yeah, you don't short them, but you certainly lend out the stock, don't you? And so, all this stuff was going on in the background. And, we finally got the S1 approved. And then somebody sent me a statement from the OCC that was dated June 21st of 2021. The OCC is in charge of option trading. And one of the key things on that was they were not, if you were trading options and you were to owe a share, they were going to delay settlement. It's right on the sheet. They were going to delay settlement of the Series A prep until we can figure out if it's tradable. And I thought to myself, you gotta be freaking kidding me. So knew it June 21st that they were going to delay settlement and they could move this further down the road and didn't have to cover. But the only people that knew that were people that were members, regulated by OCC or broker dealers or hedge funds. They knew that. The retail public didn't. And so that's some additional shit that happened that I think is completely wrong. So fast forward, getting to November of this year, stock is moving all over the place. When the S1 gets approved, or actually I think I get submitted the third time, knowing that there wasn't a whole lot on it, the stock started to move up. People started buying it, and a lot more people have started buying this. And the hole keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper for the those with short positions. So we finally get FINRA to give us dates, and they give us a set of instructions based upon that were a little bit different than what we had in the S1, but they were livable. We knew that there was 2 days of trading for the retail. If you wanted to own NextBridge, you had 2 days to buy it, and the only trading on Friday and Monday this week would have been buy to cover and a broker-to-broker settlement, not DTC settlement. So everybody was fine with that because we knew that if we were holding longs into Friday and Monday, we were the only ones that could sell to a short covering their shorts, right? That's it. And there's whoever was long had that ability. So wake up Friday morning thinking to myself, okay, this is going to be an interesting day. If one share of stock is bought, that tells me that the ledger is not balanced. Well, what did they do right before? They halt trading. So by halting trading, they put their finger on the scale of trading, very similar to what they did with GME and AMC. Yeah. So they decided that maybe the problem, using U3 as their halt code, maybe the problem is a little bit bigger than the investing public understands. So here we sit on Tuesday with the distribution. MMTLP ticker no longer exists. The distribution is supposed to happen tomorrow. And I believe, even though we wanted them to trade, Monday and Friday, I think we're still in a good position because we believe the ledger is in balance, and we're finally going to find out what that ledger looks like. However, by them putting their finger on the scale, they eliminated the true, infinity exposure that a short had. Because if you are a shareholder on Friday and Monday, you knew you could put your offer out wherever you want. They have to come to you.
John, I got a question for you.
Your price.
I got a question for you. Do you think FINRA and the regulators like the SEC facilitated the theft of shareholder value in the stock itself? Do you believe that?
If you look at the truest sense of the word, when you're shorting something, you have your upside is 100%, that's what you're capped at, but your downside is infinity. And if you take a short position in a stock, whether you do it correctly and borrow the stock or you do it incorrectly and basically issue a naked share or a counterfeit share, these are all sophisticated people, that your exposure is infinity. Why put your, and here's the other aspect of it. If you look at OTC markets the day before they halted,
almost believable.
Reported short. So if it's only 6.5 million shares, let it settle out. Maybe some people make money, maybe they don't. 6.5 million shares is nothing. So why did they halt? It's my belief that that figure is massively different than 6.5 million.
We're talking multiplier 100, maybe more.
There's been a lot of speculation. The speculation out there is there might be, 200 million shorts, might be 300 million shorts. I really don't know. I just know that it's a big problem, and FINRA wouldn't have taken this drastic action if they didn't think, in my opinion, that this would have affected not only broker dealers but hedge funds, and more importantly, the system itself.
So the priority really for the regulators is the big guys on Wall Street. It's not so much the regular investors, retail investors. It's their priority is Wall Street. Their priority is the big hedge funds and the Citadels, the Susquehannas, the SIGs.
As it should be.
Those are the priorities. Sounds like from what you're inferring.
If it weren't, they wouldn't have halted. They really have destroyed a lot of people, of 80,000 shareholders, and this destroyed the faith in the system as well. And I don't know how they're going to fix it because this thing is getting out there. The word's getting out. It's going viral. I was just on Fox with Charles Payne yesterday, and people are starting to notice. And
kiss of death.
The more people like the crowd at AMC and GameStop figure this out as well. What's to stop GameStop from spinning out a company privately?
Yeah.
And see this is the stock. All of those naked shorts, all of the short positions would have to cover.
All those naked shorts.
This is going to be the, I don't know how to say this, but this is going to be common practice. because we've gotten them to the point where they had to push the nuclear button. Nobody ever thought it would get to this point. And I have to tell you, this is not our doing. This is their doing. Because we were doing everything we were supposed to do. We did the Series A prep. We facilitated that.
I don't believe him at all. I mean, this is so incredibly one-sided. I mean, obviously, but yeah, no, I'm not buying this. Not buying this. Then there's the insider trading by him and others on this ticker. Yeah, no, I'm not convinced of anything here. And no, he can't accept responsibility. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm trying to find. Let's see. Okay. So the thing is that the reason that it was halted, according to FINRA, was because all of the shares had to be settled by the date, the 13th, I guess. And settlement takes 2 days. So in order for everything to be settled, you can't trade up until that day. You have to trade up until 2 days before that day to allow for settlement. So, like mailing a check, the mail. If the bill is due on the 14th, are you going to put it in the mail on the 14th? No. If you want it to post to your account, you have to get it in before that. And that's basically what FINRA said, which makes sense. I mean, that's how it works. So now I was looking at this U3 extraordinary event halt. That's what FINRA said it was. U3 halt. This is about a different stock, but it's about the same type of halt. And it says that this one here, CRGP, had a U3 extraordinary event halt. FINRA offered no explanation. U3 halts are rare for domestic issuers, usually have to do with problems, actual or potential, with clearance and settlement, which is exactly what I'm talking about. The shares have to settle, so you can't trade up until the day, right? Let's see. And then there's another one here. Issues related to perceived post-split trading and subsequent price adjustments. Right, exactly. So there was another split there. Okay, FINRA makes it clear. OTC companies wishing to undertake corporate actions must submit a request to the regulator in compliance with Rule 6490. Requests under 6490 must be made 10 days before the action has become effective. One of these companies was unaware of the rule. So that makes sense there. Halt. The gray market. Ooh. Pink sheets. Oh, this is Brenda Hamilton, securities attorney. I didn't even realize I made it onto her page again. Securities Lawyer 101. I want to get Brenda Hamilton on the stream. I want to interview Brenda Hamilton. She's in Florida. Not that that matters at all, but she's got a lot of interesting stuff here about where is it? Naked shorting, synthetic, no. Manipulative trading. Where is it? She's got short sales. Manipulative short selling. Well, anyway, Brenda Hamilton, securities lawyer. Where did she say? There's something here where it says basically, what is a naked short sale? Maybe it's this. Short seller scapegoat. Permissible short sales, problematic short sales. Maybe it was FTDs. And one, she basically said, like, you're barking up the wrong tree. What are short sale failures to deliver? When short sellers hit cannabis stocks. Double entendre. Market manipulation. Share borrowing. Uptick rule. Conduct by market makers. Courts have held that short selling and legitimate transactions to real buyers does not artificially affect prices and therefore cannot be manipulative trading. There must be deceptive or manipulative conduct by the short seller, such as the release of false or fraudulent information, the creation of a false impression of supply and demand for trading activity. That's not it. Naked short sale. Well, anyway, short sale. What is a naked? I think I looked at that one already. Short sellers create the false impression of compliance with reg show, close out when failure delivers occur. Locate and close out, reset transactions. I mean, it's probably you probably have to, if you're a securities lawyer, you probably have to balance, I would imagine, the ridiculous claims by retail investors who are losing money and issuers who are also, losing equity, balance that with reality. Because in reality, this shit is hard as fuck to prove, if not impossible. Creating liquidity with electronic trading. She's got a lot of stuff on this website. And it's not super detailed, but it's, decently detailed. Although I still can't find the one I'm looking at. Maybe it was under Reg Show. Understanding the games that issuers and short sellers play. Okay, this might be it. When a manipulated stock's price declines, it has become common practice for penny stock issuers and their disciples to scream foul play and claim their company is the victim of a naked short seller working with nefarious clearing firms to send their price downward. These same issuers also complain vociferously about the SEC failure to pursue illegal short sale activities. It has become common practice to increase in issues. It has become a common practice to point to the threshold securities list as evidence of illegal short sale activity that supposedly explains declining stock prices. The internet is flooded with misinformation about what the threshold security list reveals about a security. Failure to deliver talks about that. There could be legitimate reasons for failure to deliver. Threshold security. Threshold list is a company as a list. It does not reveal, it does not reflect a short position, does not mean that improper short sales occurred, doesn't mean that there was naked shorting. Here it is, right here. Last paragraph. The short interest report records actual short positions as of the day of the report. Almost always, the short interest is very low. While some short sellers engage in manipulative techniques, most do not. Jumping on the naked shorting bandwagon is a mistake. It is a mistake. Falling for the fantasy of gigantic naked short positions is the stuff of fairy tales. It does not lead to the longed for short squeeze, particularly where stocks are the subject of aggressive stock promotion. You see that? The stock in question may rise temporarily as a self-fulfilling prophecy, but in the end, it will succumb to selling on the part of the stock promoters and insiders who hired them. So basically, she's saying that when people, cry naked short selling, and this is good too, what the subsequent trade is actually, no. Issuers sometimes build entire promotional campaigns around the threshold list. These issuers assert that the list proves a particular stock's decline is temporary and the result of short sellers. The issuers tell their shareholders to buy the stock to create a short squeeze. Short squeeze generally refers to price increase or unavailability of a security to borrow, cover a short position. If a squeeze occurs, short sellers must purchase the stock to cover their positions. What the subsequent trade is actually reflecting, this is so key. Oh, I can bold it? Oh, look at that. What the subsequent trade is actually reflecting is not a purchase by a short desperate to cover its position, but a purchase by a naive investor who is buying the stock of other shareholders, sometimes insiders who are selling. John Berger. Short squeezes are quite uncommon in penny stocks. Covers or closeout buys of short positions rarely impact the price of the security, even when the security is on the threshold list. By blaming short sellers for decline in a stock price, issuers cause investors. Oh, look at that. Nice. Issuers cause investors to hold their positions, enabling the seller to get a higher price for his shares. In other words, exit liquidity. Stock promoters and their clients invariably dump into their own pump, and their object is to persuade retail investors to help them do so. Anyone who takes trouble to make a call to FINRA will be advised that the list to follow is the bi-monthly short interest report. And then we went through all this. Jumping on the naked short bandwagon is a mistake. So I think she would be a good person to talk to, honestly. But the second I mention AMC, she's going to think I'm an ape. And that's it. That's done. That's the end. So can't say that. Cannot say that. But I don't believe this guy. I think he is. I think there's more to that story that he's not telling. So many red flags there. I agree. I can't believe. Average view duration is 50 minutes though on this stream. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. I want to end with this. She would be awesome, wouldn't she? And it would be fun to book Tucker, but I don't see that happening. Let's, if you give her the background on the channel, she would know. Right. Yeah. I mean, and AMC could just be, you know, stocks like AMC and other meme stocks. But I wonder, Lynn, if you have heard of this before, and anyone else who might be listening. So I don't know how I got to think about this, how I was trying to connect this here. But anyway, actually, I don't know how I'm going to, right now, I don't even know how I'm going to connect it. But basically, um, somebody mentioned something about music played on something other than not on instruments. Can't remember exactly what it was, but it was, I think it was in this stream. But anyway, it made me think of something that I came across that maybe others have, something called the flopotron. The flopotron is a musical instrument that is created from floppy disk drives. Oh, that's it. We were talking about floppy disks. Okay, so you got the flopotron, and you can look up the flopotron and see, you know, what it, but it'll show it on here. I'm just trying to pick a good song. I searched for Metallica, but I don't even think I want to do that. Just search, go on the guy's page here. Powell Zad. This is what it sounds like. It sounds like that. So, how about You Shook Me All Night Long on the flopotron? These are floppy drives. I don't know how in the hell you tune them or anything, how you get them to have these pitches, but the flopotron. I thought maybe it was appropriate somehow. Kind of sounds like kazoos a little bit. I've never actually looked at the lyrics to this song before. This is the future. I agree. The musical accompaniment sounds fairly accurate. I guess you just load in a MIDI file, maybe? Jesus Christ. I honestly, I'm not sure what this is doing. So using the hard drives for some of the percussion clicking. Look at that. They got it painted like a keyboard, black and white. This is the Flopotron 3.0. This is quite elaborate. Guitar solo. Now, what I would like to have that's pretty accurate. Oh, yeah. I want a version of this that I can play with my keyboard, like a MIDI instrument. That would be awesome. I would buy that. Well, or make it. 500,000 subscribers. Computer Hardware Orchestra. No. Nice. Nice. Walk of Life, Casino Royale. He's got a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff here. Then there are other, there's another channel that had something that was similar. It was, it wasn't the flop. Oh my God, Bohemian Rhapsody. A 3-minute rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody. Doom soundtrack. It was some other mechanical thing. Sweet Dreams. Highway to Hell. Legend of Zelda. Look at this nerd. That's the guy. Made it. Black Sabbath. It was like credit card machines or something. They were playing music on credit card machines. Super Mario Brothers theme on 2 credit card machines. This is the future of music right here. Now, if you could connect this to GPT somehow, good. Nice. Yeah, just look up. Flopotron. Now, how in the hell do you do this? Is it's just advancing the paper, or is it? I don't even think it's printing anything on there. It's just advancing the paper at different speeds. Look at Device Orchestra, the name of that channel. No, you're not going to play the ending. That's too bad. That's too bad. But you got credit card machines, smoke on the water, steam iron, and two electric toothbrushes. Winter Wonderland on 7 electronic devices. Eye of the Tiger on 9 devices. Toxic by Britney Spears. Adele, Hello on the electric toothbrush. The German national anthem on electric devices. Don't Stop Me Now, Queen, Joy to the World. I don't know, is that 3 Dog Night or is that the Christmas song? Not sure. Ghostbusters theme. Yeah, Sweet Dreams. William Tell Overture. Let's go out with this. I need a name. Whoa. This, I'll tell you what, this has to be from Europe, right? I don't see how this is not from Europe. I know that Flopotron is. Whoa. are you located? Vice Orchestra. Chat GPT song poll winner. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Played by 3 electric toothbrushes, 2 credit card machines, 1 electric typewriter, and a telephone. All the devices are controlled by an Arduino Due microcontroller. Yeah, you know, that's oh my God. Oh fuck. I might have just screwed myself on that. Oh well. It's not like anybody will watch this long ass stream anyway. But, you know, that's cool. Okay, maybe we can tell if he's European here.
Hello, it's me, Tommy.
Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Anyway, I wasn't sure if Lynn, you had seen that before, but how creative. That's the creativity of Europe. And no further comment. Yeah, what do we do here? We eat hamburgers with 12 patties, like the ape father, and you know, sit around and you know, dream about becoming rich. I'm gonna go out with Professor Mike. I know, as I keep saying, this is the last video. I'm gonna go out. I'm glad you enjoyed that. It's been a minute since I've seen that.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's quite interesting. This article came out. You guys will see it here in a minute at the end of the video.
Cool.
About the shorting of the bank stocks. Now their article's coming out. We kind of know, you probably know if you haven't heard, what they're doing with the Department of Justice. There's something I want to talk about. It hit me this morning. It just popped into my head as I was reading stuff and talking to the Magnificent Seven. Like, you know, the whole thing behind this movement was buy and hold, right? Hold on, let me back up a second. Did the shorts cover? Yeah, they cover every damn day. The question is, did they close? When are they going to close out the short positions? We keep seeing it. Let's be honest, this has turned into a...
So we've got another brain dead professor who thinks that there is a difference between covering and closing short positions. Okay.
Someone
fantastic.
What do they call that? A scalper or a day trader's wet dream. That's what this play has turned into. And these shorts just
welcome to the market.
Holding on. And what have we done for 2 years?
Oh, yeah.
What have tubers, what has everybody done? They've looked for ways that they were going to get it to squeeze. This is going to cause it to squeeze. This is the next catalyst. One by one by one. We're always coming out with whatever the next catalyst is or the next thing is. But I think a lot of us forgot. I started this
infinite conversation. Got it.
The classic standoff. And that's exactly what it is, because here's the thing. It's been confirmed to the lawyers that there's 3.8 million shareholders that are holding AMC. That is 70-something%, almost 80% of the float is locked into retail's hands.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to... so much to do, so little time. But so many clips. So many clips.
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
Yeah. You think?
They know if you're a short, think about this. You know that at any given moment, I said it takes 10% to move to 90%. At any given moment,
I just can't help myself.
I'm going to have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
It could turn into a sell-off. That is one of the biggest fears that's gone around the community, that, oh, if you post this video, if you post FUD, if you do this, you're going to cause a sell-off. Well, it's obvious after 2 years, you guys ain't fucking selling. Let's be real about that. When are you going to see that?
Let's be real.
You damn yes voters or whoever you are on Twitter, stop telling people to sell. None of us are saying do that. That is the most retarded thing. Stop. If you don't like what we have to say, don't tell us to sell. That is idiotic. We need the power. We need to be 3.8 million. We need to get back to the 4 million. But let's back up a second. If you're
what the hell is he talking about?
This whole idea and ideology that, oh, if we pay off the debt or Adam's going to pay off the debt, it's going to get the shorts to cover. Dude, if they're criminally shorting and you believe in the fact that they've been creating billions of synthetics, they're just going to give up that easily? Come on.
Yes.
They're just going to,
yep.
Oh,
they
let's
will.
let the price run now.
You
let's
won.
cover our billions of synthetics.
You won.
Because we now have debt paid off. Hello, GME. Are they still shorting Tesla? Are they shorting the bank stocks? A lot of those bank stocks, are they been around for years and years and years and they just decided to attack the crap out of them? You'll see that in a minute. Come on, guys, right? But that's what's happened. We've created all these storylines of how this is going to happen. It's a classic standoff. If you're a short and you know that there's 3.8 million retail people holding, and then they were to flip and something happened and they started to sell off, you would create a major dip. I don't believe the shorts are going to sell until we sell. And we're not going to sell until
the shorts are not going to sell. They'll buy. What?
Until the
that
shorts
doesn't make
close.
Any sense.
Well, they got it.
That doesn't make any sense, Mike.
I don't believe the shorts are going to sell until we sell.
They don't have to sell. They already did. That's how they opened their position. See, that's why. This is why right here. This is why. You know what? There's a thing here. There's a thing here for this.
And you know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so
I mean,
and we're not going to sell until the shorts buy. Until the shorts close. Well, they got to buy something to close something, right?
Yeah, it's the same. Cover, close, it doesn't matter. It's the same goddamn thing.
That's what's the crappy part.
The thing that you think is that, oh, they'll buy to close and that's it. But no, they buy to close and then they sell to open. And you ain't going to stop anybody from opening a trade. That's what you want. What you want them to do is not to open a new trade. But because you don't want them to do that, they will do that. Oh, yeah.
So it's like it's classic standoff, man. We buy and we hold, and guess what they do? They bleed, right? That's our goal, is keep making them bleed until some kind of margin calls or something forces them to start driving and buying up.
They bleed.
Up whatever they can off the market, right? That was the whole plan. Well, it's been going on for 2 years, 2+ years. These shorts, I mean,
look at all that bleeding.
Alive, right? I mean, we've seen article after article about billions of dollars that they've lost because of this. So that's the classic standoff. This all this other crap to me has always been garbage. The mission was always buy and hold, freaking buy what you can when you can, as much as you can without harming your families, and then you held for the rest of the people. That's what I've done. You get what I'm saying? Like, but we have strayed from that completely, and it's just been a battle about who's right and who's wrong. But at the end of the day, if you were a short, would you worry about closing out? If you know at any given moment you've got all these 3.8 million freaking shareholders that could sell and drive the price down at any given moment, or they could sell their legacy shares, their potential real shares that they need. I mean, if we believe in the synthetics, right? So there's your standoff. And then think about the bank runs, or think about the crypto runs. What happened to FTX? Drop in the comments if you know exactly why FTX, why it imploded. What caused it? You get what I'm saying? So yes, we're in an impasse. We're at a standoff. And then as far as covering and closing, yeah, they're covering every damn day. They borrow enough, they return them, we see it on the boards, and then they keep doing it again. But as long as we keep the market dry, I believe too, these market makers, if there is a request or there's something out
now the question is he still up, or is he now up?
Hello, the FTDs, right? Let's think about that.
Actually,
but again,
it's a floppy drives. Thank you very much.
wet dream right now is what this play is for him. And I believe the same thing, the scalpers.
That's funny. So fell asleep.
Especially now. I know without a doubt
during the stream.
This thing's going to keep trading sideways. So they're going to
woke it up by the Flopotron.
I mean, just scalping it. They're scalping both of them, man. But they're running.
It means the stream was on.
At any moment,
which
there could be an opportunity that it could pop.
You know, I need all the viewers.
So you talk about a gambling risk. Holy crap!
I'm still
hot
up
potato, hot potato. But anyway, just wanted to remind you that once you think about that. Now here we're going to discuss and talk about a little bit about.
Yeah, remember when I used to fall asleep on this stream?
Now, I'm sure most of you have already started to hear about this. The prosecutors, DOJ, of course, the SEC are closely looking into the short selling of the bank stocks. And there's an article that finally came out on it. It's kind of funny. They take this kind of stuff serious, obviously, but they do nothing when it comes to our stocks like AMC, GME, BBY, and so on. Areas of interest for the Justice Department, which is looking for potential security market manipulation. One of the things that I want to point out here as you read through this article that really stood out to me, you can see I highlighted there as well, but the banking system, whatever it was called, they're the ones that notified, right? They raised their voices and they notified and said, hey, you guys need to be looking into this. The American Bankers Association, there it is, urged the SEC to probe significant short sales of bank shares.
Okay.
Now do we see what's happening? They have the ability to urge them to do it, but what about us millions and millions of actual shareholders?
They're talking about banks, and that's that is an industry agency. American, what is it? The association, American Bankers Association. Okay, yeah, that's an industry group, and you're saying that retail investors don't have the same influence as an industry group, and not just any industry group, the banking industry group. I mean,
is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
What are you saying? And also, I don't know if Manny was around when we had this clip come in. Hopefully he's still awake. I lifted this one off Jay Ingram earlier, live on stream. Did it on the fly. Lynn watched. This is great. Here you go.
As my other Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope.
Old Jewish friends in LA. Man has to hope. He's already done. Probably just a networking organization, but it could be. But you know, even so, Professor Mike is surprised. Like, what about us retail investors buying these meme stocks? I mean, they're stocks too. I mean, they're companies too. They're not memes. They're real companies that employ real people. Why don't they care about that? Why don't they care about us and my 5.5 shares?
To probe significant short sales of bank shares. And now do we see what's happening? They have the ability to urge them to do it, but what about us millions and millions of actual shareholders and stocks that are being heavily manipulated? This is why I keep saying we need to raise our voice and we need to be...
Because look what they're saying. We have also observed extensive social media engagement about the health of various banks and the sector generally that appears disconnected from the underlying financial realities. I mean, that honestly would be, you know, and in my mind, what does it say before this? Significant short sales of banks that did not appear to reflect the issuer's financial status, including some that followed favorable earnings reports, the group wrote. Okay? Boo fucking who? Boo hoo. Significant short sales of bank shares that didn't reflect the issuer's financial status. What am I missing here? So you're criticizing this American Bankers Society, whatever. They're criticizing the fact that short sellers chose to short bank stocks, and they're concerned because the significant short sales don't appear to reflect financial status of the companies that are being sold short, including some that followed favorable earnings reports. So you had good earnings, and then you had significant short sales. What am I missing here? How is this a problem? How is this a problem at all? And then they go on to say, we have observed extensive social media engagement of the health of various banks in the sector generally that appears disconnected from the underlying financial realities. And so they're talking about short and distort. They're talking about misinformation about the health of the banking sector and various banks. So this could be considered manipulation, I suppose. So they're saying, all right, they shorted it and they distorted it. But since when does anybody have to justify to anyone else why they established a position, long or short? Yeah. The short sales don't reflect the issuer's financial status. Okay. So what? So what?
Emailing and contacting all of these
I
reporters.
just don't. I don't. I'm not sure that I get this here.
Banking system, whatever.
Let's see here.
The American Bankers Association, there it is, urged the SEC to probe significant short sales of bank shares.
That's right, Lynn. Scott fucking Alkin.
They have the ability to urge them to do it, but what about us millions and millions of actual shareholders and stocks?
You don't matter.
Heavily manipulated. This is why I keep saying we need to raise our voice and we need to be emailing and contacting all of these reporters.
It's not even close to being the same.
This is our chance.
Not even close.
To blow the lid off the top.
Magnificent Seven. Give me a break. But narcissistic fucks. What was that? What was that? ETF? I forget. KBE. KRX. The Regional Banking Index. Oh, yeah. It's in the shitter. I mean, it looks like it would have been a good short trade to me. Banks index. Let's see. I know it's a KBE, KBE. Yeah, the S&P 500 banking index. Oh. So now you're worried about short selling. 30% down. And I'm not talking about a down payment. Bankers, 30% down. Go fuck yourself. That's what it's going to be by the time I'm able to buy a house, probably. This to illustrate my point, let's compare AMC. Now, it's almost like, Ant Trades could sit there and say, this is a reverse pattern. So what you do, here's how you do it. You take this bar pattern. Bar's pattern is tracking perfectly. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I think I just need to copy it and paste it. No, nope. Forget how to do this because I don't do this kind of garbage. I forget how to do it. But anyway, you can copy the, maybe I could do it this way. Take it, move it over, copy, paste it. I know there's a way to do it. But anyway, so, but like I said, if you could reverse this, mirror image it, this is the AMC squeeze here. This is the GameStop squeeze, basically, more or less. Here, mirror image, flip, reverse it. That's what you have. But I mean, it's not even close. Here you have an irrational, impulsive move. Here you have the denouement, the unwinding, the unraveling of that. Now you're back to reality, back to where you should be, even though you're still higher than you should be, probably. The bank stock Doesn't look anything like that. The bank stock, you know, whoops. The bank stock took a hit, major, recovered, you know, hit its peak here and at the beginning of 22, and then sold off with the market, and then you had the banking crisis of this year. So, you know, what was the meaning behind that? What was the meaning behind that? How are those not fraudulent moves? How is this a potentially fraudulent move? It's garbage. Garbage. And they won't ban anything. No fucking way. If they ban anything, I will eat my hat. Not wearing a hat. I will eat my headphones. Just, and Mike, it's not the same at all. Not the same at all. Extensive social media engagement. How about the extensive social media engagement about the health of various meme stocks that appears disconnected from the underlying financial realities of the issuers? This could easily be flipped around onto the pumpers. And that's what I was thinking the whole time I was reading this was, wow, you flip that around, that now you're talking about Trey and Matt Coles and Lou and all of the other magnificent seven. We'll start one called the Hateful Eight, or I don't know. What
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying?
What are you saying?
Huh?
Huh?
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
All right. I don't think Model 3 dude's still here to hear this, but I kicked the song, okay? I kicked it. Wait, hold on a second, though.
Well, just a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch.
Aha, right. All right. Boy, this was a lot of fun. And guess what? We'll do it again tomorrow. Futures, 6 o'clock. See ya then.